Marvel Universe, number -199,999. Time, Battle of New York. The top of the Stark building. Iron Man, who had just failed to destroy the teleporter, crashed onto the platform. While taking off his battlesuit with the help of the mechanical arm on the console, he looked at Loki, who was smiling confidently not far away. One thing to say, he felt that the other party didn't look smart. Looks like he was born with his brother Thor. When Tony walked into the building, Loki immediately smiled triumphantly with the scepter in his hand. Are you here to beg for mercy? Tony pretended to be nonchalant and walked behind the bar, picked up a bottle of whiskey and said, No, on the contrary, I'm here to threaten you. Loki sneered. Then you shouldn't have taken off that iron cover. As he said that, he turned and looked out the window, opened his arms, and said excitedly like a king looking at his own country, the Chitauri army is coming, and no one can stop it. Nothing can threaten me. Hearing that, Tony was even more convinced that this guy was as clueless as Thor. Even if the Chitauri take down the earth, it has nothing to do with you, a banished Asgard. Just want to be a king with this brain? Go dreaming? I've got an army. Loki yelled with irritated eyes. We have Hulk. Stark replied. Besides, if we can't protect the earth, we will definitely avenge it. Hearing this, Loki walked over step by step, saying meaningfully, but if they're busy fighting you, how can they have time to play with me? As he said that, he showed a sinister smile, and suddenly raised his heart scepter and tapped it on Tony's chest. Duh. A crisp voice came, and Loki's smile froze on his face. No response? Puzzled, he raised his mind scepter again, and clicked on it. Duh. Mind manipulation failed again. Loki is confused, this has never failed before. Stark looked at an idiot in his eyes, and mocked. Isn't it normal for performance failures or something? Oh, it's definitely possible that the user is too stupid. Loki suddenly became angry from embarrassment. He grabbed Tony by the neck, cursed viciously, and threw him out of the top floor of the building. A mortal without armor, this height is enough to be smashed into a pulp. But in the next second, he heard a roar, and then an unknown object brushed against him and flew out. Just when Loki didn't know why, there was another whistling sound from below. Just as he was about to observe, he saw Tony Stark, who was supposed to fall to death, fly back wearing his armor, and raised his palm to point at himself. Boom! With a high-powered hand cannon, Loki screamed and flew backwards. Tony wanted to kill the culprit directly, but at this moment, he heard a unique scream of energy coming from outside the building. He looked back, and saw that ray of blue energy at the moment became intense, and then opened a huge amounts of portal in the sky. At this moment, he even saw the dark deep space opposite the portal, as well as a large number of densely packed alien troops. Tony resolutely gives up on Loki, and will meet the obstruction without any hesitation. However, at this moment, he suddenly found that the command he sent was invalid, and the armor failed. Boom! Tony fell onto the marble-tiled floor. Loki was taken aback when he saw this scene, then laughed wildly. Haha, it's God's will, Stark. This time I won. However, his smile didn't persist for a second before it turned into panic. I saw that the portal that Iron Man couldn't destroy suddenly closed at this moment. The flight controllers under the feet of the dozens of Chitauri warriors who broke through and entered the earth first failed, and everyone fell down like dumplings. What happened to this? Loki's face turned pale, and he shouted in horror. Tony was also puzzled, this scene was beyond his knowledge. At the same time, New York holy place. Ancient One looked thoughtfully at his palm, which was unable to condense the magic circle. Asgard? Feeling the completely sealed energy in his body, Odin frowned, feeling very uneasy in his heart. How many years have I not felt this kind of inability to control myself? Holy place number 2. Thanos listened to Ebony Maw's report with a serious face. Now the entire battleship is in an extinguished state, all weapons and engines are locked by unknown energy. What made him even more uneasy was that he felt that his own power was also locked. Dark Dimension? Dormammu, which was tens of thousands of meters high, collapsed, and then turned into a humanoid creature wearing necromancer robes and a flaming head. He was terrified, unable to understand why he would return to his original body. Time Administration TVA? The ear-piercing alarm sounded crazily, but the female judge and others found that the time branch did not appear on the monitor. This completely contradictory situation made everyone at a loss. They tried to contact Miss Time, but found that none of the devices could be used. Then, to everyone's horror, the teleportation device also failed. End of time? For the first time, Kong, the man left behind, showed a shocked face. In his field of vision, that great sacred timeline that never stops flowing, froze at this moment. That is, at the moment, an incomparably magnificent and shocking voice sounded in everyone's hearts. Ding! The comparison system is on. Isolation of any form of high-energy reaction is completed, the law of banning war is formed, and absolute protection is generated. The live broadcast room was established successfully. Personnel related to the comparison character began to pull. Boom! In an instant, in the vision of countless creatures, a gigantic curtain of light was born. Its left and right. One side is surrounded by blue lightning, and the other side is intertwined with golden thunder. Thor. The moment he saw the blue lightning, Loki's blue color suddenly turned pale, his face full of disbelief. At the moment he had a
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Clear perception that it was Thor's breath, definitely not someone else, but how could that guy have such power? That was even scarier than the feeling God King Odin made him. At this moment, Loki trembled involuntarily, feeling terrified in his heart. Aside, Tony didn't disarm. Although it has fallen into a deadlock, at least the defense is still there. What happened before me was terrible. It seems that there is something higher that directly changed the law. If the words in that voice are true, banning energy, banning war, protecting life from injury or death, then it is simply a real god. He doesn't believe that Thor has this kind of ability. At this time, the shocking voice sounded again. Ding! Relevant multi-universe personnel analysis is completed, and the poll is complete. You can speak freely in the chat channel. The video will randomly select 4 people to answer the questions from time to time, and there will be special rewards for successful answers. Note, including but not limited to magic, advanced technology, super ability, witchcraft, blood, magical items, artifacts, etc. At this moment, a special chat room appeared in the minds of all those who were polled. I haven't waited for everyone to think about whether this is true or not, whether it is a conspiracy, or whether it will hurt themselves. There was a mean voice. Deadpool, X-Men universe. Wow, I didn't expect such a miracle in the multi-universe. Goddess of Death, my little baby of death, you definitely have the qualifications to be pulled in, so talk to me, I miss you so much. Deadpool, talk, don't hide, I know you're in the chat room. Deadpool, don't abandon me, I'm your favorite. Looking at the red and black Q version of the profile picture, and the incomparably cheap words, many people feel uneasy in their hearts, and feel that a wave of spiritual pollution is coming. Fortunately, a new voice suddenly appeared at this time. Hela Odinson, 199,999 universe. Shut up. Where did the rude people come from? Dare to blaspheme me? Deadpool, what are you? Hela, be bold. When I break through the seal, I will definitely burn your soul with the fire of death for 10,000 years. Ancient One, 199,999 universe. Daughter of Odin, you misunderstood. This goddess of death is not you. I think this should be the goddess of death, one of the 5 gods. You're right about one thing though, it's blasphemy. Odin, 19 Ancient One magician, what do you think of the current situation? That one? Have you contacted that one? Ancient One, unable to contact, all power has been sealed. But, Eternal God, are you there? However, there was no response. Most of the members in the chat room seemed to be in a state of shock, or were shocked by the information from the 2 big shots, or were secretly observing. The chat went blank for a short while, but in the next second, a carefree voice sounded. Thor, 19 Father, what's happening here? When will I have an extra sister? And there seems to be something wrong with Mjolnir. I can't use any of my strength. Hela, a fool bound by a hammer? Thor, how dare you insult me? I will fight you. Hela, heh, even more stupid. Mephisto, Dimension of Hell. Task Tisk, Odin, your family seems to be in trouble. Do you want me to fix it for you? Don't worry, you can sign a contract. You know that I am innocent and never lie. Odin, I'll be waiting for you under the world tree. Those who don't come are trash. Dormammu, Dark Dimension. The statement in advance is definitely not fanning the flames. If it is me, I can't bear it. Mephisto, why don't you FK him? Mystery, Limbo Prison, Hell Boundary. How dare this red mouse? His strength will be suppressed to level Godfather when he enters the dimension of reality. Maybe he will be nailed to the world tree by Gungnir and turned into dried bacon. The top floor of the Stark building. Sweat was dripping from Tony's forehead. The amount of information in just 10 seconds is really too much. The goddess of death, the eternal god, and the lord of hell also appeared. Is the world so dangerous? Under the shock, he even forgot about the weird live broadcast room. SHIELD. Nick Fury is numb. In contrast, the alien army that is about to invade is not worthy of lifting shoes. If an enemy of this level really invades the Earth, how should we defend it? For a moment, he thought of what the magnificent voice said. The rewards for answering questions are extremely rich. Perhaps this is the only way to protect the Earth. 838 Universe? Richard, one of the Fantastic Four, frowned. Most of the characters that just appeared were from the 199,999 universe with a huge number. He didn't understand why people from the 838 universe would be pulled into the chat room. In the meeting room, Black Bolt King and others were also pulled into the chat room. And at this moment, a new change interrupted everyone's thinking. Ding! Content loading is complete. The person for comparison is 199,999 universe. Thor Odinson. Play countdown, 9.8.7. In an instant, the screen surrounded by blue lightning lights up in the sky, while the screen interspersed with golden thunder dims down. Chat room. Thor, ha ha ha, idiot. Hela. See, I am indeed the destiny? He didn't know why it was him, and he didn't know what kind of things would be broadcast. Anyway, with so many people in the universe, it must be very special for me to be chosen? Then I must blow it up hard, and mock that rude woman. By the way, in the dimensional fragments, Hela is indeed a bit confused. In just a few words, she could see that this younger brother whom she had never seen before was an absolute idiot and weakling, so she couldn't understand how such a person could be chosen. At this moment, everyone who knew Thor was excited, angry, but more puzzled. It was at this moment that the countdown reached 0. A clear picture appears on the large screen surrounded by blue. P.S. The universe number is only marked when the character appears for the first time, or when it must be distinguished, and will not be written every time. Otherwise, it's simply prostitution, and I can't do it. Hela's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. The stars are shining. The illusory shadow of the world tree in the lower dimension of reality is looming in the universe, and on its topmost layer, a pearl blooms with dazzling brilliance. That's God's domain, Asgard. Richard, Universe 838. What a miracle! A whole continent with life can actually float directly in the deep space of the universe. This is completely contrary to the way the planet operates. It seems to be a force completely different from technology. King of Dwarf, 199,999 universe human beings, that is the domain of the gods. Resisting the cosmic environment is just the lowest function, and you have too little experience. High Priest Aisha, 19 He, this is also worth bragging about. Does the Aesir Protoss care about their dogs? King of Dwarf, arrogant sovereign, you are just a secondary species created by the highest evolution, what are you proud of? Agatha, dirty dwarf, you never know what beauty is. Dwarf King, definitely the incandescent Death Star fire and tons of crushing hammer. Agatha, low level, Deadpool, fight, fight. Agatha, go away. BCH, the Illuminati? Richard's mouth twitched. He was just expressing his special power, but he didn't expect to become a master of rhythm. People from another universe are too easy to rage. The top floor of the Stark building. Tony looked at Loki in surprise and said, "No, has the universe always been so disharmonious?" Loki's face was still a little pale, but he still regained some of the grace of a higher race. He pretended to be disdainful. "Although there are battles, it's just the sovereign's arrogance here. Don't you bother to talk to her without looking at Father Odin." Tony nodded, not paying attention to the quarrel in the chat room, and continued to look at the screen. As the camera zooms in, the phantom of the world tree disappears and is replaced by huge and resplendent buildings. You can vaguely see the rune flashing on it. And in the center of Asgard, a 10,000-meter high building exudes amazing divine power. However, the camera didn't stop here, and the scene soon came to a small island that looked like an orchard. In the woods, two children seem to be playing around. A strong man with blonde hair and a cheerful personality. The other is a little thin, with black hair, and looks a little restrained. The off-screen Avengers instantly recognize Thor. Without it, that clear and silly smile and eyes are not as natural as the second person can do. Thor, Stark, see, I was so handsome when I was a kid. Loki, idiot, you laugh as stupidly as any canine creature on Earth called a husky. Hela, I agree. Thor, you're just jealous of me? Asgard. A rare scowl appeared on Odin's face. 3 children, 3 problem children? It's so hard. Boom. The young Thor throws his back directly to Loki, then laughs loudly. Brother, your body is too bad, you are not a qualified Asgard. Magic is something only women can learn. As he spoke, he raised his arm and showed off his muscles. The haze in Loki's eyes flashed away, but a smile that looked a little inferior appeared on his face and said, "My mother said that it is better for me to learn spells. Ability does not lie in strength." Hearing this, Thor curled his lips, not daring to speak ill of his mother. But he still looks down on magic in his heart. That shit doesn't seem to have any power at all, and I won't go back to study in my life. He ignores Loki and starts to train his muscles dully. Tony Stark, 199,999 universe as expected of you, the hottest male lead, who knows how to replace brains with muscles since he was a child. Thor, well, be jealous, weak human chick. Day to day, Thor is very diligent, he exercises his body every day and learns fighting skills. However, I don't care about Asgard's runes, knowledge of the universe, and the original cultural courses. When I study, I sleep. That night, Thor, who had just finished exercising, was lying on the grass panting heavily. Looking at the Milky Way in the sky, I feel my body recovering a little bit. He enjoys this feeling very much, but at this moment, Thor suddenly heard a whistling sound. He turned his head and saw that it was a green emerald python, and immediately got up happily. He likes snakes the most. But just as Thor grabbed the python, a strange laughter suddenly came from the snake's mouth. "This is me." The giant python suddenly turned into Loki, and then stabbed Thor in the abdomen with the dagger in his hand. Thor, ha ha ha, just to make everyone laugh, this is just me and Loki fighting when we were young. In fact, I already found out it was him. In an instant, countless people in the chat room showed question mark faces. Is this a joke? All F-ed up buttocks. Okay. Hela's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. The top floor of the Stark building. Tony looked at Loki curiously and asked, "Did you do it on purpose, or by accident?" Loki sneered. "Definitely on purpose. Anyway, the Aesir Protoss has a strong physique. Since I can't kill him, I don't want him to urinate blood." Tony's kidneys go cold and he can't understand why Loki has hated Thor so much since he was a kid. Although this stuff is really annoying. At this moment, someone suddenly spoke in the chat room. President Loki, the Void BD, you deserve a stab in the heart? Thor, who are you? Why impersonate Loki? Loki, who the hell are you? Mobius, Quantum Realm, he is just a person who should not appear, and you don't need to care. Richard, Quantum Realm? Tisk tisk, I didn't expect there to be life in it, and it was related to Thor. President Loki, these lackeys are related to everyone, he is an agent of the Time Administration. Oh, you should not know what the Time Administration is. Mobius, shut up, say no more. Inside the holy place number 2, Thanos narrowed his eyes slightly. Time Administration? I have never heard of this organization even though I have traversed the universe. Could it be that there is really an organization that manages time? Then how powerful this organization must be? He was a little uneasy. TVA? Mobius' face was very ugly. It's not just fear of that President Loki telling secrets. He was even more puzzled at the moment. Shouldn't the cut-off people disappear completely? Why is President Loki still alive? Where is the land of nothingness? Asgard. Odin frowned. Although it is said that Loki is only an adopted child, but there is only one. And the other party didn't mark other universes, so where did that President Loki come from? New York holy place. Ancient one side. As an Asgardian from Time Gem, she knew about the group. It's just that it is so exposed to the world today, and I don't know what kind of future it will bring. Chat room? Just when many people are waiting for that President Loki to tell the secret of this Time Administration. Female judge, Quantum Realm President Loki, don't think that the Void is an illegal place. If you dare to reveal the secret, I will send someone to kill you completely. President Loki, huh. Ebony Maw, don't be afraid Loki, Master will support you. President Loki, what is Thanos, do you want me to say it? I won't say it, if you want to kill me, garbage. Holy place number 2, Thanos' face was terribly gloomy. Just now he instructed Ebony Maw to speak, but in the end he got this answer. But what made him angry was not that President Loki dared to contradict him, but rather, it is clear, President Loki is afraid of the female judge, not himself. This shows that the power of that organization is definitely more terrifying than itself. This is definitely not good news. 838 Universe, Illuminati. Secret? Another secret? Professor X's face was a little ugly, as the irrelevant person who was pulled into the chat room. Obviously, my own universe will intersect with this 199,999 universe in the future, and secrets mean danger. A danger that could be even more terrifying than Thanos? New York? Somewhere on the roof, Black Widow and Hawkeye glanced at each other, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. They thought resisting aliens was FG sci-fi, but now it seems that this is a trivial matter. This world is far more terrifying than I imagined. Just as countless people were thinking, the light curtain in the sky changed. The screen surrounded by blue flashes dimmed, and golden lightning lit up from the crisscross screen. Number 199,999 Universe, Parallel Timeline, Asgard. Continents floating in the universe, huge amounts of temples. The camera didn't stop until it came to a forest. Looking down from a high altitude, 2 figures can be vaguely seen sitting quietly on the tablecloth, surrounded by various delicacies and juices. Left over. Kang's eyes were full of puzzlement. The time flow should not only have branches. Why do parallel timelines appear? Could it be that there are secrets in the time stream that I have never understood? Chat room. Thor, is this the other me? Why are you sitting on the ground and not exercising? What a waste of my body. Loki, this is a normal person, right? Who knows muscle every day like you? Muscle? Still muscle? On the top floor of the Avengers Tower, Loki at the moment is full of envy. Food, wine, quiet picnic. This is the life a prince should live. Instead of being pulled up and wrestled by a barbarian while resting. But just then, as the camera zooms in, a black-haired girl in a dark green dress appears in the camera. She sits cross-legged on the ground, seemingly meditating. But in the next second, the girl suddenly opened a pair of smart eyes, then sighed a long time, and fell backwards on the grass. So tired, so boring. Who is this him? At this moment, Thor, Loki, and Odin showed confused expressions at the same time. At this moment, the blonde Thor put down the book in his hand, glanced at the girl lightly and said, "You are too slack, Loki." Thor, Loki? Female Loki? Loki, how is this possible? I am an upright man? President Loki, what's all the fuss about a female Loki? I've seen several of them. Shouldn't you be focusing on another point now? Has no one noticed that Thor is actually reading a book? Natasha Romanoff, Universe 199,999. What a strange thing. Female Loki is. Loki, you don't understand human beings. For Thor, all words have hypnotic ability effects, and his brain can't accommodate them at all. Thor, you're slandering me again, sister, I'm just bored. Loki, go, ding. The screen suddenly froze at this moment. The next second, the shocking voice sounded again. Trigger question? May I ask what book Thor Odinson is reading? A. Valkyrie Adventures on Earth. B. Cosmic Gladiator. C. Elementary Level Looney Runes. D. Chronicles of Asgard. Respondents are randomly selected. After the selection, the respondents for this question are Caecilius, Gamera, Loki, Wanda Maximov. Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Top of the Stark building. Hearing that he was selected to answer the question, Loki's eyes lit up. Good guy, isn't this a sub-question? As Thor's brother since he was a child, he can't know what kind of guy this guy is and what he likes. He doesn't care who the other lucky ones are, he doesn't hesitate to answer. Ding! Loki has selected answer A, Valkyrie Earth Adventure. Chat room. Loki, haha, Thor has liked Valkyrie since childhood, and even imagined that he could become one of them. This is definitely the correct answer. Thor, fart? I just respect them, don't talk about it. Sif, 199,999 universe. I just said how Thor likes to read, I didn't expect to let you take advantage of it. Loki, this is wisdom? Inside holy place number 2. Gamera looked disappointed. I didn't expect to lose the opportunity after hesitation. But at this moment Thanos sitting on the throne suddenly said, the Thor in front of me has deep and calm eyes, and he doesn't look like the same fool as before. So, Loki may not be right. Gamera's eyes lit up, and he said, then I should choose that, father. She felt that what Thanos said was very reasonable, and she looked forward to the correct choice from the other party. After all, that reward may be the power to kill the opponent in the future. Thanos thought for a moment and said, the Chronicles of Asgard may look good, in keeping with this Thor's temperament. Gamera nodded. Ding! Gamera has chosen answer D, the Chronicles of Asgard. Camartage. Caecilius regretted thinking too much and being taken over by others. Quickly go through the information observed before and choose the one that seems reliable among the remaining two. Ding! Caecilius chose answer B, Cosmic Gladiator. In his opinion, the Aesir Protoss, who are full of muscles and love to fight, might like this kind of cosmic blood warrior novel. And even if it wasn't right, it couldn't be the elementary level Looney Rune. At this time, ding! Wanda chooses answer C, elementary level Looney Runes. Hearing this choice, many people who knew Thor and his nature couldn't help laughing. Thor learning the Looney Runes? That's more outrageous than giants of Jotunheim's fondness for bathing in lava pools in the Firelands. The lucky one who was selected to answer the question at the end was really unlucky. C is the last remaining answer, and the other party can only choose this. At this moment, everyone quietly waited for the answer result. After all the respondents have chosen, the answers will be announced. The answer to this question is C, elementary level Looney Rune. Congratulations to Wanda for answering correctly. Analyzing rewards. Analysis complete. Reward, break the magic shackles. The top floor of the Stark building. Tony watched as Loki's expression changed from a confident smile. The shocked expression froze. Unbelievable. Then to impotent rage. In the end, his face turned pale with anger, and he kept shouting, liars, all liars. Tony couldn't help shaking his head. Tisk tisk, so pathetic. TVA, Mobius was shocked. He has seen 1,000 Thors. However, read the rune book. Sorry, not mocking, he really didn't see any of them, but I didn't expect to open my eyes today. Asgard. The queen, Frigga, was at a loss. This is his own child, learning Looney Runes by himself? On the witch? This is not wrong, right? One of the Siberian Hydra bases? Wanda was stunned. She didn't even know why she was pulled into the chat room, and then selected to answer the question. In the end, I chose the remaining one, and it turned out to be right. What's the situation? Moreover, after the reward turned into a golden light and fell on her, now she can feel something cold flowing in her body? It's amazing. At this time, the chat room became lively again. Loki, impossible. Absolutely impossible? How could Thor, a simple-minded fellow, read the rune book? This must be fake. Sif, to put it bluntly, it's unbelievable. President Loki, this Thor must be insane. Thor, what's the use of this shit? The other I really can't understand the essence of power. Hela, you really are trash. Asgard. Odin sighed inwardly. It seems that the last trial still hasn't changed Thor's self-confidence. Is it true that this child will not grow until he dies? At this moment, he suddenly wanted to know what the future of Thor who learned Looney's runes would look like. At this time, a new person suddenly spoke in the chat room. Agatha, 199,999 universe. Do you like to quarrel? Didn't anyone notice that missing Wanda reward? Caecilius, just a lucky witch. Frig, no. Breaking the shackles of magic power. This is a situation that only happens to born witches with special and powerful magic power. This should be the most suitable reward for that person. As soon as these words came out, many quick-minded people immediately understood one thing. The analysis reward is probably more powerful than expected, and it is likely that the most suitable reward will be given to those who answer correctly. At this moment, even an existence like Mephisto trembled in his heart. A small town somewhere in Northern Europe? Agatha, the successful witch, narrowed her eyes slightly. That Wanda might be a good food. At this time, the screen that was frozen due to answering the questions began to flow again. P.S. There will not be too many plots when I was a child, and it will end in a few more chapters. The main thing is to compare the storylines of the movies. PS2, don't ask for a monthly ticket, handsome guys and beauties, let's have some flowers. Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. In the oak forest that can survive for thousands of years, Thor looked at the girl still lying on the ground and shook his head slightly, then asked suddenly, "Have you learned the Cassili shapeshifting technique, fire tricks, and weak light manipulation that your mother taught you 10 days ago?" Luoji, who was lying on the ground enjoying herself, suddenly froze, then sat up abruptly and picked up a glass of juice. The girl sips and drinks, and says with a guilty conscience, "That, just, soon." Thor glanced sideways, and said lightly, "Yes, or not." The words were very calm, but Luoji's eyelids twitched, and then her face collapsed and she whispered, "Won't." Thor sighs. Can the simplest flame trick be released with difficulty? Luoji nearly buried her head in her chest, she shook her head and made a little noise. "I won't." Thor: Can weak light manipulation create a little light? Okay, I don't even have an answer this time. Deadpool: ha ha ha, it turned out to be an idiot girl. Loki: 3 spells a week, it's normal if you can't learn them. You don't have common sense about magic. Magician Wong: 199,999 universe. This Loki is really good. Whether it is arcane, magic, or witchcraft, it is not easy to control. The requirements of Thor are too high. Deadpool: So Loki, how long did it take you to learn these 3 spells? Loki: This Thor is also an idiot. He doesn't understand how difficult it is to learn spells. Deadpool: How long have you been using it? Loki: The fire trick is okay, and the Cassiri shapeshifting technique is actually not easy at all. Deadpool: How long have you been using it? Loki: Will you please go away? I don't know you, why answer? Thor: Haha, I know that. Except for the fire trick, Loki doesn't know the other 2 at all. Deadpool: Sigma. In the Stark building, Loki nearly vomited blood. Is there any brother like this? Keep exposing your own shortcoming? He quickly refuted in the chat room. Loki: Correct me? It's not that I didn't learn it, but I didn't learn these 2 spells. This makes a fundamental difference. Loki: Say no more. What qualifications do you have to say about me, a fool who doesn't know any spells? The same is true for the other Thor. Why question Luoji? Deadpool: Someone is in a hurry, I won't say who it is. Loki: Who are you? Dare you come to Asgard? Thor: Brother, have you forgotten that you have now defected? Inside the building, Tony looked at Loki, who was about to vomit blood, with sympathy. This guy's face turns pale, blue, and purple. It's a pity not to be a joker in the circus. But there is one thing to say, it is really difficult to have a brother with a big nerve like Thor. He kind of understood why Loki had fled Asgard. Mottled light spots hit the girl's face, Thor's mouth moved, but he didn't say any serious words after all. He sighed inwardly, and then said loudly, "Sit up straight." Luoji trembled suddenly, then sat up straight suddenly. Her small face was full of tension, as if she was waiting for training. But in the next second, she heard her eldest brother's tone soften. "Tell me, I don't understand these 3 spells." Thor asked seriously. Luoji's tense heart immediately relaxed, and then said embarrassingly, "That. Actually, I don't understand the 3 of them very well. I forgot some spellcasting principles the next day after my mother taught me." There was an imperceptible twitch on Thor's face, and then he said expressionlessly, "Then I'll start from the first shapeshifting and cover it up for you again." As he spoke, he stretched out his right hand and flicked lightly, and suddenly a faint thunder burst from his fingertips and hit an acorn. The next second, a strange scene appeared. The fruit quickly deformed, and then turned into a squirrel and quickly climbed to the side oak tree, very agile. Thor: See, I can also learn spells. Loki: I must be under an illusion. Magician Wong: Such an exquisite spellcasting, no traces can be seen. Fandral, warrior of Asgard, universe 199,999. Father Odin: This is even more unbelievable than Loki lifting Mjolnir. It wasn't just him at this moment, everyone in Asgard opened their mouths. But that's not all. The next second Thor stretched out his hand, and the squirrel exploded, turning into miniature fireworks that exploded. For a while, the forest seemed to be as wonderful and beautiful as a dream, and Luoji's eyes were blurred. Until more than 10 seconds passed, Luoji was awakened suddenly by Thor's mouth. "Don't be in a daze. Pay attention to the elementary light manipulation spell below, and perceive how I use my divine power. Know that it is the key to phantom magic in the future. If you can't learn the 3 advanced spells of light manipulation, elementary, middle, and advanced, your phantom magic will be very weak in the future, and you can only change yourself instead of creating an illusion comparable to Asgard. The 2 are so different." Speaking, Thor spread out his palms, the surrounding lights and shadows began to flicker in an instant, and the surrounding scene became distorted. Asgard? Odin's one eye widened, completely shocked by Thor's 3 spells at this moment. Is this still my son who is full of muscles? It's unbelievable. P.S. Guys, let's order some flowers and comments, thank you. Hela's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Under the oak forest, Luoji looked at the changing and flickering scenes around her with a dull expression. If she remembers correctly, Thor listened to his mother's teaching with himself. As a result, I almost forgot all the steps of casting spells after 10 days, but the other party completely controlled these 3 spells. Although based on past experience, Thor can always learn various powers, but now it seems to be getting more and more outrageous. Monster. Luoji complained in her heart, and then began to carefully observe the transformation of energy. Chat room. King Dwarf, I didn't expect Prince Thor to have such a powerful ability to cast spells. He is worthy of the Aesir Protoss. Magician Wang, learn these 3 spells within 10 days, this ability is also top-notch in Camartage. Mephisto, tisk tisk, Odin, you have given birth to a good son. Would you like to trade some hell magic with me? I can give you a 30% discount. Frigg, despicable devil, the soul of those who use your spells may no longer belong to them? Mephisto, it's too outsider, that's someone else. With such a good relationship, how could I charge Prince Thor's interest? Sif, humph. As an Asgardian of the 9 realms, do you think we Asgard will lack spells? What a stupid devil. Mephisto, no shortage? Except for the rags Frigga brought from the witch forest. Do you think there are really many powerful high-level secrets and spells in Asgard? Some bald girl doesn't allow that stuff to come out of Camartage. Ancient One, so the dignified Lord of Hell also likes to hear rumors? Odin God King never cared about collecting arcana and spells, because Asgard's runes of Luni are also very powerful. Besides, if Mr. Thor wants to come to Camartage to learn his spells, I welcome it. Dormammu, oh, hypocrisy? In reality, Thor saw so many people arguing about himself, his brows were filled with joy. He likes this feeling of being the protagonist, which is great. But the next second, Loki, I laughed so hard, are you guys doing something wrong? It's that Thor of the Golden Thunder who has the ability, not my stupid brother. The Luni runes were written on parchment, and he couldn't even read them anyway. As soon as these words came out, the chat room was completely silent. Everyone who just talked about it had an idea at the same time. It seems like this. While on the coast, Thor also froze for a moment, and muttered to himself with a confused look. I was slapped in the face by me. No, isn't that Thor? But I'm Thor too. Hiss, my head is so itchy. Under the tree, Thor patiently and carefully taught Luoji again, and Thor picked up the elementary level Luni rune again. From a certain point of view, the Luni rune is the root of Asgard. Although it is obviously more difficult than learning spells, he feels that as the eldest prince of Asgard, he must learn it. When he grows up, he will share the pressure for his father. And Luoji's ability is in a mess, so it should be hopeless. Off-screen, waves rose in Odin's heart. That Thor in another timeline could have this thought moved him deeply. At the same time, it also made him feel envious involuntarily. He didn't ask Thor to have such a powerful learning ability, it is Asgard's blessing to have this kind of thought. Inside the Stark mansion, Loki's face twitched. What his ability is a mess, who is mapped? Also share the pressure for the father? Isn't it the spell ability? But the combat power may not be as powerful as Thor, the brawler who is full of muscles. When he quelled the 9 Realms rebellion, he had seen Thor hammer a spellcaster. What shields and spells are completely worthless. Being close is death. Although this freak Thor has good spellcasting ability, he gave up his divine body. Loki sneered a little. In his opinion, this is also stupid. Night. After eating, Thor meditated for an hour before leaving the palace where he lived. He follows the Bifrost and comes to Heimdall. The sword-wielding warrior opens his eyes. There is no unnecessary communication at all. Heimdall has become accustomed to it. The next second he turned the long sword in his hand, and Bifrost immediately activated. Suddenly, a burst of colorful energy engulfs Thor and shuttles rapidly through the universe, approaching a huge and desolate planet far away. Tony looked puzzled. Without J.A.R.V.I.S analysis, he could tell at a glance that it was a lifeless planet. And there are several huge amounts of plagues on it. There is no doubt that it is a terrible storm. Coupled with the volume of the planet that is several times larger than Jupiter, the gravity is probably 10 times that of the Earth. He doesn't understand why Thor has to go to this kind of death. At this moment, it's not just Tony who has this question. Almost all the viewers outside the light screen don't understand what Thor is going to do. Loki sneered. He thought that this Thor must have some dark secret. Otherwise, why come to such a bad planet? Next moment. Boom! Rainbow ball pierces through the terrifying storm and descends on the dry land. Thor came out from inside. He completely ignored the terrifying hurricane and the terrible gravity, and walked in one direction with a blank face, until he came to a huge boulder, and then showed a satisfied smile. This file size is just right. The next second, Thor hugged the corners of the boulder tightly with both arms, and directly lifted the boulder up. Then, he held up the boulder like this, and began to exercise on this planet full of hurricanes and 10 times heavier than Asgard's gravity. Off-screen, Loki opened his mouth wide, eyes full of shock. At this moment, there is only one thought in his mind. That is, AFK. This works too. Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Loki stared at the scene in shock. Fortunately, he thought that the other party was an idiot obsessed with casting spells before, but he was slapped in the face when he turned around. He never expected that this Thor, who has top-level spellcasting ability, would be so terrifying to exercise. No, it should be said that he is really cruel to himself. Terrifying hurricane, more than 10 times the gravity, and holding boulders, not to mention that you can't breathe on this kind of planet, you can only use divine power to maintain it. This is just crazy. Chat room. Drax, Universe 199,999 ha ha ha, this is the real man. Hela, yes, this Thor is interesting. Thor, my blood boils watching it, if only I could have thought of that in the first place. Loki, do you have that brain? Thor, I just don't want to think about it. Tony Stark, I believe it. Thor, you still understand me. Tony. Sif, Thor's childhood training was also very hard, not much easier than this extreme method. In Asgard, Sif quickly changed the subject, trying to skip this passage. Her method works. Caecilius, the physique of the Aesir Protoss is really unique, and other races do not have the opportunity to train like this. Steve Rogers, no, it's not just physical strength. In my opinion this Thor's will is even more amazing. Collector, the void exactly? Exercise in such a harsh environment, even with the physique of the Aesir Protoss, at such an immature age, I am afraid that if he relaxes, he may be injured. Odin, I offer 1 billion common currency to buy Thor's body after death. Although not in the same timeline, it is still a body worthy of collection. Thor, I refuse, it sounds too perverted. Father, if I die, you must remember to bury me under the world tree and don't sell it to him. Asgard. Odin's forehead twitched. Not to mention that your father seems to care about money so much. You said where you buried yourself, not waiting for others to dig your grave. He felt that he should give Thor another trial, this time to exercise his IQ. Day after day, more than a year has passed. Thor sometimes learns the Looney runes during the day, and sometimes learns to fight with Heimdall. Definitely, sometimes I will also teach the stupid Luoji by the way. As for the night, he will go to that planet to train his body to the limit every day without any doubt. Perhaps because of the need to use divine power to resist the environment, his body is not that exaggerated muscular type, but the lines are more obvious. Another day, Thor returns to the palace where he lives in the middle of the night, and he usually meditates in the second half of the night. It's not to exercise magic power, but to feel the divine power in the body. That is a power far higher than magic power, and it can also be used to cast spells. But just as he stepped into the garden, there was a whimpering sound not far away, and then a small emerald green snake swam out from the flowers. Thor's eyes light up, as if attracted by this beautiful little snake. Thor, I bet that's what Rocky becomes. Mobius, that's right. Loki loves to play tricks no matter what timeline he's in. Loki, I'm looking forward to the next scene. In the garden, Thor stretches out his hand to catch the little snake with a smile. But the moment he touched the little snake, the other party suddenly turned into a green phantom and disappeared. At the same time, a crisp voice sounded behind Thor. Hey, brother, you have been tricked by me. Caecily shape-shifting technique. Change for me. Luoji, who was wearing a dark green cloak, reached out and pushed forward, and suddenly a dark green magic ball hit Thor's body. The next second, Thor's body collapsed quickly, and the clothes fell directly to the ground without support. Luoji bends down and holds a frog under the clothes in her hand with a smile. She raised her palm, looked at the frog's eyes with a pair of smart eyes, and smiled triumphantly. How about it, Thor? I didn't expect me to master the phantom magic so quickly. I won today. Loki, well done. Sure enough, Thor is an idiot, and he can't see through the disguise at all. Thor, beautiful indeed, much more elegant than you who just poke around. But having said that, Thor feels much lighter inside. Everyone is Thor, and the opponent's picture is so good in just 10 minutes, which puts him under a lot of pressure. Now seeing that the other party was deceived just like him, the pressure suddenly became much less. Caecilius, I'm still too young. I have strength but no experience. I'm afraid I will suffer a lot in the future. Magician Wong, don't say that. Who would have thought that their own home would be in danger? Like us Camartage, do you guard your fellows? Besides, this is just a joke between brothers and sisters, you are making too much of a fuss. Off the screen, Caecilius snorted coldly, with a gloomy face, and did not choose to continue talking in the chat room. New York Bund. Watching the conversation in the chat room, Thor frowned. Is there something wrong with this Caecilius? It's really annoying to meddle in his own family affairs. This swept away his relaxed mood just now. And just then, a calm voice suddenly came from behind Luoji. Luoji, have you really succeeded? Thor, who was frowning outside the screen, suddenly widened his eyes, showing surprise. This is another own voice? Luoji's body suddenly becomes stiff. She turned around slowly, and found that Thor was standing behind her, looking at her calmly. How can this be? The girl couldn't help but took a few steps back. Her face was full of disbelief. I obviously turned you into a frog. As she spoke, she raised her palm, trying to prove that she really succeeded. However, at this moment, the frog turned into a green phantom and disappeared with a pop. Looking at Luoji's astonished expression, Thor said lightly, your phantom magic is full of loopholes, why are you so confident? I can't see it. I said before, if you don't master light manipulation first, you don't want to use phantom magic well. Luoji said with a stubborn face, even if my phantom magic is average, but my shape-shifting magic hit you, otherwise how would you know that I'm going to turn you into a frog? Thor looked at the girl mercilessly with the eyes of a fool, and said speechlessly, did you forget? Shape-shifting will only turn you into a frog. Thor, haha, Loki, the other you are an idiot too. Loki, yes, it's not like another you, that's 100 times better than the original, what a good brother. Thor, well, let's watch the screen, don't disturb the others in the chat room. Loki, Luoji's expression of dissatisfaction suddenly became awkward. Ah, is that so? Hey, it should be because I haven't slept well these days, and my memory is a bit poor. Oh, suddenly I remembered, I forgot to say good night to my mother, good night to my brother, I have to go first. Speaking of which, Luoji is about to run away. But in the next second, before she could take a few steps, she was hit on the back by a golden magic ball, and then turned into a green frog and fell to the ground with a croak. Then the frog seemed furious, and gave Thor a quack quack quack, as if he was complaining about something. Thor sneers. Take the frog back to the bedroom and put it in a glass jar. Just stay inside tonight, you? Love my sister, impossible. Frig, this kid, Luoji, seems to be just as naughty as the ones here. It's really nice to have such a big brother in charge. Mephisto, one was stabbed in the waist by Loki, and the other locked Loki in a glass tube. Tisk tisk, let's judge. But it doesn't matter. Thor, do you want to learn hell spells? It's very simple. As for your concern about the soul, I can clearly sign a contract that you cannot do that. Odin, boring bewitchment, you underestimate Thor too. Thor, father don't worry, I'll just take him for a fart. In hell, Mephitos was not only not angry when he heard such an answer, but showed a weird smile. As the top hunter who plays with people's hearts, he just wants to plant a seed. At this time, the intertwined light curtain of golden thunder in the sky dimmed. The light surrounded by blue thunder lights up. Everyone immediately understood that this was returning to the original Thor. Dozens of days have passed since Loki stabbed his kidney, and Thor's injury has already fully healed. At this moment, Odin summons the two to the Asgard treasury. In front of the ice-blue casket of ancient winters, Odin told the story of the war with the giants of Jotunheim more than 10 years ago. He looked at his two sons and talked eloquently. After the defeat of the giants of Jotunheim in Norway, we became myths and legends to humans. But don't forget, God's domain brought peace to the entire universe. High Priest Agatha, it turns out that King Odin thought that the giants of Jotunheim could invade the entire universe. Ronan the Accuser, a low-level civilization that can't even get out of the planet, the Kree Empire can kill them 10 times with a backhand. Mephisto, then you underestimated the giants of Jotunheim. Their casket of ancient winters is the top treasure in the universe, which can easily freeze a planet. Dormammu, tisk tisk, Mephisto, you are still as sinister as ever, so I am afraid that someone will covet this treasure. Mephisto, I didn't say, don't frame me. Odin, it's really a low-level method. I didn't look at the identity displayed in the chat room, I thought I had encountered a low-level lemur trying to deceive people. Deadpool, the bosses speak nicely, let's add a little more. Wolverine's grave. Deadpool found that just after he finished speaking, there was no movement in the chat room, and he was suddenly annoyed. Damn, who do you look down on? 30 years west of the Rhine, 30 years east of the Rhine? When I hug the thigh of the big sister of death again, let this group of people call daddy? At this time, inside the treasure house. After talking about this history, Odin looked at the two with deep eyes and said, in the future, one of you will take my place to defend peace one day. At this moment Loki suddenly asked, are those giants of Jotunheim still alive? Without waiting for Odin to speak, Thor on the side rushed to say, if I were the king, I would catch all those monsters and kill them all, just like you, father. After speaking, he looked at Odin expectantly, hoping to be praised and recognized. However, Odin did not answer, but looked back and forth at the two teenagers with different expressions. After a few breaths, he suddenly said, a wise king never initiates a fight, but he is always ready to fight. Thor suddenly excitedly said, I am ready. P.S. I don't have a single evaluation ticket, please reward me if you see this. Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Dimensional fragments. Hela in the seal looked at Thor's excited face, and the anger in her heart erupted like a volcano. Once upon a time, I was so excited under the words of that man. But what about the result? Hela, never worry, this is really a big joke. Odin, you vile hypocrite? Seeing Yoon, the tone of these words sounds like he wants to kill his father. 199,999 universe Asgard people are really rubbish. Ebony Maw, such sharp words. It seems that the family conflicts of the Lord of the Nine Realms are far more intense than what outsiders have seen. He said this under the instruction of Thanos, and deliberately bit the accent on the Lord of the Nine Worlds. Thanos' idea is also very simple. The messy Asgard is, the easier it is for him to get infinite gems. After all, those two guys, Odin and Ancient One, are a real problem? Deadpool, I think I smell 8, yuck, it smells like a secret. Frig, Hela, you have contributed a lot to the stability of the Nine Realms. But, if you still want to come out, you better keep your mouth shut. Inside the Avengers building, Loki has a startled look on his face. It was the first time he saw his gentle mother say such words. But he understood in an instant that this must be a secret that would shake the Nine Realms, otherwise, with his mother's character, he would never say such a thing. Hela, deadline? Frig, 100 years. You should understand how merciful this is. Hela, do I need to thank you? Sakaar? Valkyrie. There was a deep contempt in Valkyrie's eyes, but she chose not to tell that history. Not to defend Odin, but she never wanted to be involved in that family mess again. As for Thor in the picture, she sneered. as expected of the son of Odin, who looks just like his sister and is just a piece of trash who only knows how to kill? At this time, the screen surrounded by blue lightning dimmed. The golden thunder screen lights up. In the Asgard treasure house, Odin summoned his two sons to the casket of ancient winters, and slowly told the history. However, when he said we have become legends and myths, Thor suddenly asked, "Why is this happening, father?" Loki on the side looked dazed, not understanding why Thor asked like this. The Asgard warriors left Norway after defeating the giants of Jotunheim. As time went by, the humans there naturally regarded Asgard as a myth. Is Thor's brain broken today? I can't even figure it out. Many Asgardians outside the screen were also puzzled, not understanding that this Thor would have such doubts. Odin replied calmly, "Why do you ask that, Thor?" The blonde boy frowned slightly and said, "Vanaheim, Jalfheim, Nidavel. Except for the countries that are hostile to us, there are Asgard warriors guarding them. Although we helped Midgard defeat the giants of Jotunheim, the humans there are weak, and there is no guarantee that they will not be invaded by other races in the future. The 9 realms are only connected by the world tree, but there are more than 9 realms in the universe." Luoji on the side opened her small mouth slightly, looking shocked. In her heart, there has never been the concept of anyone daring to invade the world guarded by Asgard. And isn't the world on the world tree the whole world? How do you hear Thor mean that there are many worlds besides this? Odin has a hint of appreciation in his eyes when he hears this. Although he wanted to hide this secret, Thor was able to keenly sense that something was wrong, which made him even happier. Inside the Stark building, Tony Stark looked at Loki, who was shocked again, and said, "Is your Asgard a cosmic agent organization? Why are there so many secrets?" Loki couldn't help being embarrassed, but immediately pretended to be disdainful and said, "That's a powerful performance." Tony smiled dismissively. "Don't act like Thor." Loki was furious. "Who is this earthling insulting? You step back." Odin looks up slightly, and orders the surrounding Asgard guards to leave. At this time, he looked at his daughter again and said, "And Luoji, you go down too, you are not fit to know this secret." The girl's eyes showed a hint of unwillingness, but she still didn't dare to contradict her father, and left with an unhappy expression. Thor frowned slightly, and directly expressed his thoughts. "Father, this is not good. Luoji's character is inherently sensitive, so there will be a gap. You should let her listen." Off-screen, Loki's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, he suddenly envied his other self. At least the brother there knows himself and cares about himself. "I definitely know my daughter's temperament." Odin shook his head slightly, then said meaningfully, "But because of this, I can't tell him about it. Because sometimes taking the initiative to break in and knowing the break-in are two different things." After hearing this explanation, Thor didn't continue to refute, waiting for his father to tell the secret. At this moment Odin suddenly sighed and looked out the window. There is Midgard, which is the direction of the earth. After a few seconds, he turned his head, looked at Thor with deep eyes, and slowly spoke the truth. Actually back then, Asgard's army did not voluntarily withdraw from Midgard. Hela's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. As soon as these words came out, countless observers who knew the existence of Asgard showed puzzled eyes. And in the sealed dimension fragments, Hela thought of something, and then showed a mocking sneer. She thought she should have guessed the answer. "Didn't you take the initiative to leave?" Why? Thor was even more puzzled when he heard this answer. At this moment, the screen suddenly stopped. In the next second, the shocking voice appeared again. Trigger question. "Excuse me, why did Odin leave the Earth with the army instead of choosing to rule?" A. He is too old, his divine power has declined, and he is no longer suitable for ruling more planets. B. There was a crisis within Asgard at that time. C. Because of a woman. D. He discovered that there are more terrifying problems inside the Earth. When the fourth option came out, all the Eternal Clansmen were shocked at the same time. Ding! Respondents are randomly selected. After the selection, the respondents for this question are Ronan the Accuser, Talos the Skrull General, Groot, the descendant of the Colossus clan, Loki. Chat room. Collector, what a beautiful day. I didn't expect there to be survivors of the exterminated Flora Colossus family. I will offer a bounty of 10 million common currency to buy the last Flora Colossus family. Also remember, I want to live. If anyone kills it, I will also offer a reward for its pursuit. Quill, 199,999 universe. How, I'll take over this job. Yondu, Quill, you're there? Come back to the spaceship for me, or it won't be so simple when I catch you. Quill, bumpy. Red light star. Rocket comforted and patted Groot, who was several times taller than himself. He never expected that a lucky opportunity to answer a question would bring disaster. He may be powerless against the terrifying collector. However, if anyone dares to take away his family, then he has to ask whether the blaster in his hand agrees. Inside the Stark building, Loki smiled excitedly at first, but then frowned again. Although there is an opportunity, it is still very difficult to answer correctly. First he ruled out answer C. Because of a woman? This is outrageous. Odin is not lustful, and even if he wants to marry another, his mother may not object. This must be the wrong answer. After thinking about it, he ruled out the answer A again. As the Prince of Asgard, he knows some secrets. The Aesir Protoss is not like other races. As the body ages, its strength will decline. Quite the opposite, the Aesir Protoss are getting stronger with age. Odin, who is about to die of old age, can definitely beat himself in 5 prime years. Therefore, A, like C, is definitely a wrong answer. Finally, he thought for a while and ruled out B. He really didn't know if there was one. But in contrast, he is more inclined to choose D. There is a big problem of terror in the earth. This one also looks the most reasonable. After thinking about it in his heart, Loki quickly answered, ding. Loki chooses answer D. Hela, a little clever, but not much. Loki, what do you mean? Do you know the truth? Ronan, tell the truth you know, and I can promise you a request. Hela, a stupid person like you can still get the title. Is the current galaxy in power? Ronan, woman, I will let you know what happens when you PS me off. Deadpool, come on, you're really stupid. You never thought that as soon as Hela said it, other people would know about it, and you would choose a hammer. Carol, Universe 199,999 Ronan, you don't seem to have grown much after all these years. Ronan, Kree traitor, you won't be arrogant for long? Carol, sure, you wouldn't have dared to say that 17 years ago. Ding, Ronan the accuser chooses answer B. In the space battleship, Ronan showed confidence in his eyes. He doesn't need the answer from that BCH at all. In his opinion, except for the great Kree Empire ruled by supreme wisdom, no country can escape internal troubles. So B must be correct. After getting this reward, it will definitely be easier to find power gems. When the time comes, I must take that traitorous BCH with broken limbs and bring her back. Ding, Taros chooses answer A. Ding, Groot chooses answer C. After all the respondents have chosen, the answers will be announced. The answer to this question is C because of a woman. As soon as the correct answer came out, countless people's jaws dropped. Odin left the earth because of a woman. Is this him? Even a third-rate cosmic novel can't write such a plot. Thor is even more confused. Did father find himself a stepmother on earth? But at this moment, the eternal people on earth let out a long sigh of relief. It was a false alarm. How could Odin discover the secret of the celestial group? Analyzing rewards. Analysis complete. Reward, ancestral bloodline. Collector, increase the bounty to 300 million. Quill, damn it, don't you have to worry about it for the rest of your life after this vote is done. Gamera, stupid looter, guess why the collector raised the bounty so many times? Quill, isn't it the return of the blood to the ancestors, becoming a 100% pure Flora Colossus family, which means it is even rarer. This analysis makes little sense to me. Yondu, I really should get you back, or you'll embarrass me. Quill, Yondu, when did you learn to be yin and yang? Yes. Yondu, stupid. That Groot has become stronger because of his blood returning to his ancestors. You are looking for death. Do you think the words Colossus of Flora are an exaggeration? Quill. Inside the Stark building. Looking at the conversation in the chat room, Loki was almost going crazy with jealousy. He didn't expect the correct answer to be missed by a tree man. Such a reward? If it was me, I would go back to my ancestors and become the oldest giants of Jotunheim, so I wouldn't need to flirt with Thanos. He hammered the ground hard. Hateful? How could the answer be a woman? He refuses to accept it. At this moment, the picture began to flow again. Odin's eyes flickered unnoticed, as if recalling something bad. After a while, he sighed a long time, and said helplessly, because of a woman. Thor frowned. Such an answer was completely unexpected. However, he doesn't think it's a love affair. Then asked again, who is she? Odin's eyes became a little fierce, and he slowly said a name. Her name is Ancient One, also the owner of Kamartaj, the current Sorcerer Supreme. Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Hell. Hearing Odin's answer, Mephisto narrowed his eyes slightly. The next second he showed a ferocious smile. He originally thought that the two were an alliance, but now it seems that the relationship between Asgard and the Earth is also very delicate. It was a pleasant surprise. Kamartaj. All the secret magicians all showed surprised eyes at this moment. Odin actually retreated because of the Ancient One magician? Meditation room. Caecilius looked incredible, although he knows that Ancient One is powerful. But, Odin is the god king of Asgard? Once the gun of eternity is released, it will definitely hit the enemy? Impossible? Caecilius roared inwardly, absolutely not believing that Ancient One could defeat Odin. There must be more secrets in it. Maybe the two reached some agreement? Otherwise, the chance of success of my plan is absolutely zero. He couldn't accept that possibility. Chat room. Surti, Kamartaj, Ancient One? Haha, I didn't expect Odin to be afraid of a Midgard female magician. It seems that the day when I destroy Asgard is coming soon. Ebony Maw, tisk tisk. I didn't expect the famous Odin God King to be afraid of an Earth magician. I'm a little disappointed. Talos, Dark Titan, your subordinates are too low level. This behavior seems a bit mentally retarded. Thor, father, is this true? Before he could answer, Odin in the picture had already spoken. After Asgard defeated the giants of Jotunheim back then, I wanted to take advantage of the trend and arrange the soldiers to stay on Earth to protect them. After all, because of the existence of the World Tree, the 9 realms are connected with each other through a special gap. Maybe there will be monsters from the Flame Kingdom and higher Hades accidentally coming to Midgard. And according to the records, Kamartaj is only responsible for maintaining the mysterious threat from the real world to other dimensions. But Odin paused, sighed. I didn't expect that Midgard's Sorcerer Supreme would not allow it. Thor didn't care about the beautification in his father's words, he just said curiously. Did you fight that Sorcerer Supreme? There is only his own son here, Odin said without hesitation. I fought with Ancient One in the Norwegian Sea. At first, I thought this would be an easy battle. According to past experience, the caster's protective magic was restrained by Gungnir. But I didn't expect. Odin's eyes showed the color of memory, and he sighed. Ancient One's secret technique not only comes from Mephisto in various dimensions, but what's even more bizarre is that her mana is constantly flowing and you can't see the end. Combined with her mirror image spell, although it cannot completely defend against Gungnir, it can greatly weaken the strength. So you lost? Thor couldn't help asking. Odin shakes his head. That's not true. After all, it's not a battle to the death. Working hard will only make others take advantage. Ancient One and I know that well. Dark Dimension. Dormammu's head was shaking with flames, and his mood was very disturbed. Maid? All the constantly mana was stolen from me? And those powerful secret techniques? He heard that this woman went whoring all kinds of things for nothing, and she didn't pay the price at all. She was simply a devil? However, he did not reveal these secrets in the chat room. He is a majestic master of the Dark Dimension, unlike Mephisto, he still needs face. At this moment, the corner of Odin's mouth twitched, and his tone became a little strange. Thor, you must also remember that in the future, you must not make enemies with Sorcerer Supreme. Every Sorcerer Supreme controls the Time Gem, which is simply the most difficult existence in the universe to kill. More importantly, I suspect that they may be able to peek into the future. Thor looks puzzled. Why do you say that, father? Odin once again clearly recalled the events of the year, frowning and saying, because I asked her back then, why not let Asgard guards guard Midgard? After all, Kamartaj's duty is to prevent other dimensions from invading. And her answer is, for the future. TVA? Mobius looked at the female judge and asked, this. Did the Ancient One ever create a branch of time? The female judge glanced at Mobius faintly. Are you going to catch her, or am I going to catch her? Mobius smiled sarcastically and said, then you can't watch her tamper with the sacred timeline. The female judge sighed. Although I don't know why, she didn't actually create a time branch. Mobius's smile froze instantly, his eyes filled with shock. This is even scarier. Okay, Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Holy place number 2. Thanos' purple face is extremely gloomy at this moment. I estimated wrong. He calculated the strength of Ancient One based on the former Sorcerer Supreme record recorded by Titan Star. But if Odin is not lying, the power of Ancient One is much higher than he thought. What makes him even more uncomfortable is, he had sent Loki to Earth with the Mind Gem, and the Chitauri army had invaded. The gem may well have fallen into the hands of the Ancient One. Mind, space, time, trouble, but Thanos was not discouraged. He has experienced several desperate situations in his life, and this is not the worst one. And now there's reality, power, and the soul gem out there. Just get the first 2 gems and the tables turn. After all, reality plus power is the most powerful combination among all infinite gems. History Stark Mansion? Loki's face turned pale in an instant, terrified in his heart. Ancient One? Sorcerer Supreme? Father can't beat it either. Who can tell him why the world has become like this? Shouldn't the Earth be a barren place? At this moment, Loki felt extremely regretful. Why didn't Thor in his own world discover the abnormality back then? If this is the Thor on the opposite side, I will definitely know the horror of the Earth. Also invade the Earth to become king? He wouldn't dare to give him to Thanos as courage? Do not care. He made a quick decision in his heart. As soon as the video is over, he turns back immediately. Chat room. Thor, haha, I knew my father would not lose. Tony Stark, I really envy you can live so happily. Deadpool, bro Thor, honestly I can't wait to be your brother. Thor, see, Loki, only you feel bad about me all day long? Loki, idiot, I won't be surprised if you lose your hammer someday. I beg you to learn from another self. It is also the father who tells the history, and people can discover the hidden secrets. Thor, you seem to have a lot of grievances, but you didn't realize it. Loki froze off screen. Why is this Thor not stupid anymore? He just beat me up, right? Boom. The golden thunder intertwined screen dimmed again, and the blue thunder lighted up again. It is still the treasure house of Asgard. Odin takes Thor and Loki's hand and laughs. Only one of you can ascend to the throne. But, you two are destined to be kings. As his voice fell, time began to move forward rapidly. The 2 immature teenagers are also starting to grow up. Thor is training hard every day, honing his fighting ability, without any relaxation, and gradually growing into a fighter. Loki learns magic from Queen Frigga. But he doesn't care much, the only thing he is good at is phantom magic. Definitely, as the Prince of Asgard, he also needs to learn melee combat with Heimdall from time to time. In the blink of an eye, the 2 have reached the age of adulthood. On this day, Asgard shines brightly in the universe, and the world tree is fully revealed under the urging of Odin's divine power. Looking from the universe, Asgard looks even more shocking, and in God's domain. At the moment fairies are flying in the sky, and the spirits of light in Alfheim keep dropping flower petals, flags are flying on the ground, and the temple of huge amounts of Odin is full of people from Asgard, as well as envoys from some countries in the 9 realms. Today, it's the day when the 2 princes conferred the gods. Deadpool, this, Thor, you are my half-brother, whoever scolds you, I will fight him. Thor, oh, you don't have to, I'm a guy who likes to make friends. Deadpool, let me ask one more question, do you like to spend money on your friends? Quill, dude, your interstellar map is too short, I can see the handle of the gun. By the way, let me also ask by the way, Thor, do you still lack friends? Thor, haha, definitely missing. Quill, so do you really like spending money on your friends? Thor. Inside the Stark building, Tony shook his head and stopped paying attention to the conversation of some fools in the chat room. He turned to look at Loki and asked doubtfully, Asgard is so brilliant, why should you stare at what you consider to be a barren earth? What can't be enjoyed by being a second prince? However, after he finished asking, he found that Loki's face was even worse. But Tony realized right away that it wasn't necessarily because of what he said. Because Loki from at the moment is gritting his teeth and staring at the screen. Boom! As the spear of eternity hits the ground, a golden thunderbolt shines brightly above Asgard. The temple also became quiet. At this moment, everyone looked at God King Odin with fanatical eyes. On the altar, Odin nodded slightly, the divine power spread like a wave, and he didn't say loudly until a few seconds later. Mjolnir. Boom! In an instant, there was another violent thunder. The next moment, the blue thunder in the sky erupted, and a bucket-thick lightning fell in front of Odin, and then turned into a silver-gray hammer. A large number of sophisticated loony runes flash on it. It is Mjolnir. That is, at the moment, Odin looked at his people and messengers, and made a majestic voice. Today, my twins, whoever lifts Mjolnir is Thor. Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chat room. Secret guest, interesting, I actually had the opportunity to meet God Chosen once. This comparison is really a miracle. Tony Stark, God's Chosen? According to the Nordic mythology, shouldn't it be the world tree that gave birth to the godhead, and then you become gods? Sif, that's just a myth. Fandral, you have to distinguish reality, people of Midgard, only the great god King Odin can directly confer gods on others. Vistag, the father of God is in charge of all divine powers. Lunakongsu, 199,999 universe tisk tisk, what a big tone. Odin's method of training his subordinates is really powerful, why not go to the god realm of Thebes to become the god lord? Off-screen he didn't say a word. It would be great if this group of people had their brains out. He didn't care what the Asgardian warrior said, he just wanted to be angry. Thor, Luna? What kind of god is this? I remember your absence from the pantheon. Zeus, haha, Thor, you are too young to know. The god realm of Thebes has long been expelled from the dimension below reality by the first sorcerer supreme, Agamotto. The sun god Ra was beaten into a hypnotic sleep, and it is estimated that there is enough chaos in it now. These Egyptian gods belonged to the group of gods who got along the worst. If I were this Luna, I would be embarrassed to talk in the chat room. Kong So, at least it is more shameful than the unclean god who keeps seeds everywhere. Zeus, you are not even a god. Kong So, you forget it. It's ridiculous, why don't you ask the dimension Mephistos if you count? Off-screen. Seeing that Zeus was not replying, Kongsa sneered and said nothing more. S.H.I.E.L. Nick Fury was numb looking at the screen in the chat room. Before that, he thought that the so-called gods of Asgard were just stronger aliens. But what's going on now? It is also true that the Greek and Egyptian gods belong to him, and according to what Zeus said, the Egyptian gods were on the earth before, and the even scarier sounding dimension Mephisto, and the sorcerer supreme, who banishes gods and monitors dimensions? Damn fuck, what happened to the ancient earth is far from what is written in the history books. Siberia? Somewhere in an abandoned power station. Grave, the Skrull who has already started preparing for the rebellion, is sweating profusely at the moment. The composition of the Earth is too complex, not to mention occupation. At the moment he wanted to escape the planet with the Skrulls. What are the Kree in comparison? By the beach, Thor scratches his head in bewilderment. By the way, isn't it my ritual of becoming a god? Why did everyone start scolding again after chatting? It really doesn't give me any face. But it doesn't matter, immediately my heroic demeanor will appear in front of everyone. Boom! Two huge metal gates tens of meters high opened, making a loud bang. Thor and Loki walked out from the inside, walked left and right along the golden staircase to the altar amidst the cheers of the crowd. Soon, the two came to stand in front of Mjolnir at the same time. Thor smiled confidently, and said, Loki, you are too weak and unruly, the position of Thor is not suitable for you. Be honest and wait for your father to grant you other priesthood. Loki maintained an elegant smile, and said gently, I am indeed not as good as my eldest brother, but who can say for sure about fate? He definitely wants to try. That's Thor? It is the most powerful priesthood in Asgard besides the father of god Odin? Thor is not worried, in his eyes even 100 Loki cannot lift Mjolnir. Soon, as Odin oscillated the eternal spear again, the metal ground of the altar suddenly had a rune of Luni lit up, making it indestructible. Odin looked back and forth at the two sons, and said, "Loki first." Hearing this, Loki's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Thor didn't care. "I'm starting, father." After Loki finished speaking, suppressing the impatience in his heart, he calmly walked in front of Mjolnir, then knelt down on one knee, holding the cold handle of the hammer with both hands. The next second, he took a deep breath, mobilized his whole body strength and magic power, and pulled it up. In an instant, huge amounts of power burst out. But Mjolnir didn't move at all, but Loki snorted, almost dying. However, he was not discouraged. The scene in front of him was within his expectations. The next second, green Luni runes light up on Loki's two wrists, and that represents power. The trial of Mjolnir did not happen suddenly, he definitely had already prepared for it. He paid a lot of money for these dozen one-time Luni runes to be enchanted for him. As for whether this counts as cheating, Loki thinks it doesn't matter. As long as Mjolnir can be lifted, under the witness of so many people, he is Thor, and Odin cannot deprive him of his divine position. As for failure, if it's a big deal, you will be scolded, and you will be locked up for more. It doesn't matter. Thor, Loki, you cheated back then? Tony Stark, so you didn't realize it was so close? Loki, what do you think he can read those Luni runes? Thor, I just wasn't paying attention. Tony, I believe it again. At this time, under the blessing of the power rune, Loki is Mana again, and this time, boom, the altar made a slight roar, and trembled for a moment. Thor's expression changed suddenly, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. He couldn't understand how Loki possessed such great power, and his 100% confidence suddenly panicked. But immediately he was relieved again. He saw Loki's smothered blushing, but there was no reaction except for the altar shaking at first. 10 seconds later, Loki exhaled in one breath, and walked aside in a daze. Although the failure was expected, he still felt a little uncomfortable. At this moment Thor laughed and patted Loki on the shoulder. "It's okay, if anyone bullies you in the future, your brother Thor will support you." After speaking, he walked up confidently. Off-screen, although they knew the result, countless people still stared at the screen seriously, not wanting to miss the details. And in the Stark building, Tony looked at Loki's very ugly expression, and finally expressed his doubts. "Didn't you have the consciousness of failure at that time? What are you excited about now?" Loki sneered. "You'll find out in a moment." Hela's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. In the temple, Thor walks up to Mjolnir while everyone is watching. At this moment, not only all Asgard people showed anticipation, even Odin was included. Thor's ability is obvious to all. Not only is the body as strong as the world tree, but also the fighting ability is innate. The first time I followed the Asgard army to suppress the rebellion of a tribe in Alfheim, I personally killed the giant leader of the opponent. At that time, Thor was only 80 years old, not even an adult. In contrast, Loki not only does not look like a royal blood, but also looks weak and does not like to fight. How can such a person be Thor? So, today's conferment of gods, everyone thinks that this is Thor's day of Thor. On the altar, Loki is keenly aware of everyone's expressions. He still had a graceful smile on his surface, but his hands hidden in the robe clenched into fists. At this time, the altar began to tremble. Thor has exerted strength. And this is just the beginning? It doesn't seem too difficult. Loki, I only exerted 2 points of strength. Thor laughed confidently, no longer holding one hand, but holding the handle of the hammer with both hands at the same time. The next second, the muscles all over his body suddenly stretched, and blood vessels protruded under the skin like tree roots. A terrifying power erupted in an instant. Boom! The metal ground, which was trembling slightly, gave out a violent roar, like thunder. If it wasn't for the blessing of the Runi runes, I'm afraid Thor's feet would pierce through the ground in an instant. Such huge amounts of movement surprised Loki. He didn't expect Thor to have such amazing power. I'm afraid I don't even have a tenth of the opponent's strength under the blessing of runes. Loki suddenly felt huge amounts of pressure flooding his heart. It turns out that Thor has surpassed himself by so much before he knew it. But in the next second, his shocked mind relaxed. Because Thor didn't lift Mjolnir at all. Tony, Thor failed that year? Sif, how is it possible? Just keep reading. Hela, what are you looking at? Watching a jerk show? Mjolnir is made of dying star cores, and it takes at least millions of tons of power to lift it with pure power. I really don't know how this idiot became Thor. Thor, just be jealous. Hela, me, envy? This is really the best joke I've heard in 1,000 years. Odin, do you want to tell him whose hammer this is? Frigg, remember our agreement, Hela? Hela, tisk tisk, what a good mother. Thor, all right mother. I see what she means, but so what if Mjolnir was once her weapon? A banished god but to dishonor the weapon, now Mjolnir chooses me? Sif, yes, Thor you are right. Hela, hehe, I really look forward to the day I meet you, Thor Odinson. Then I'll see if your mouth is as hard as a hammer. Thor, I look forward to it too, and I will use this hammer to beat you with my own hands. Hela, now I'm even more curious about how you lifted the hammer. When I used all my strength, but Mjolnir didn't move at all. Thor's eyes showed unbelievable shock at first, but immediately turned into madness. Impossible? Absolutely impossible? Everyone thinks he can be Thor, even himself? He simply cannot accept the result of failure. At this moment, he no longer cares about the burden on his body, he does not listen to the wailing from his muscles and bones, he does not look at the blood in his palm. Crazy to pull out the hammer? Boom! At this moment, the ground trembles violently. Looking at Thor's ferocious appearance, Loki feels inexplicable fear in his heart. He thinks Thor is crazy. Continue to use more force, it is very likely that you will pull your arm off. Thor is indeed crazy. At this moment, the world in his eyes darkened, and his ears could not hear the sound of the outside world, but he is still not reconciled, and is frantically improving his strength. Looking at Thor's scarlet eyes, Loki quickly turned to Odin, because only the other party can stop Thor from continuing. He's worried about Thor's body, and he doesn't want him to lift Mjolnir. But the moment Loki turned his head, he saw the golden thunder in Odin's eyes flash away. At the same moment, he heard Thor's shocking roar, "Ah, give me up." In an instant, a terrifying blue thunder erupted from Thor, exuding a scalp-numbing power. The originally clear sky was covered with dark clouds at some point, and it was extremely dark. But this further highlights how dazzling and shocking Thor is, who is surrounded by thunder. That is, at the moment, the Mjolnir, which seemed to be embedded in the ground, was lifted up by Thor. At this time, the huge blue thunder retracts inward and returns to Thor's body. In the next second, an astonishing burst of divine power formed a divine armor with a cold metallic light, a red cloak, and a battle helmet with wings, which were worn on Thor. With the sound of thunder in the sky, Thor is born. But just when many people outside the screen marveled at the thrilling process of Thor's birth. In the chat room, Hela, so it's a waste who can't control his own power? At the same time, Stark building. Loki, who originally wanted to take this opportunity to question Odin about the golden thunder in his eyes, was taken aback for a moment. Hela's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Loki wondered why that Hela would say such a thing. According to his guess, Thor must be able to lift Mjolnir with the help of Odin behind the scenes. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? As soon as Odin used his divine power, Thor's side was able to lift Mjolnir immediately. Although Loki knew about his blood problems, it was still a thorn in his heart. But now it seems that there are other secrets hidden. Chat room. Deadpool, this Miss Death seems to know a lot of things, it's so wordy. Thor, well, she just saw me actually lift Mjolnir, and then made up for what she said earlier. Hela, Odin, I'm starting to pity you now. But don't worry, since there is an agreement, I will not reveal your secret. However, as soon as these words came out, more people became curious in an instant. Obviously, this conferred god ceremony is definitely not as simple as it seems. Proxima Midnight, 199,999 Universe Hehe. It seems that Asgard, which claims to be a god, is not so clean. Deadpool, who can tell the truth, it's so painful, I feel like there are ants crawling on my body. Gwen Stacy, Universe 65. It's really curious. Leftover. Kong frowned when he saw this universe number. When did Spider-Woman of Universe 65 become a person related to Thor? What the hell happened to the alternate timeline? Loki, the golden divine power in your eyes flowed for a while, because of something. Off the screen, he finally couldn't help but ask. And as soon as he reminded, many people immediately remembered that in the scene just now, there was indeed a golden thunder in Odin's eyes for no reason. Lunakongsu, Odin, you are not cheating, are you? Sif, you are blasphemy, the father of God is absolutely fair. Thor, father. Is what Loki said true? Off-screen, Thor's face was slightly pale, and his heart was uneasy. He just doesn't want to use his brain, not really stupid. The Fengshen back then, after being carefully played by this comparison system, obviously had a problem. The chat room fell silent, as if everyone was waiting for Odin to answer. After a few breaths, handwriting appeared in the chat room. Odin, you are indeed the real Thor recognized by the World Tree, and I can guarantee that there is really nothing to help you at this point. Your god position and your strength are all obtained by yourself. As soon as these words came out, Thor and Loki relaxed at the same time. They knew that Odin, the king of God, might cover up the truth, but he would never lie to his son. But Loki immediately realized one thing. Doesn't this mean that Odin did help Thor in other ways? His heart moved and he wanted to ask again. But thinking of his mother's appearance, he still gave up. Having this answer is enough, the others are not important. But, in the chat room, it was clear that someone didn't want this to end like this. Mephisto, Odin, thanks to the fact that you are still the king of gods, why are you so secretive? Could it be you who helped Thor lift Mjolnir? Ancient One, the Hell Lord is so curious, how about I help you summon the main body? How about you go to Asgard and ask yourself? Odin, the Lord of Hell is here, Asgard will definitely entertain you, and I will tell you all the details. Mephisto, hehe, you two are too polite, I just asked casually. Sorcerer Supreme, Black Magic Dimension. It seems that the relationship between Sorcerer Supreme and Asgard is not as bad as Odin said. Ancient One, the god of black magic will know if you try it, why bother to ask around? Definitely, you can also try it together. S.H.I.E.L.D. Sweat dripped from Nick Fury's forehead, and he complained wildly in his heart. It's too much, how can these gangsters fight if they don't know how to chat? Consider whether the earth is good or not. Damn fuck. Black magic dimension? Thorn scolded Ancient One for being shameless. Unless the Earth's dimensional barrier is broken and directly erodes the real world, otherwise, this group of Mephistos will be completely out of their own dimension, and their strength will be greatly reduced. Then it's not a door-to-door asking for trouble, but a door-to-door delivery of food? But Thorn immediately showed a sneer. Thanks to this comparison reward, his seed has been awakened in advance. The earth will eventually be in his pocket. Thor became Thor, and the Father of God also showed his mercy. The world tree appears again. Under the blessing of Odin, Luoji became the god of tricks, and the power in her body was also transformed into divine power. However, compared to Thor's grandeur, his side seems very flat. There are no visions appearing? Off-screen, Loki gave a complicated look. Perhaps this is the best choice. As the picture says, Odin has been merciful. However, he was still not reconciled. Why must I be worse than Thor? Is it really because of blood? Or, that's how fate is. It's just that I don't know what the fate of Luoji in another timeline is. The screen froze here. The screen surrounded by blue thunder dims, and the other side lights up again. Inside the Asgard treasure house. After Odin finished talking about the secret of the year, he looked at Thor and sighed. My child, Ancient One speaks like this, it is obvious that there will be greater changes in the 9 realms in the future. And Luoji is a girl, the throne will only belong to you in the future, but at the same time all the responsibilities will fall on your shoulders. So, you must become stronger. Thor didn't look excited, but nodded solemnly. Actually, even if Odin doesn't say it, he will continue to work hard to become stronger. In his opinion, it is his duty to protect Asgard and protect his loved ones. Moreover, he originally wanted to see the scenery of the highest place in the universe. This is also the reason why he never relaxes. At this moment, he suddenly remembered his father's previous words, knowing the active intrusion and not knowing the intrusion are two different concepts. Then he asked, Father, you just said that Luoji will sneak away to Midgard one day. P.S. In Thor, Ragnarok, Odin made it clear that Mjolnir was used to control Thor's originally thunderous power, which originally belonged to Hela. On the contrary, it is very likely that Thor has been awakening long ago, but he cannot control his power at all. After all, the movie universe does not have as much information as comics, and some of them can only be reasonably speculated on their own, and they are written with reference to comics. But it's almost time to enter the story of Thor 1, and I won't get the kind of ink on the shelves. Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Hearing Thor's question, Odin laughed. It's just a guess, and I don't have a time gem to peek into the future. However, according to Luoji's personality, the probability of this is not small. Thor puzzled. In this case, why not restrain her? She can't go to Midgard with Heimdall at all. Odin didn't answer, just showed a meaningful smile and said, You will know when the time comes. Zeus, Odin, you old fox, what are you thinking? Lunakongsu, I smell conspiracy. Odin, what a joke. What is the relationship between the King of God on the golden timeline and Odin on my blue timeline? Don't frame me with nonsense. Deadpool, great, got it? The timeline begins to advance rapidly at this moment, and Thor has also reached the age of adulthood. On this day, the world tree appeared, and Asgard was generous and bright. The temple of the Father of God is full of guards and people of Asgard. But just when many people thought it was the same as the previous Fengshan, they found that the situation was completely different. Odin stood on the altar and did not summon Mjolnir, and Luoji was standing behind him all the time. After the giant gate, only Thor appeared. When Thor walked to the altar, Odin tapped the ground with the Spear of Eternity. With the burst of divine power, a huge amounts of golden vortex appeared above the altar. Odin makes a majestic voice at this moment. Thor, the trial of the 3 gods is about to start, but you can still turn back. Loki, the madman? How could someone really dare to conduct the trial of the 3 gods? Drax, oh, is it hard? Fandral, this is no longer a question of whether it is difficult or not, but that the death rate in the trial of the 3 gods is extremely high. Tony Stark, 1/10, or 100th. Sif, so far, no one has passed. President Loki, it's the first time I've seen such a ruthless Thor. Awesome. Thor, well, I can't figure out why he would do that. Hela, there is no doubt that definitely is for the strongest. Trial of the 3 gods can get 3 priesthoods, and in the history of Asgard, no one has more priesthoods except Odin. But Odin is born this way. If he succeeds, he will be the first Protoss to obtain 3 priesthoods by himself. And that kind of growth potential will be extremely terrifying. Thor, you, not as good as him? By the beach, Thor pales. He instinctively wanted to refute Hela's words, but at this moment he couldn't say anything. Before, when the other self showed the ability to cast spells, he didn't have any inferiority complex, and he didn't think that he was inferior to the other party. But the trial of the 3 gods. He didn't even dare to think about it back then. Am I really not as good as him? At this moment Thor's eyes showed a thoughtful look for the first time. Thor's face is resolute, without any hesitation. He said, My glory will never retreat in this life. Hearing this answer, Odin showed a look of appreciation in his eyes, nodded and said, "Then, choose the weapon you carry, my son. Remember, magic scrolls, rune artifacts, weapons forged by dwarf, you can only choose one of these." After the voice fell, Odin waved his hand, and countless beams of light flew out of the Asgard treasure house and landed on the altar. But Thor shakes his head when he sees all this. Seeing this scene, the people of Asgard in the audience suddenly looked puzzled. Same? At this moment, countless viewers outside the screen did not understand why Thor shook his head. But the next second, Thor looked in the direction of Asgard's treasure house, and stretched out his palm. Hela, this is. Loki, impossible. Sif, no way. Tony Stark, this. I seem to have seen this pose somewhere. Ronan, what an annoyance, what charades are you playing? Just when many people were even more confused because of these few words, boom, following the sound of thunder, a group of thunder roared from afar, and precisely landed on Thor's hand. The next second, the burst of thunder dissipated and turned into a silver-grey hammer. That is Mjolnir. It was summoned by Thor. PS1. There will not be too many plots in the trial of the three gods. Definitely, if you like the feedback, you can write more, and if you don't like it, you can simplify it. This is just a place for the protagonist to improve his strength, and he will officially enter Thor 1 later. Note, there is a comic in which the priesthood of the Aesir Protoss is bestowed by the World Tree. I forgot which issue, and this trial is based on this. PS2. Explain the chapter review. Many people think that the immediate boss of Ancient One is the Trinity Vizandi including Agamotto, but it's not actually. Her top is even more powerful. She is the eternal god. Ancient One also made a splash, not to mention Time Gem. As for such a person falling to his death, will be killed by Caecilius? It's just letting Strange take over? If she is obviously dead in the middle, but the soul appears, and the Doctor Strange on the second timeline is precisely teleported, this can also prove it sideways. Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. How can this be? There was the Thor scene of the Blue Thunder before, and at this moment, countless viewers showed expressions of astonishment. They don't understand. They rocked? How could Mjolnir be held so easily by this Thor? How could it be called? Isn't that Thor's test of godhood? Why is there such an astonishing change in another timeline? And at this moment, nothing is more shocking than Thor originally. When he felt that he was about to die and his soul was about to be torn, he raised Mjolnir in desperation. But right now, Mjolnir is actively responding to the other party's call. And to this level, I only developed the ability after I got this hammer a long time ago. At this time, someone suddenly spoke in the chat room. Agatha, did he already become Thor? At this moment, even with the arrogance of her sovereign high priest, she couldn't watch this scene calmly. Secret guest, this is unlikely, right? Thanos, Hela, since you were the previous owner of this hammer, do you think that's going to happen? Hela, perhaps, Odin had privately put him in touch with Mjolnir. She didn't talk too much. In fact, she suspected in her heart that this Thor was able to pick up Mjolnir, just like the previous Thor. It was the authority bestowed by Odin? President Loki, that must be the truth. Humph, I knew how that hypocrite Odin could let his son go into danger, so he was already prepared. Sif, the father of God would never do that. President Loki, one-sided woman, the world is more complicated than you think. In the temple, all Asgard people were shocked by the scene of summoning thunder. Luoji exclaimed even more. Thor, when did you get Mjolnir's approval? She knew that this weapon existed. After all, when she was a child, Odin often took the two of them to the Asgard treasury and introduced various treasures. But that's why she was so shocked? That is a weapon made from the star core of a dying planet. Isn't it something that no one can lift except the Father of God? It's outrageous to be summoned directly by Thor now. Odin on the side also showed surprise in his eyes. He originally wanted to give Thor this weapon after he returned successfully. But I didn't expect this child to be summoned directly. At this point Thor lifts Mjolnir with ease. He looked at the silver hammer body reflected in the sunlight, looked at the newborn weapon, and said in a calm tone, "Actually, I have felt its call for a long time." As soon as these words came out, all the people who didn't believe it just now couldn't help but widen their eyes. Hela was even more shocked. Don't say it's Odin cheating. This time, Thor wasn't even going to get Mjolnir's approval. Instead, the latter took the initiative to find Thor. The difference between them is a world of difference. Asgard? Odin was also shocked at this moment. Take the initiative to recognize the Lord? That was something that even Hela had never done before. It was fully approved by Mjolnir. It was surrender. The artifact is alive. That hammer must have felt something deeper. Is it will? It's the soul? Or something more shocking? Odin heaves a long sigh. The Thor over there seems to be far more special than what he saw. Holy place number 2. Thanos suddenly had a strange thought involuntarily at this moment. The opponent is not Thor in his own timeline. It seems a thing to be thankful for. But immediately Thanos laughed and shook his head to drive the unrealistic thought out of his head. He has encountered many powerful enemies in his life, and this Thor with extraordinary ability is nothing. Even on his own side, it's just a bigger trouble. Chat room. Deadpool, why don't you speak? Are you dumb? Van Dahl, I just feel that it is too shocking. Agatha, it's a pity, this man is not in my world, such an excellent gene wasted. Quill, we have Thor here too, so don't despair. Agatha, low-level creature, you never know what the gap in the soul is. Off-screen. Quill looked crazy, mad, the sovereigns are sick. The next time he talks to this BCH, she was born of a cosmic worm, beachside. Thor smiled wryly, but couldn't refute. After all, that scene just now was too outrageous. At this time, Odin seemed to think of something, and suddenly said, have you ever heard Mjolnir's call? He thinks this is definitely not a momentary thing. Mjolnir must have observed Thor many times. Really? The next moment, he saw Thor nodded and said, it was after you told me about the battle in Midgard that I began to hear Mjolnir's vague call. As I grow up, this voice becomes more and more obvious. Until just now, Father, you summoned many treasures, but when you didn't have them, Mjolnir conveyed an idea to me. Speaking, Thor showed a helpless expression and said, it said, if I don't choose it again, it will smash the casket of ancient winters. Hearing this, Odin showed a smirk. It can only be said that this hammer is very thoughtful. Pause, Odin restores the original coercion. This is your weapon, it's okay to be early. Now, begin your trial, Thor. P.S. Thanks to Mr. Guanenja for the monthly pass. Thank you Filabook fan 700,866 for your monthly pass. Carrot. Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Just when Loki was still thinking about the words this is your weapon, the Thor on the screen has stepped into the vortex. The angle of view of the screen is infinitely elevated in an instant, the real world disappears in an instant, and the huge amounts of world tree that has existed since the creation of the world clearly appears. It is rooted in the void, its branches are progressive, and the canopy is as lush as a galaxy. You can also vaguely see the energy of 7 colors, walking and moving in the tree like breathing. Just when countless people were shocked by the spectacular scene of the world tree and felt that they were extremely small, a leaf suddenly shines brightly. The angle of view of the screen is pulled in quickly. After a whirlwind, Thor stepped on the ground. He shook his head to get rid of the strange feeling of dizziness, and then looked around. The purpose of entering is a large number of unknown species of trees, weeds are overgrown everywhere, and there is a faint mist in the air in the distance, no sunlight can penetrate it, and the distance cannot be seen too far. Thor turned around and pushed his head to look, his expression changed slightly. Not because of the scene behind, because it is no different from the front. The one who made him look wrong was himself. The strength of raising the foot just now is not right. The dizziness just now is also not right. Based on his physique, he has already used Bifrost frequently, and no matter how long the teleportation is, he will not be dizzy. Thor raised his palm, and what he saw was a rough, used, scarred palm. This is not my hand? He is suffering from exercise, but the physique of the Aesir Protoss makes his body free of any scars and thick calluses, and even very beautiful. The next second, Thor opened his palm to gather a mirror to see his own face. But nothing happened. The power in his body disappeared, and the spell failed. Thor looks at his waist again. Sure enough, Mjolnir has turned into a somewhat worn-out axe. Now, he has become an ordinary, powerless woodcutter. Vistag, unbelievable, I finally know why the success rate of the trial of the 3 gods is 0. Sif, completely become an ordinary person. This is too exaggerated. Dwarf King, Mjolnir has also failed. It's too scary. What kind of power can change all this? Quill, so what's the point of picking a treasure to bring in? Tony Stark, because no one ever came back alive, no one knew it would happen. Frigg, in fact, the trial of the 3 gods at the beginning didn't include a rule for carrying a treasure, it was only added because the death rate was too high, but I didn't expect it to be like this. Nick Fury, isn't this a trial made by you Asgard yourself? Judging by your words, why don't you know anything? Loki, I really don't seem to have seen any content about the trial of the 3 gods in Asgard's literature, I only know that no one has ever passed it. Thor, father, you must know something? After a few breaths. Odin, what I only discovered is that the trial of the 3 gods is actually the trial of the world tree in essence. Tony Stark, that makes sense, it fits perfectly with the opening scene. But since this is the case, can I think that your priesthood is indeed given to you by the world tree just like in the myth? Hearing this, Sif suddenly fell into embarrassment and shock. She had refuted this person at the beginning, but now it seems that this is the truth. Odin, you're smart, Midgardian, but being a Protoss isn't that simple at all. The priesthood is indeed related to the world tree, but it is only part of it. I can only tell you that it is also very important to Asgard originally. Inside the Stark building, Tony showed complicated eyes. Therefore, Thor is not a powerful alien at all, these people are really gods. And this is another fact that disturbs him. Because God is in control. But at least the Thor man is fine. Although a little silly, a little arrogant. As for Loki, he finds it odd. This guy seems to be just called a god of tricks, just as stupid as his brother. What he is more worried about now are those exiled Egyptian gods. If there is no sorcerer supreme, will these existences return? In his opinion, there are too many evil false gods there. Tony rubbed his face hard. This feeling of tying his safety to one person made him very disturbed. Asgard. Frigg's eyes were red, and the sadness inside almost overflowed. In her view, although the time is different, the other Thor is also her child. She knew that Odin respected Thor's decision and would be proud of it. However, turning into an ordinary person's trial has no power. The chances of success are too slim. Thor has traveled a few kilometers. Although the strength is gone, this body is not bad. It can be considered young and powerful. The forest is not the kind of extremely primitive jungle, and some trails can be vaguely seen. After walking a certain distance, Thor suddenly looked at the axe in his hand. After thinking for a few seconds, he suddenly started chopping wood. Ronan, is this the best successor to Asgard ability? This forest looks dangerous, and it would be foolish to start playing the woodsman instead of looking for a way out of it quickly. Quill, I agree, the fog here looks very permeable, no cannibal witches, right? Tony Stark, on the contrary, I think this Thor is very smart. Now that the trial has begun, everything makes sense. A woodcutter, shouldn't he be chopping firewood? Steve Rogers, perhaps, the previous losers were precisely because they couldn't let go of their proud identity. At this time, a wolf howls in the distant forest. P.S. Thanks to Dust Meng Sinyuan for your reward. Thanks. Omega, Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. The wolf howl was very clear. Thor immediately raised his head and looked over. However, he didn't see anything. The fog thickened again at some point, and the vision became very poor, only about 40 or 50 meters away. After thinking about it, Thor directly bundled up the cut wood, and then left in the opposite direction of howling wolves. If it is the original body, he can definitely ignore the danger. But not now, even the most common wild wolf would be in danger of life. And if you encounter wolves, you will definitely die. After dozens of minutes, Thor stopped. Around him, the trees have not become sparse, and it seems that it is still deep in the forest. Going the wrong way. Thor frowned slightly. There is heavy fog in the forest, making it difficult to discern the direction. And I don't have any clues. The best choice is to walk in the direction opposite to the howling of wolves. And now the sky is getting darker and darker, and the night is coming. Maybe I should build a shelter. Otherwise, it is easy to have problems if you drive in the dark. But just when he was about to stop, a faint sobbing sound of a woman came from afar. Thor stared at the white mist, as if trying to see through something. After more than 10 seconds, he walked towards the voice. This is a trial, and it is impossible to avoid it all the time. The cry of a human being may be a clue. After walking about tens of meters, a little yellow light penetrated the thick fog. After Thor got closer, he saw a crooked but complete wooden house built in an open space not far away, and there was a black figure crying by the window. Beep beep. Thor knocks on the door a few times. The crying in the house stopped abruptly, and a woman's panicked voice came from the wooden house a few seconds later. Who is outside? Thor didn't pause at all, and said in a slightly disturbed tone. I'm a woodcutter in a village outside the forest. I didn't expect that it was foggy in the forest today, and I lost my way when I was walking back. Good lady, can you take me in tonight? As the sound fell, Thor heard a breathing sound appearing on the other side of the door, and the other party seemed to be observing him. After a few seconds, the wooden door creaked open. A woman in her 40s, with an apron squeezed on her body, and a weather-stained face said anxiously, "Come on in. It's so late, you still dare to stay in the woods?" Thor followed into the house, and the woman limped closed the door, then reinserted the 3 latches. Thor glanced at the woman's legs indistinctly, and then looked into the room. There is no room in the wooden house. Except for a wooden bed, there is only a burning fire pit surrounded by stones and an iron can hanging from it. The file size is only a dozen square meters. It can be seen that women's lives are very difficult. At this moment, Thor put down the wood on his back, shielding his hand holding the axe, and said with a smile, "Thank you so much, otherwise it would be too dangerous to be in the forest at this late hour. This bundle of wood is my thank you gift." Speaking, Thor handed out the bundled firewood to the woman. The woman suddenly said embarrassedly, "No, I'm fine. It's just a one-night stay. My place is not a noble in the town. It's dirty and messy." Thor chuckled. "It's nothing, I can cut some more when I leave tomorrow." As he spoke, he handed it over again. The woman showed her yellow teeth, smiled and stretched out her hand. "Then thank you, the firewood at home is really not enough, However, halfway through her words, she screamed, because a head-on axe has already slashed over. Boom! The axe cut deeply into the wall of the wooden house, and the woman had fallen to the ground in fright, screaming in horror. There is no harm on her body, because it was just a temptation. Seeing this scene, Thor frowned slightly, and said to himself in a puzzled way, "There is no problem." Chat room. Quill, damn it, you scared the shit out of me? Is this Thor crazy? Mantis Woman Brand, 199,999 universe. 1 second she was laughing, and the next second she was slashing out with an axe. So scary. Drax, it must be because the pressure of the trial of the 3 gods is too great. Unfortunately, it is not a man to attack a woman. Tony Stark, I really want to see what it's like for the 3 of you to live together. Quill, why do you say that? Loki, because you all have strange brain circuits? Tony, in such a weird forest, a woman with a leg problem built a wooden house here to live? Most importantly, how dare she take in strangers after nightfall? Is this reasonable? Thor must have figured this out too, so he tried it. Drax, no, this woman is obviously fine. Off-screen Tony's mouth twitched. He felt somewhat unable to communicate. Although the result is like this, it was really unreasonable before, okay. However, he still couldn't figure it out. The logic of this woman's behavior is not up to him. Tony looked back at the screen. Anyway, this is another Thor problem, and I don't need to worry about it. Why do you want to live alone in the forest? Thor pulls out his axe, looks down and asks. The woman's body kept trembling, and she cried as she said, I used to be sick and was kicked out of the town. I can't go far away, I can only live secretly in this kind of place, and they will burn me to death when I go back. Thor has no expression on his face, and asks again, then why did you dare to let me in? You don't seem very courageous. The woman suddenly showed a more fearful expression, and said tremblingly, because, werewolves will appear here at night, I can't watch you die. A werewolf. Thor thought for a while and asked again, when I didn't come, what were you crying for? The woman suddenly cried even harder. My daughter, Little Red Riding Hood, she should have come back in the afternoon, but she hasn't yet. She must have been eaten by a werewolf. Whoa. Hela's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Little Red Riding Hood? Werewolf? Is there another grandma? Tony was dumbfounded. Is this the trial of the three gods? Why does it sound like a pirated version of Grimm's fairy tales? If so, it would be easy. Killing the werewolf, it is estimated that the trial achievement was successful. But with the bloody nature of the Asgardians, even this Thor couldn't have read the story. Maybe he would leave the forest directly without helping, and the trial would naturally fail. Maybe it's not necessarily dead yet. When did she leave? What did you ask her to do? Thor doesn't know whether this world is real or not, but he hasn't been able to get out of the forest after walking so far, but came here instead. Then, as expected, the trial must have something to do with this woman? Sure enough, upon hearing his words, the woman seemed to have grasped at straws, and quickly replied. Little Red Riding Hood went to her grandma's house to get food for the week. It took more than 2 hours to walk along the path. What AFG grandma? At this moment Tony was sure that this was the story of the big bad wolf and Little Red Riding Hood. He was immediately disappointed. This trial is too easy, and the only difficulty may be to see if Thor can kill the werewolf with a mortal body. And Thor clearly understood what this trial was about. But after such a circle, it might as well be a werewolf rushing out of the woods at the beginning, straightforward. Thor comforted at this time. Don't worry, maybe it's because of the fog outside that Little Red Riding Hood chooses to stay at Grandma's house overnight. Do you have a kerosene lamp here? I'll go over and take a look for you now. The woman shakes her head vigorously. No, how can I let you take risks? If Little Red Riding Hood is there, I can come back tomorrow anyway. If it's gone, woo. The woman begins to cry again. Thor pats the woman on the shoulder. Actually, I lied to you. I am not a woodcutter, but a hunter. If Little Red Riding Hood disappears, I will go after that werewolf. Maybe there is still a chance. Surprise appeared in the woman's eyes, but when she saw the axe in Thor's hand, she suddenly showed despair again, shaking her head and crying. Your axe has no animal blood on it, and you have no traps. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Woodcutter. Now, I just ask you one thing. Hearing this, Thor froze for a moment, but immediately he seemed to be persuaded successfully, nodded and said, You tell me. The woman wiped her tears, said with red eyes, If Little Red Riding Hood doesn't come back before noon tomorrow, please carry me to Little Red Riding Hood's grandma's house. You know, my legs. Whoa, it's all my fault. If I could walk, it wouldn't be Little Red Riding Hood who died. Tony, it's over. Thor is failing. Sif, failed? Why? This hasn't been through the storm yet. Fondrel, you are a human, you know what trials of the three gods are, so stop talking nonsense. Tony, I definitely understand. This trial is obviously the Earth, that is, a story in Midgard that you said was magically changed. Its core is to kill the werewolf and save Little Red Riding Hood. In other words, Thor uses his human body to kill werewolves? But if Thor gives up on trying to save Red Riding Hood tonight, it's tantamount to giving up on the trial. Magician Wong, it can only be said that it is the most difficult trial of the three gods in Asgard. One is the intelligence that needs to find out what the task is in a very short time. One is the courage to fight against werewolves, and to defeat the strong with the weak. Taken together, it sounds hopeless. After listening to the woman's words, Thor suddenly asked, Is there nothing else to say? Woman shed tears and said in pain, Enough is enough. Thor nodded after listening, and then swung the axe again without any hesitation. This time, hit the head. Deadpool, shit. At this moment, Deadpool was the only one in the chat room who uttered a swear word, and no one spoke. But everyone else, like him, has only one thought at the moment. AFK, is Thor crazy? Inside the Stark building, Loki watched in disbelief. He had thought that Thor would reject women and go out tough to save Little Red Riding Hood. It is also possible that he did not discover the purpose of the trial and chose to take the woman to Grandma's house the next day. After all, this is helping too. But he never expected that this Thor would be so violent. He chopped the woman to death with an axe. Tony on the side is also stunned. Why? If you say you don't agree, you won't agree, why kill someone? Could it be that the brain was changed after entering the trial? At this moment Tony felt that his brain had also been hit by an axe, and he couldn't understand Thor's behavior at all. In the chat room, Quill, damn, this Thor is too fierce. Magician Wong, you call this fierce? It's violence, okay? President Loki, hehe, there is no one around, back to nature. And the main thing is that stupid Thor failed and he was going to die? As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at the screen. But right now, the woman whose forehead was hit by the axe suddenly opened her eyes and smiled at Thor. What a nice little guy, how did you find out? P.S. Thank you 16,638 for your monthly pass. Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. This moment, the shock brought by the woman opening her eyes was not weaker than Thor's axe just now. It was as if a thunderbolt fell into the hearts of everyone. Deadpool, damn, it's a scam. Magician Wong, what a fake corpse, she is not dead at all. Sif, this woman has big problems. Loki, this is impossible, Thor has tried it before. Quill, yeah, the woman's performance is there for all to see. Tony, that's what I can't understand. How does Thor know there's something wrong with this woman? Thor stepped back without hesitation, but found that the door of the wooden house could not be opened at all, and the latch seemed to be welded dead. He didn't act rashly, instead he looked at the revived woman cautiously, snapped. The axe fell to the ground, and the wound on the woman's forehead healed automatically. At this moment, the woman laughed again and asked, "Tell me, how did you find out that I have a problem?" Thor thought for a while, then replied, "You have 3 flaws in total." Off-screen Tony's eyes widened. He still can't figure it out at all, but you, Thor, came out with 3? Do you want to be so outrageous? Tell me. The woman was a little surprised. Thor carefully observed the woman's posture and possible weaknesses, and said, "First, you said that Little Red Riding Hood didn't come back this afternoon, so she might have been killed by a werewolf. But, you clearly said at the beginning that werewolves would come out at night." The woman shakes her head slightly, denies. "But it may also be because of the cloudy and heavy fog, so the werewolf can come out during the day." Thor nods. "I know, so I have always kept this doubt in my heart." "Then what about the second point?" the woman asked again. Thor points to the cabin. "There are no traces of wolf claws on the outside of your wooden house, it is very complete, which is not normal at all." The woman retorted. "This may also be because the werewolf didn't find this place." Hearing this, Thor laughed instead. "Then, how did you find out that werewolves only appear at night?" Deadpool, shit, contradictory? Magician Wong, this observation is amazing. We've all been watching the picture, but no one paid attention. Tony, I did find that there were no wolf claw scars outside the wooden house, but I focused on this woman before. After all, it's strange to appear here. However, her subsequent performance and answers convinced me, but made me forget this. Sif, Thor's powers of observation are astonishing. Richard, it's amazing, and besides, he has a third point. To be honest, I haven't figured out the third point yet. I guess it should be more idealistic. Professor X, 838 universe, but even that is amazing. Loki, now I'm just wondering what the third point is. So, what's the third point? The woman finally asked. Thor pointed to the axe on the ground, and said quietly, "The third point is that you reminded me. You said, I'm just a woodcutter with only an axe and no traps." Speaking of this, Thor relaxes and laughs. At that moment, all the puzzles in my mind were cleared up. I suddenly realized that the moment I teleported over, not only my body was changed, but my identity was also changed. In this trial, my role is woodcutter. How can a woodcutter who chops wood beat a werewolf at night? Hearing this, the woman refuted again. "But I didn't ask you to save Little Red Riding Hood at night." No, this is a trap, or perhaps a cleverness. Thor said bluntly. "Because the more you say that, the more you will misunderstand This is the task of the trial. After all, the trial of the 3 gods is extremely dangerous, so doing this is the most appropriate, and most reasonable. But this again contradicts my identity." Pause, Thor spread his hands and said, "These 3 points may be released alone, but they are not enough to confirm that you have a problem. But together, if I still can't find out, then my brain has been stolen by Luoji. Tony Stark, all I can say is that this Thor is really terribly careful, and he didn't miss all the details." Richard, wonderful, haven't heard such reasoning in a long time. President Loki, honestly, it's hard for me to relate him to Thor. King Magician, this kind of mental power, perhaps the spellcasting ability he showed before comes from this. Quill, unbelievable. Can someone explain it to me again? I don't understand. Gamera, it's really hard to imagine how your teammates tolerate you. Asgard? At this moment, Odin's eyes showed a look of exclamation. As expected of the trial of the 3 gods, it was indeed dangerous. But the other Thor is even better? At this moment Thor suddenly asked, "If I agree, what will be the consequences?" As soon as these words came out, many people showed curiosity. The woman laughs. "This body is a wolf in human skin, and there is no Little Red Riding Hood and Grandma. If you agree to the request, the place where you will carry me will be the hunter's residence. Werewolves can't enter there, but lying on human backs obviously doesn't count. During the day, the hunter will go out to hunt and kill the werewolf who is hiding in hiding, but when he comes back at night, the eye hiding in the room can kill him after he falls asleep. As for you as a tool man, once you enter the hunter's room, you will definitely be swallowed by the eye lying on your back. What if I go out at night and plan to fight the werewolf to the death?" Thor asked again. The woman shrugs her shoulders. That would be even worse, you will be torn to pieces by wolves. The voice fell, the woman's body rippled like the surface of water, and then dimmed. There is only one voice left in the air. This trial represents wisdom, congratulations on passing. Now, go to the next game, Thor Odinson. A moment? The whole room dissipates and turns into a vortex with huge amounts of it. P.S. Thank you Deo Sashuang Chen for your reward. Carrot. Hela's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Thor looks thoughtfully at the place where the woman disappeared. He had always thought that the trial of the three gods was a trial realm evolved from the Asgard god realm, and everything in it was false. But now it seems that I am obviously wrong. The woman just now definitely has a soul, or an existence of self. Thor, Heimdall, do you know who that woman is? At this moment, he was full of curiosity. He believes that the other self will not be wrong. However, Heimdall, sorry Prince Thor, I don't know. Loki, but can't your eyes see everything in the 9 realms? Hela, humph, just a gatekeeper, how could he have that kind of power? Heimdall, that leaf on the world tree is not in the real dimension, and my eyes can't penetrate it. But Hela, your shards are in my eyes, you better be honest. Hela, I hope you can still talk to me so stubbornly in 100 years. Asgard. Odin completely ignored the words in the chat room, his eyes thoughtful. At this moment, he felt that he should have guessed the identity of the woman. Thor glanced at the huge vortex that was exactly the same as before, and stepped into it without any hesitation. But this time, the dizziness did not come. Boom! There are bursts of thunder in the sky, and the air seems to be trembling. Thor opens his eyes and sees that this is the rim of a crater. The sky is covered with dark clouds, and thunder rolls, but this is not important. At the moment, he found that his body had changed back, and the familiar power was flowing again in his body. He opened his palm, and a ball of light emerged naturally. No problem, spellcasting ability is back. So, what is the test of this level? Thor looked at the barren land under the volcano, and then at the cloud-covered sky. After more than 10 seconds, his brows were slightly frowned. To be honest, he can't see any clues at all. But at this moment, a voice full of anger sounded, "Damn it, why am I so unlucky? This is a trial that I have worked so hard to conceive for 600 years. It's all in vain, it's all in vain." The next second, a girl in gauze appeared above the crater out of thin air, staring fiercely at Thor. "Hey, you're here to find fault." Hearing these inexplicable words, and then looking at the girl with puffy cheeks, Thor was immediately taken aback. What's the situation? Who is this woman? Is this a new trial? And at this moment, not only he was blinded, but countless audiences outside the screen were also blinded. Quill, what kind of bizarre beginning is this? Is it still like the last trial to find out which sentence is true and which sentence is false? Thor, it's kind of weird, I feel like this kid is really angry. Deadpool, why are you talking so much? Such a cute little sister is still passing the fart, so I just stayed. Xingyun, where did the mental illness come from? It is a miracle that he survived to death. Deadpool, no way, your father won't let it. Xingyun, BCH, you managed to piss me off? Gamera, leave this psychopath alone. Nebula. Off-screen Tony shook his head. With this Deadpool around, the topic keeps going off track. Isn't the most important thing now is to find clues from the girl's words, and then deduce what kind of trial this time is? His conceited IQ crushes most people in this world. But just now Thor paled. This made him very uncomfortable. Although he is not participating in the trial by himself, this time he must find the key clues before the other party. Thor just froze for a moment, but immediately came back to his senses. What do you mean by that? I don't seem to have offended you. He wanted to say something. But as soon as the words came out, the girl gritted her teeth immediately, and then said in a panic, "You didn't offend me, did you? Okay. Thor Odinson, the trialist of the 3 gods, I remember you." The next second, a scene that he couldn't understand appeared. After speaking, the girl stomped her feet angrily, and suddenly a huge vortex appeared exactly the same as the previous 2 times. Thor was holding back all the clichés in his mouth, and he didn't know what to say. Seeing that he didn't move, the girl said even more angrily, "Your trial is over, hurry up and leave." This sentence stunned countless people, and Tony was struck by lightning. In order to find clues, his eyes almost popped out. As a result, you said this? What's the situation? How did the trial end before it even started? Could it be an illusion trial? Thor was taken aback for a moment, but as if thinking of something, he immediately frowned. "Sorry, it's impossible for me to cheat." Hearing this, the girl was taken aback for a moment. Then the short man who was only 1.3 meters clenched his fists tightly, trembling all over, and kept slurring words between his teeth. "I am not angry. My sister will scold me. I am not angry. I'm so angry." The next second, the girl appeared behind Thor in an instant, knocking Thor into the vortex. Hela's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Asgard. Seeing this scene, Odin not only did not have doubts about at the moment in his eyes, but was determined in his heart. The woman before, the girl now, there is no doubt that this is the 3 goddesses of fate in the records. The so-called trial of the three gods should be the trial of the three goddesses. It's just that they didn't expect that they had been hiding in the world tree. That is, at the moment, the picture he saw at the moment he became the king of gods reappeared involuntarily in Odin's mind. When the divine power was added to his body, his field of vision changed, and he saw the shadow for an instant. Or rather the few outlines hidden in the shadows. Although it may not be a second, but he will never forget it in his life. Odin shook his head, banishing the image from his mind. That is a future matter. Right now, Thor is more important. If he guessed correctly, there should be only the trial of the goddess named Hela left. If successful, witness the history of Asgard like never before. Thor stepped out of the vortex with a familiar sight in his eyes. The magnificent temple, gorgeous banner, as well as the excited Loki, and the god king with eyes full of admiration. Thor turns his head and looks down. That's the people and warriors of Asgard gathered under the altar. Everyone's expressions are first shocked, but after less than a second, it completely turned into a frenzy. In an instant, a huge wave broke out in the quiet temple, and everyone cheered in unison. Thor, Thor, Thor. Amid all the attention, Thor has a kind of enlightenment. He takes a step forward, holding high Mjolnir. A moment, boom. In the clear sky, countless golden thunderbolts emerged from the sky. They converged densely towards the center, and then formed a waterfall-like river of lightning that slanted down and poured into Thor. A terrifying storm of divine power suddenly erupted from Thor, and a transparent wave quickly passed Asgard, causing the world tree to appear agitated. At this moment, Vanaheim, Ylfheim, Nidavellir, Higher Hades, Muspelheim, all the 9 realms are shaking. All spiritually powerful beings, all saw the golden thunder walking in the sky, exuding amazing divine power. In the temple, golden light blooms in Thor's eyes. At the moment of becoming a god, he saw Surti in the land of fire roaring unwillingly. I saw the dark elves who were expelled in the dark and cold depths. I saw the angry woman in the shards. I saw the dwarf king beating the meteor. I see the ancient magician looking up at himself from a towering snow mountain in Midgard. I saw the frost king with eyes full of fear on the planet Ice. At the moment, wherever his eyes go, there is an instinctive desire to surrender. Sif, such a terrifying Kamui, I have never seen it before. Tony Stark, is this really Thor? Magician Wong, a palpitating sense of oppression. Loki, Thor, by contrast, you were Thor without even 1,000th of the other you? Fondrel, this is probably the scariest god ever in Asgard? Hela, this kind of power, why is it so powerful? Tony Stark, can't understand? President Loki, you are definitely incomprehensible to a human being. Tony, stupid, I mean can't understand this trial? The first game is indeed very dangerous. The second game was weirdly passed directly. But, trial of the three gods. No matter how you look at it, there should be a third level. Sif, no one has ever passed the trial of the three gods, and no one knows exactly how many trials it will take. Tony, I don't think it makes sense. Even if it passes, Thor still looks too powerful. Collector, your name is Tony Stark. It's rare to see such a smart human being. Are you interested in selling your brain? I will give you a good price. Off-screen Tony's mouth twitched suddenly. What hobbies does this collector have? In a moment I want to buy a corpse, in a moment I want to buy a tree. This time, he actually took a fancy to his own brain, so perverted, but Tony changed his mind. Since this person said so, does it mean that he guessed right? At this time, someone had already asked questions for him. Quill, you mean, Thor is still in trial? Collector, definitely, looking at the universe, how can powerful power be obtained so easily? And I think, now is the most critical time in the trial. P.S. There are also 3 goddesses of fate in Norse mythology, and they have also appeared in comics. PS2, Mada, Secret Invasion is too stupid. I thought there was a reversal in the last episode, and now it is too much to give 3 points. Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Asgard Temple. As the raging divine power calmed down, Thor's clothes had turned into golden armor, and behind him was a grinning black cloak. In his hands, Mjolnir is entwined with golden thunder and crimson flames. His eyes are shining with silvery white light. At this moment, he seems to have stepped out of a myth. Boom! The spear of eternity hit the ground again. Odin said in an incomparably majestic voice. The new god returns. Under the witness of the world tree, Thor Odinson, from this moment on is the god of fire, thunder, and wisdom. And he will also be the next king of Asgard. As the voice fell, all the people of Asgard under the altar immediately knelt down and offered their loyalty. On the altar, Thor frowned imperceptibly when he saw this. This is a bit too fast and too sudden. He glanced at Odin, but found that the other party nodded towards him, his eyes full of affirmation. Although Thor felt a little strange, he responded by waving Mjolnir again according to his father's wishes. Following the sound of thunder, cheers erupted again. Today, Asgard ushered in their new king. Surti, it's really too fake. How could that Odin guy give up the throne? Hela, no. On the contrary, Odin may not have much life left. If Thor really passes the trial of the 3 gods, he may get 3 priesthoods at once. With such prestige and potential, he is definitely the best heir. Passing the position under such circumstances will also make Thor gain a lot of hearts. Loki, so this scene is real? Quill, but didn't the collector say that this is still a trial? Gamera, he is not sure, and if you continue to read, you will know. Inside the Stark building, Tony sighed. So many of them can't tell the real from the fake while observing and discussing outside, so how will Thor feel on the screen? If it's true, that's fine. But if it is false, then this trial is too terrible. By contrast, another Thor lifting Mjolnir is Thor, so much more comfortable. However, presumably the gap between the two will become larger because of this. Night. Thor leaves the banquet and comes to the edge of the galaxy. He looked at the river falling into nothingness and was slightly lost in thought. The alternation of the King of the Gods is not only a major event in the 9 realms, but also the major empires in the galaxy will send people to send blessings. He won't have an easy time in the future. Even Luoji was called away by her mother, and she was told to observe etiquette and show her demeanor during this time. I don't know what to think of. Thor's eyes are bright again. In an instant, the outline of the world tree appeared again in his eyes, and he could even clearly see the veins of some leaves. Is it possible to do this already? Thor seemed to be sighing, and then left the side of the galaxy. 2nd day, 3rd day, 5th day. A few days ago, the kingdom of the Elves of Light, the Vanir Protoss, and even the Nova Empire and the Sovereign Empire have sent envoys to deliver gifts, and they are staying here, waiting for the ceremony 2 days later. But today is different. The one who came to congratulate is very special. It is Kamartaj, the ancient magician organization stationed in Midgard. A golden spark appeared in the temple when the light of Asgard came to the peak of the day. When the portal opened, a fat man walked out with 4 magicians in monk robes. After some polite words, Kamartaj sent out his gift. Those are 4 advanced secret art books. At this time Magician Wong smiled politely. Kamartaj is not as rich and powerful as other organizations. I hope His Royal Highness Thor will not be offended. Thor smiles and responds. Definitely no, this is exactly what I needed. Thanks a lot to Kamartaj for the gift. For the next few days, magicians are invited to stay here first. Wong nodded, indicating yes. After sending away Kamartaj's magician, Thor stroked the heavy spell book with his hands, and sighed in his eyes. As he said, these spell books are exactly what he lacks. After all, Asgard's magic is still inferior to Kamartaj. And when he learns it, his strength will be raised again, and he can sit on the position of God King more firmly. It can only be said that it is really so timely. 6th day, I heard that the giants of Jotunheim have also come to Asgard. This time they expressed their surrender and are willing to become a subsidiary of Asgard like other worlds. The 7th day, the dwarf king came with a long sword, which is a more powerful weapon than Mjolnir. The 8th day, the Kerry Empire came to celebrate with Surti's head, and showed the intention of alliance. 9th day, the Forest of Witches selects the most beautiful witches of this generation and dedicates them to the future King Thor. The 10th day, fiery divine fire rises in the new temple. In the eyes of the major forces in the universe, the affiliates of the 9 realms, and the people of Asgard, Thor sits on the throne, and that beautiful witch, his future wife, holding a golden crown with 2 huge double horns, he came to him and bowed his head and knelt down. At this time, Odin's thick and benevolent voice sounded. My best son, next will be your era. Now, take your crown and become the king of God. So, under the eyes of everyone, Thor said lightly, I reject. A moment, the divine fire goes out, the golden temple collapses, and the world collapses. P.S. In fact, according to my original assumption, no one will find out, until finally Thor refused to make a reversal. But this is Filu. I am afraid that some elder brothers will not be able to see it. I feel that what is written here is the trial of the 3 gods. It is too simple, and it is so difficult to gain so much. Finally changed to this version. Filu's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. A dream disappears. Thor is still wearing his original clothes, standing on the crater, and not far from him, stood the woman in the wooden house before, the girl who was inexplicably hostile to him, and an old woman with a cane. At this moment, the woman smiled lightly and said, Congratulations, young man. You have extraordinary wisdom, unparalleled courage, and a powerful mind that can reject terrible desires. Loki, it's actually a fake. Tony, I didn't expect that this test turned out to be desire. Quill, if I'm afraid I've already given birth to a child, how can he resist the refusal? Thor, if it were me, I might have failed. Loki, that's impossible Thor, you even like a wolf girl? Thor, don't talk nonsense, when did I like werewolves? You must have read it wrong. Magician Wong, is the issue you discuss wrong? It's a woman's issue? Shouldn't the focus be on the throne of the God King? Stunning witch, dominates several worlds, unimaginable rights, not to mention Asgard people. How many people outside the screen can refuse? As soon as these words came out, the chat room was suddenly dumbfounded. Thor didn't seem surprised by the woman's words, but the girl couldn't help muttering in a low voice when she heard it. What? His courage is not tested at all. The old woman gave the girl a stern look and reprimanded her. Your trial is just a waste of effort. He is a born Thor. He doesn't need to test courage, and he will certainly not lack courage. Oh, the girl replied reluctantly. Born Thor? Hearing this, Loki suddenly remembered what Odin said earlier. The other party said that in the matter of Thor becoming Thor, he did not provide any help. At this moment he suddenly realized, it's not that lifting Mjolnir is Thor, but that Thor originally is Thor. Similarly, he also fully understands another thing. Thor has the power of thunder, but he is obviously the god of tricks, but he doesn't have any special power. Turn out to be. Unless you participate in the trial of the three gods. Otherwise, fate would have already made the choice. At this time, the woman suddenly asked, why, Thor? Why reject the king of God's crown in the end? The doubts of women are also the doubts of countless people off-screen. Even Odin was amazed. As for Loki, at the moment is even more incomprehensible to the vibration of the soul. That situation? How could that Thor say I refuse so calmly? How can someone say that I refuse? Facing the woman's question, Thor smiled lightly and said, it's very simple. What I am after is far from being the king of God. He raised his head, his gaze seemed to penetrate the dark clouds, the barrier of the world, and saw the boundless starry sky. His voice also became distant. Women, rights, domination. That's just the desire of the weak. Since I came to this world, I definitely want to see the most amazing scenery. Speaking, he looked at the three women with a half-smile expression and said, can you give me that supreme power? Three goddesses of destiny. So that's just the desire of the weak. Loki sat on the ground powerlessly all of a sudden, muttering to himself, his heart full of loss. It didn't occur to him that what he was after was another thing Thor utterly despised. It is the desire of the weak. Asgard. Odin's eyes were filled with admiration. Thor on an alternate timeline refuses to be the king of God. But there is no doubt that his heart has surpassed the crown. That's great, but it's a pity that I'm not Odin in that timeline. Chat room. Sif, what a soul-shocking passage, thanks to His Royal Highness Thor. Quill, in fact, this is also a desire, but it is more exaggerated. Ronan, the humble ignorant, don't you know that it has already left the category of desire? Definitely, maybe you will never understand why. Sword fighting, 199,999. I prefer to call it the heart of the strong man, and look forward to fighting with him in the future. Off-screen, Thor watched the words in the chat room silently, but silently clenched his fists. Women are not surprised at all that Thor can guess that he is the identity of the three goddesses of fate. After all, it is too obvious now. She was just curious. I have one last question. Although you have controlled your desire and not lost in it, but when did you find yourself still in the trial? Thor thought for a while and said, actually, I was just skeptical at first. After all, the king of God's succession was too sudden. After that, I was surprised and puzzled that Kamartaj gave a gift of advanced secret art books, and it was exactly what I wanted. According to what my father said, our relationship is actually not that good. This is very strange. So, I made an attempt afterwards. I tried hypnotic ability to my own subconscious mind, and gave birth to some special baby desires. Sure enough, those things will appear in the form of congratulatory gifts the next day. This is a bit too coincidental. Speaking, Thor's expression becomes serious, looking at the three of them. Definitely, most importantly, the trial of the three gods. How could it be so simple? It is said that the faces of the three goddesses showed the same exclamation at the same time. They all spoke in unison, their voices mixed together and reverberated layer by layer. Having said that, the most important thing is not to lose yourself in desire. You are very nice, Thor. Now, go back and enjoy the glory that belongs to you. P.S. Thank you for the monthly ticket of the really good man who stepped on my horse. Thanks. Omega, Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Reality dimension, the world tree manifests again. It shakes the leaves gently, as if with a burst of joyful pleasure. The next moment, a white light spot of the size of a grain of rice travels from the veins of the leaves, along the branches, and finally falls into the top layer of Asgard. Inside the temple, the people of Asgard who were anxiously waiting for the results of the trial suddenly saw the previous vortex reappear. The next second, their loyal prince lived up to everyone's expectations and walked out of it. A moment, the temple was quiet for a second, and then exploded like a dynamite barrel being ignited. Thor, Thor, Thor. At this moment, everyone is cheering and shouting, their eyes are full of fanaticism. Hearing the same name, Thor felt sour. Trial of the three gods succeeded? This is making history. It is the new glory of Asgard? The other party deserves this kind of cheer. On the altar, Thor didn't look back at Odin, nor did he look at Luoji, who was so excited that he was about to cry. He looked at the name of Asgard below, took a heavy step forward, raised Mjolnir and said loudly, thunder. Boom, the clear sky is instantly covered with dark clouds. Accompanied by the violent thunder, one after another of dazzling golden thunders descended from the sky and landed on Mjolnir. Flame. Another majestic shout. The pitch-black clouds instantly turned fiery red, and the sky seemed to be eroded by flames. The next moment, fire crows exuding terrifying power and fiery heat pierced through the clouds and hit Thor's body. But it's not over yet. Wisdom. Suddenly, blazing white light burst out from both eyes, and the void seemed to be pierced. I am the god of thunder, fire, and wisdom. As Thor's majestic voice shaking the temple fell, powerful divine power burst out from his body. The violent thunder turned into his armor, and the scarlet flames turned into his cloak. At this moment, the new god returns. King Dwarf, I have never seen such a shocking scene of becoming a god. AI Kui outside the screen stared at the screen in a daze. As a contemporary dwarf of Odin, he has experienced a lot and seen many gods. However, he has never experienced such a degree of godhood. It's hard to imagine where this Thor's future will go. Sif, unbelievable, this may become history that cannot be crossed. Hela, really good? Zeus, Odin over there gave birth to a good son. Drax, this is the real man? Deadpool, damn it, how can someone be so handsome? President Loki, if my Thor here is like this, maybe I won't be trapped in the void. Thor becomes a god. Asgard celebrates for 3 days and 3 nights in a row. In addition to the various affiliated countries, Zeus in the pantheon also sent envoys to congratulate. But that's all. Although the 3 priesthoods seem powerful, they have to grow up. From the perspective of the gods in the pantheons and other cosmic empires, Odin is still the only thing that Asgard needs to pay attention to. And if this Thor grows up again, can he still be as powerful as his father? 7 days later, Loki also became the god of mischief under the gift of Odin. Rhodes, it's really arrogant. If these people saw how Thor was tested and the scene when he became a god, they probably wouldn't think so. Talos, although there is a part of the reason is that these cosmic empires are originally very powerful. Quill, if you talk too much, Sovereign is definitely just arrogant. Agatha, wait for your reward order. Quill, golden shit? Agatha, you are dead? Quill doesn't panic off-screen. In the universe, there are not only 10,000 but also 8,000 people who are wanted for offending Sovereign. The big deal is to hide in the void at that time, and he will be a hero again in a few years. At this moment, he saw the golden and blue sky begin to change again. The light curtain surrounded by blue thunder lights up. In the heat of the occasion, there will be peace in the end. And Thor's life after becoming Thor is not any different from before. I spend most of my time with Sif, the 3 warriors, and Loki. And when they left, most of them were to help the affiliated countries put down the rebellion. Then hold a celebration banquet, and then drink for 3 days and 3 nights to get drunk. Definitely, Thor also found love during this period. It is worth mentioning that his loving nature treats everyone equally. Once, he fell in love with a fashion designer who was a pirate. He didn't leave until the other party wanted to steal his things. However, it didn't take long for him to fall in love with a light elf. Although the other party is only 1/3 of his file size, he is cute. But it's a pity. Soon the other party couldn't bear him and broke up. This hits Thor hard. On the 3rd full day, he fell in love with a female werewolf again. Then fight with the other party on the she-wolf under the moon, and make a wolf howl. Tony, dude, you have great taste. Quill, no, brother Thor, this is called fraternity. Gamera, disgusting, it looks like you are such a piece of trash too. Loki, you see, I didn't lie at all before. Deadpool, please, can you give me the address where it is? Jane Foster, goodbye. Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Thor is taken aback. Should the comparison be so detailed? Why are all the pictures released? Isn't he shameless? And back then, I and that werewolf weren't true love at all, they were just young and curious. No, that's not the point. Now the problem is that my girlfriend is angry. He quickly explained in the chat room. Thor, Jane, listen to me. I was just trying to get information about the werewolf tribe and play tricks on them. Off-screen Tony shook his head when he saw this sentence. Thor's emotional intelligence is too low, this is definitely a wrong answer. Sure enough, the next second. Jane, see you again? Deadpool, oh, it turns out that the girlfriend is also in the chat room, so it's fun to watch this time. Quill, it's hard to imagine Thor how you found a girlfriend before, did you rely on your face? Thor, yeah, don't you? Tony, it's hopeless. Jane, I will leave your clothes with the professor, remember to pick them up. Sif, humph. Your Highness Thor, there are plenty of women in the 9 realms, there is no need to find a human who doesn't respect you. Off-screen Tony's mouth twitched. Good guy, this Sif is a rival in love? Must be, otherwise, how could it be a lore with one blow? Sure enough, Jane didn't even say a word this time. Asgard. Odin didn't care at all. The Aesir Protoss have a long lifespan, and these women are only Thor's passers-by after all. That's why he doesn't restrain Thor in this regard. Time flies by, and the screen jumps forward rapidly. After a full 1,000 or 200 years, the speed of the picture returned to normal. While at the moment Odin has grown older, Thor has grown stronger. Quill, that's outrageous. Thor at 1500 years old looks like a human in his 20s? Deadpool, so, I'm still immortal. Xingyun, you psychopath is also a Protoss? Deadpool, I told you it was your dad who forced you, you kid is not smart. Ebony Maw, you are dead, no one dares to insult the Dark Lord. Deadpool, then I can thank you. As soon as this remark came out, not only Ebony Maw was outside the screen, but even Thanos was speechless at this moment. No doubt, this is definitely a real psycho. If you talk to him, you've already lost. The time has come to the 2nd day. This day, amidst the cheers of countless warriors and people of Asgard, Thor went to the altar and knelt down on one knee. He smiles excitedly, waiting for Odin's coronation. Yes, today is the day he becomes king of Asgard? Hela, oh, Odin, is this what you look like now? It can only be said that Frigga is worthy of being an insidious witch, and she is indeed extremely intelligent. Off-screen, Hela is confident. It took only a moment of thought for her to know that Odin must be much older than this. Very simple. Thor's idiot's current girlfriend is a human with a very short lifespan, and she's not in the picture yet. At this time. Frig, what, you want to break the promise? Hela, I'm just disappointed. Now I just hope this Thor will entertain me a little later. After 1200 years, I don't know how much he has grown, but Odin intends to pass the throne to him. Both sides of the altar. Frigga has a gratified smile on his face, while Loki has complicated eyes. The three warriors and the goddess Sif look joyful. As followers, it is their honor for Thor to become king. At this time, Odin with a calm face raised the eternal spear and hit the ground, and the temple suddenly became quiet. He stood up slowly, looking at Thor with one eye under the crown and said calmly, Thor, Odinson, my eldest son, also my heir. The Mjolnir I gave you was forged from a dying star core. It has incomparably powerful power, it can destroy everything, and it can also protect everything. But only the lord of a country is worthy of it. For 10,000 years, I have been defending Asgard and all beings in the 9 realms. And now, the 9 kingdoms need a new king. Here, his voice became majestic, looking straight into Thor's eyes and saying, can you swear to protect the 9 kingdoms to the death, abandon all selfishness and only seek the well-being of the people? Hearing this, Loki lowered his head slightly, his eyes darkened. And Thor holds up Mjolnir and exclaims excitedly, I swear. Odin nodded, solemnly said, so today, I, the king of God Odin, declaration of you as. Thor waited expectantly for Odin to say the last words, his heart was extremely excited. As long as it is finished, he will be the new king of Asgard, ruling everything in the 9 kingdoms. However, he immediately noticed that Odin suddenly stopped, and his eyes looked in another direction, as if his eyes had penetrated the space and fell further away. The next second, Odin retracted his original words, but said angrily, giants of Jotunheim. Quill, am I right, Odin proclaiming his son an ice giant? Is your brain broken? Deadpool, maybe Thor was the giants of Jotunheim he picked up. Tony, these 2 warriors, you are really not afraid of more bounties. Yondu, stop showing your stupidity Quill, God King Odin must have found something? Quill, Thor first showed a look of astonishment, and then his face changed, and at the moment, Odin strikes the eternal spear again. In an instant, Invisible's divine power spanned the space, a rune wall in the Asgard treasury disappeared, and the giant destroyer armor came out of it. The next second, a terrifying ray erupted from its hollow face, easily killing all the giants of Jotunheim who invaded the treasure house and wanted to steal the casket of ancient winters. P.S. Thank you Decade Boss for the monthly pass, reward, and reminder for 3 consecutive updates. Thank you Crying Ice for the monthly pass. Carrot. Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Comments. History Stark Building. Tony looked at the 3-meter-tall metal giant with a cold silver metallic glow all over his body, and his heart skipped a beat. This turned out to be battle armor? He didn't know the strength of those giants of Jotunheim, but as existences that could once fight against the Asgard army, they must not be weak. However, the group of intruders just now were crushed easily by Destroyer. They couldn't even resist and scream, and they would turn into scum. Tony was silent. There is no doubt that this thing is definitely many times stronger than my own armor, and that powerful teleportation device suspected to be Rosen Bridge. Cosmic resistance technology floating in vacuum? Is this what Asgard is all about? Not only the original strength of the Protoss, but also their technology is unimaginably developed. To be honest, he has always been disgusted by Loki's statement that Midgard is just a group of primitive people. But now it seems that the other party is not arrogant. Pantheon. Zeus was not shocked by the strength of the destroyer, but a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Chat room. Zeus, Odin, you seem to be getting old for allowing the giants of Jotunheim to invade the vault of Asgard. Kong Su, he has lived for more than 6,000 years, and I am afraid that his lifespan will come to an end. Mephisto, I'm afraid that's true, otherwise this guy wouldn't think about passing the throne. Tisk, I just don't know what the new king is doing now. Surti, only 1,500 years old? Looks like my day to bring Ragnarok to Asgard is fast approaching. Hela, a wretch who lost the eternal fire and wants to bring Ragnarok back on a whim? Has the magma in your brain solidified? Surti, ha. I will bring true death, even if you are the goddess of death, you can't stop it. Holy place number 2. Gamera couldn't help cursing another lunatic inwardly. I don't understand why these powerful people have brain problems, but looking at the tall figure sitting on the throne above, she felt that nothing was wrong. After all, the craziest thing in the universe is here. Mad Titan, Thanos. The passing ceremony was interrupted. Odin, Thor and others came to the Asgard treasury. As soon as he entered, Thor saw the frost all over the ground, and many guards who were frozen to death. He frowned, anger rising in his heart, and said sharply, I will make those Jotunheim people pay. Odin glanced at the casket of ancient winters that was not lost, and said calmly, they have paid the price with their lives, the destroyer has completed the task, and everything is normal. Thor suddenly became more angry, and retorted, they have broken into the Asgard treasury, is this normal? If they steal any of the fetish? Odin directly interrupts, they didn't steal. I have reached a truce with the king of the giants of Jotunheim. Thor became even more excited when he heard this. But they violated the agreement, you are too kind to them. Hearing this, Odin turned his head and looked at his son blankly. So, what do you want to do? Thor held the hammer without any hesitation, and said sharply, definitely attack Jotunheim like you did back then. I want to destroy their arrogance and let them know who is the master of the 9 realms, and they dare not step into the realm of the gods for the rest of their lives. Odin's eyes flashed a trace of imperceptible disappointment, and he said calmly, Ming-jun never takes the initiative to seek war. Hela, here we go again, this disgusting hypocrisy again. Zeus, I suddenly understand why Odin sealed you. Your mentality is only suitable for being a warrior, and the king will consider the pros and cons. Hela, only waste considers pros and cons? You are just an old thing, don't talk to me in such a preaching tone. Hercules, do you want to set off a war of gods? Die? Hela, just ABD. Enjoy it, you still have 100 years to live? Quill, for the first time, it feels like a death threat is like a blessing, so strange. Deadpool, hit the FK. Hercules, I will wait for you forever. Inside the Stark building, Tony looked at Loki, unable to understand. Are all of you so-called gods so irritable? Loki opened his mouth, wanting to refute but suddenly found no reason. After all, the one in the picture is being irritable. They have already provoked a battle and have already broken in. We must teach these ice giants a lesson they will never forget. At this moment, Thor is as furious as a lion whose territory has been violated. But Odin is still as calm as the surface of the water. Asgard will find security loopholes and strengthen prevention. Hearing this, Thor suddenly became agitated, and shouted with his eyes wide open, I am the king of God's domain. No, you are not. In an instant, Odin's stern voice was like a pot of cold pouring out the flame in Thor's heart. Ronan, it's incomprehensible to dare to challenge the authority of the old gods before sitting on the throne. Nebula, looks like a spoiled child. President Loki, it's just because I'm favored. Quill, I smell a whiff of resentment. Go back to your own palace? Thor overturned all moving objects furiously, venting his dissatisfaction. But in the end, I sat down on the steps feeling lost. He couldn't understand why his father treated him like this. Obviously I am right. Obviously I am maintaining the glory of Asgard. At this moment, Loki walked in from behind with a concerned expression. Hela's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Compared to his brother Thor, Loki looks very thin. But the roles of the two at the moment seem to be reversed. Loki took the initiative to comfort. Don't be angry, actually I think you are right. If the ice giants, Lauf, etc. can sneak to the treasure house, they may come again. Maybe the next time is to attack. Loki's words undoubtedly touched Thor's heart. This feeling of being recognized made him feel better for a moment, and he nodded vigorously. That's right, that's it. Accuser Ronan, it's sad, the second prince of Asgard can only flatter his brother, but I heard that you have joined the Dark Titan. Why, can't you get along? Inside the Kree battleship, Ronan waited for Loki's response after speaking. He was just asking tentatively, if the Asgardians can work with Thanos, then so can he? Otherwise, I don't know how long it will take to delay my desire to bloodbath the planet Xandar before it can be realized. Thinking of this, he felt even angrier. If it wasn't for the supreme wisdom that the Antique disagreed, why bother to seek skin with a tiger? Sooner or later, I will destroy it. It completely hindered the Kree Empire from conquering the universe. However, the next second, the words Ronan expected didn't come, and it was Zeus who spoke. Chat room. Zeus, oh, there is such a thing? Hee, Odin, do you need me to send someone to help you catch him back? Off screen. Hearing this teasing tone, Thor suddenly became angry. Thor, don't bother you, my brother is going home soon, and King Zeus still has a baby. Zeus, you're right, so that the Pantheon doesn't become as dead as Asgard, that's a good idea. Kong So, is that why you stole your brother's wife? Zeus, does a mere 9-pillar low god dare to be so presumptuous now? It seems that Thebes' god realm is declining more and more. Kong So, you will know if you try it. Zeus, there will be a day. Inside the Pantheon. Not only was Zeus not angry, but he was still puzzled at this moment. Very strange. Why was a lower god pulled into the chat group, but those upper 9-pillar gods were not? Only Kong So is relevant? Why? At the moment the 3 warriors and Sif also entered the bedroom. As soon as they arrived, Loki sighed with pity on his face. Although I know that the ice giant's attack will come again. But father doesn't nod, you can't do anything. Thor gets excited when he hears this. No, we must defend our country with action. Then he ignored everyone's objections and strongly demanded to go to Jotunheim. He is very confident, thinking that with the 3 warriors, Sif, and Loki, he can definitely defeat the giants of Jotunheim. After all, isn't that the case in all previous battles? Looking at the excited Thor, Loki still chooses to follow despite showing helplessness. Quill, what an enviable brotherhood. President Loki, really? Quill, you don't know, I've been on a marauder ship since I was a kid. In addition to a group of idiots, there is another group of evil pens. Oh, Kraglin, except you are the most human looking. Green, well, should I say thank you? Quill, you're welcome. Yonda, you better hope the containment pod in the spaceship didn't contain a female grunt when I caught you. Quill, convex. President Loki, it's okay, I know a good place, you can join me, and I'll be your brother from now on. Quill, thank you, TVA. Mobius looked strange. It's strange these days that people still envy Thor for having a good brother. It can only be said that he is a warrior. After this comparison is over, TVA must be very busy. Maybe there is a chance to fulfill this Quill's wish. I just don't know if this kid will still laugh or not. Still, he figured President Loki would be able to laugh. Ha ha ha, my brothers, let's go. Thor completely ignored Odin's ban, and brought a few people to Bifrost. However, a golden armored warrior has already blocked the bridgehead. Heimdall leaned on the sword with both hands, looked at the crowd and said expressionlessly, "So far, no one can slip from my eyes." His voice is serious and beyond doubt. However, Thor not only didn't care, but directly said in an orderly tone, "Don't tell anyone we're out until we get back. Understand?" After speaking, Thor directly led the crowd past, completely ignoring Heimdall. And the latter did not block it as predicted. In the Pantheon, Zeus sneered. Looking at the gatekeeper's cowardly look at this moment, he had only one thought in his mind. The era of Asgard's decline is coming. Odin is about to die of old age. This Thor looks like a megalomaniac. The originally formidable warrior below turned into a dog that dared not even resist. Zeus suddenly felt a surge of enthusiasm. Maybe the Pantheon is about to rise again. But at this time, he couldn't help thinking of a bald head in his mind. The fiery heart suddenly calmed down again. No, not yet. Dimensional fragments. Hela is a bit strange. That's Heimdall? How could an existence that could cut off his own mother with an order from Odin care about a prince who didn't become a king? Could it be that the other party has changed after more than 1,000 years have passed? She frowned, always feeling that something was wrong. P.S. For example, Mephisto, Dormammu, and Kongso are related to another Thor. PS2. I won't write the other side until I finish Thor. It is estimated that there will be another chapter to compare the other side. Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Boom! Heimdall inserts the golden sword into the machine expander, and with a forceful turn, the burst of energy bursts out like lightning in all directions. The next second, accompanied by huge amounts of roar, a colorful energy beam shot out from Bifrost. But just as Thor and others were about to step in, Heimdall suddenly said in a cold voice, "Remember, as the gatekeeper of Asgard, I will be faithful to my oath and defend this country. If you want to bring danger back to God's domain, I will close Bifrost and let you freeze to death in Jotunheim." Hogun said with a puzzled expression. "Can't you keep the passage for us?" Heimdall glanced coldly, said, "Do you think the role of Bifrost is just teleportation? The release of energy like that will completely destroy that planet." Off-screen, Nick Fury's heart tightened suddenly, and his face became even uglier. He never thought of it. This Bifrost is actually a star destroyer weapon? That is to say, if Odin wanted to, he could easily destroy any planet in the 9 realms. This feeling of life and death being held in the hands of others makes him very uncomfortable. That represents the weakness of the Earth? Perhaps, the only good news is that Thor on his side doesn't seem too smart. There should be no crisis between Earth and Asgard in the future. After comforting himself, Nick Fury felt a little resentment in his heart. Not to Asgard, but to my old buddy? The powerful Carol has been in the universe for so many years, not only did not even find the planet of the Skruis, but he did not bring back any information about the universe. This is so irresponsible. I'm afraid I have forgotten my identity, he has decided. After the light curtain disappears, you must contact the other party once. At this time, the picture on the screen once again attracted Nick Fury's attention. From Asgard to Jotunheim, the distance between the 9 kingdoms on the world tree seems to be very close, but they are actually tens of light years away. However, under the teleportation of Bifrost, it only took Thor and others more than 10 seconds to arrive at that icy planet. Quill, how convenient. This distance is placed on the spaceship, at least 10 space jumps are required, and I am afraid that I will spit out bile. Dwarf King, that definitely? Bifrost is made up of the whole? Well, sorry Odin God King, I'm getting a little excited. Frig, it's okay, AI Kui. Even if you say it, no other race can replicate it. Tony, no offense, but isn't that a bit too assertive? Thor, this is not self-confidence. There are more than 10,000 loony rune combinations running in Bifrost, not to mention you, even Asgard can't copy it now? Tony, you just said it, isn't it good? Thor, no problem, small ones can still be made. Off-screen, Loki immediately covered his face. God is so fine. Apart from teleportation, the small Bifrost has no powerful attack ability. I don't know how my father feels now. Maybe you are used to it? Asgard? Odin's mouth twitched. He felt that as the light curtain continued to play, Thor would tell the truth about Asgard. I don't know what Thor on the other side will be like in 1,200 years. Set off. Thor was full of confidence, swung his hammer and led the crowd towards a colder direction. But along the way, I didn't see a single ice giant until I reached the palace of the giants of Jotunheim. Thor's eyes are full of contempt. Father is still too cautious, too kind. Such cowardly giants of Jotunheim can be defeated easily, and teach them a lesson they will never forget. Odin, who heard Thor's heartfelt voice outside the screen, couldn't help touching his one eye. That stop at that time was indeed unforgettable forever. At this time, a hoarse and cold voice suddenly echoed in the sky outside the palace. You are here to die, Asgard people. Thor looks at the man sitting on top of the palace, showing a proud expression. I know who you are. The ice giant directly interrupted his words. Thor frowned, feeling something was wrong. But immediately he gave up this tiring idea, and said coldly, how did your soldiers break into God's domain? Lauf, the king of giants of Jotunheim like an ice sculpture, slowly opened his scarlet eyes, looked at the people below and said meaningfully, because Odin's Asgard is all traitors. Thor suddenly becomes furious. Don't try to insult my father's wisdom with your lies. Lauf immediately stood up from the ice throne, angrily said, your father is the murderer and the thief. It is you who desire war, fight. And you, Thor Odinson, you're just a stupid yellow-haired kid trying to prove yourself a man. Hela, what a wonderful speech. What a sinister look. Ice giant Lauf, won't you have a word? Hela sneered off-screen. It's really rare that someone sees Odin as a hypocrite so thoroughly, and she wants to chat with him. Everyone must have a common language. When he rules the other party in the future, maybe he can be a little more sympathetic. However, no one responded. What's the situation? Haven't you been pulled into the chat room? Hela frowns. Impossible, this is an existence that is 100% related to Thor, it must exist. After thinking for a while, he spoke again. Chat room. Hela, the majestic king of giants of Jotunheim wouldn't just dare to quarrel with a few trash. If so, it would be too disappointing. Surdy, big blue ice cube, you were stunned by Odin, you dare not respond? How pitiful, did you start playing dead after being discovered? Zeus, what a pity, the king of the giants of Jotunheim is so cowardly now. Odin, what did you do to him after this? Ronan, I'm afraid he has been killed. Zeus, impossible. Don't look at Lauf's killing intent in the light curtain, but he didn't dare to kill Thor at all. And Odin wanted to kill Lauf, he killed it more than 1,000 years ago, so why stay until now? Off screen, Loki watched the conversation with complex eyes. He suddenly understood a fact. That's the truth of the matter, and neither Odin nor the mother has spoken at all. Falls with Lauf's voice. From the surrounding darkness, a large number of giants of Jotunheim came out and surrounded Thor and the others. Go back, before I change my mind. Lauf issued an ultimatum, with a trace of hesitation in his scarlet eyes, as if he didn't want to break the armistice agreement. And as his voice fell, a huge amounts of giants of Jotunheim walked in front of them with a strong sense of oppression. The threat is beyond words. Seeing this, Loki hurriedly persuaded Thor to retreat. Facing the siege, facing the lives of my brothers and subordinates, Thor glanced at the ice giant in front of him, but chose to turn around and leave. Steve Rogers, to endure my negativity for the sake of my companions, I'm sorry, Thor, but I wronged you earlier. Banner, I was surprised too. Honestly, I should learn from you about controlling my anger. Tony, I'm kind of impressed with you. Thor. Loki, then you shaved too early. Go away, little princess of Asgard. Suddenly, the giants of Jotunheim added. Then, Thor stopped in his tracks, with a polite smile on his face, then, picked up Mjolnir, turned around and punched him. Boom! The air trembled, and the giants of Jotunheim, more than 3 meters high, was directly smashed into the wall by a hammer blow, and remained motionless for an instant. Then, Thor looked at another giants of Jotunheim closest to him and smiled. Fortunately, you are next. Speaking of Mjolnir swung over again, this lucky guy was smashed to pieces. Off-screen Banner is dumbfounded. It's a blast, more irritable than a Hulk. If you learn this, the earth will be demolished by Hulk the next day. At the same moment, Loki, the 3 warriors and Sif who received the signal also pulled out their weapons in an instant, and fought against the giants of Jotunheim without fear. Several people cooperated tacitly, especially Thor, and packed a lot of giants of Jotunheim in a short period of time. However, this is not Asgard's home field, nor is it like having an army when suppressing the rebels. Soon, as the number of giants of Jotunheim increased, several people immediately fell into decline. Fondrel among the 3 warriors was touched by giants of Jotunheim on his arm and burned by ice, and immediately yelled not to be touched by the enemy. Hearing this, Loki panicked and almost fell into the cliff. Banner, what a weak god of tricks. Kong-su, just a false god. Shame on Asgard? A giants of Jotunheim punched excitedly upon seeing this. However, in an instant Loki dissipated as a green phantom. Giants of Jotunheim lost his balance and fell down instead. The next second, Loki's true god walked out from the corner, showing a proud smile. His phantom magic, how can the stupid giants of Jotunheim see through it? However, at this moment, a giants of Jotunheim suddenly attacked from behind him, and Loki hastily gathered his dagger to turn around and stab. However, his movements were so slow that he was grabbed by the giants of Jotunheim. Loki's face turns pale in an instant. Hold like this, I'm afraid the whole arm will be crippled. However, in the next second, an even more frightened expression appeared on his face. I saw that not only was his arm not burned by the low temperature, but as if he had been assimilated, his blue skin appeared exactly like the giants of Jotunheim. Countless viewers of this scene suddenly showed shock. There is only one possibility for this kind of result. Chat room? Kong-so, I just wanted to say that I misunderstood Loki, but there was such a shocking scene immediately. Tisk tisk, God King Odin is still playing with you, even the giants of Jotunheim will not let go. Ebony Maw, it turned out that the truth of God King Odin not attacking Jotunheim turned out to be this, so affectionate and righteous, it seems to be true love. Zeus, this is amazing news. But Odin, I understand you, love can cross races. Surdy, it seems that Thor is not taboo about meat and vegetables, which can be regarded as inherited from his father. I just don't know how the Queen of God is feeling now. Off screen, Loki looked at the words that slandered Odin in the chat room. Until even his mother was affected, the anger in his heart finally broke out. He hates Odin for being unfair, but don't allow others to insult their relatives like this. In fact, as the light curtain continues to play, the truth will naturally emerge, but he still can't stand it. At this moment, he no longer has hesitation. Loki, enough. You gods with dirty hearts. I am of the blood of the giants of Jotunheim though, but my name is Loki Odinson, the son of God Empress Frigga. P.S. Although Loki is not relieved at this time, he undoubtedly still has deep feelings for Odin. PS2, thank you for the monthly pass and the reward of the intangible cultural heritage and non-spirit boss. Thank you for the monthly pass to Jiangwei to hit the boss. Thanks. Omega, Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate rack. The chat room instantly quieted down. No one expected that it was Loki himself who cursed angrily. In the hearts of Zeus and others, they thought that Thor would come out first after being stimulated. But the reality is quite the opposite. This made many people feel a little disappointed. Asgard. Hearing that Loki still recognized him as his mother, Frigga's eyes turned red. For a moment, the thoughts in my heart became even more unbearable, and I almost cried. And Odin at the moment let out a long breath. For the first time, that meticulous and majestic face showed a loving smile that no one had ever seen before. 1500 years of feelings. Not a giants of Jotunheim identity can stop in the middle. Stark building. Tony put aside his prejudice for a moment and gave Loki a thumbs up, appreciating. Not bad, it's a man. No shame on you Asgard. This sentence is like magic. Loki, whose chest heaved violently and was in rage, was taken aback for a moment. Then an unimaginable strange feeling came to my heart. And that is called identification? Thanks. Loki replied very seriously, and his complexion improved a bit, but in the next second, he saw Tony Stark digging his mustache again, and said with a look of embarrassment, "You're welcome. After the light curtain is over, I will definitely beat you again. I hope the Queen of God will recognize you when you go home." The corner of Loki's mouth twitched involuntarily, and he said very forcefully, "Humph, stupid earthlings. You will find out what will happen if you offend the god of tricks." Tony smiled dismissively. "You can't even turn into a frog, so stop talking big." Loki immediately regretted why he was lazy back then, but was laughed at by a Midgard man today. At this moment, he involuntarily had an idea. If only Thor pushed me like the one in the other timeline? At the same time, New York seaside. Thor sat on the ground, crying like a fool while laughing happily. At the moment, he has only one thought in his heart at this moment. That's bringing Loki home. Then, another beat. At this time, someone in the chat room spoke again. "Yondu, you know that in the universe, it is not uncommon for fathers and sons to kill each other. You are very good, Loki." Quill, it's hard to imagine that these words came out of your mouth. Yondu, are you parasitized by space worms in your brain? Yondu, I'm still too kind to you. Quill, you mean you didn't eat me? Thank you so much. Gamera, it's a miracle you survived and didn't get sold by marauders. At this moment, a scream came suddenly. It was the sword master Fandral who was pierced through the shoulder by an ice thorn. And to make matters worse, a frost beast woke up under Lauf's call, and then roared and rushed over. Loki and the others quickly escaped with Fandral, while Thor cut off the other giants of Jotunheim. Run all the way. Jotunheim's fragile ice sheets are constantly collapsing in violent shocks, making it impossible for the giant beast to catch up to the few people. But it was also the collapsed ground that caused Loki and the others to stand on the edge of the cliff and retreat. I can only watch as the giant beast crosses the crack and bites with its bloody mouth. Just when a few people were desperate, a thunderous sound exploded in the sky. The next moment, a figure suddenly penetrated the giant beast's brain. Thor crashed to the ground, and behind him, the body of the frost behemoth fell into the abyss. He looked at the surprised eyes of his companions, and immediately smiled confidently. "You can always believe." But before he finished speaking, he saw the faces of Loki and the others change at the same time. Thor turns around and looks. I found that the front was surrounded by an unknown number of giants of Jotunheim, and behind me was a dark abyss with no bottom. Breakthrough in this desperate situation is already a dream. It is absolutely impossible to complete. Although I can fly away with Mjolnir, it is impossible for him to abandon his companions. At this moment, Thor has made a decision in his heart. Deadly battle, never retreat. Drax, good. A real man is to dare to face death and show his bravery. Baron Mordo, 838 universe, very heroic. Ha, it was obviously his arrogance that killed his companion. Drax, your brain is so poor, isn't that Fandral still alive? He was still talking before. Mordo, boom. Fiery golden light illuminates the eternally dark Jotunheim. The turbulent colorful energy crashed to the ground. In the next second, Odin, holding the eternal spear and riding the eight-legged Pegasus Sleipnir, walked out of the light with his loyal Asgard warriors. The densely packed giants of Jotunheim suddenly panicked and couldn't help but retreat. Thor's morale was immediately boosted when he saw this, and he shouted excitedly, "Father, let us destroy the giants of Jotunheim." However, Odin just glanced at him indifferently, and snapped, "Shut up." After speaking, he ignored Thor's unbelievable expression, and then looked ahead at the king of giants of Jotunheim, Lauf. At this time, Ice swims, and Lauf comes to Odin. He looked directly at Odin's eyes that lost their sharpness, and said meaningfully, "The king of God, you look a little tired." Odin didn't seem to hear it, and directly stated his purpose. "End the battle. They are all children, there is no need for Jotunheim to continue to die more people." Lauf suddenly sneered. "It's too late to negotiate now. Your son will get what he wants, war and death." Zeus, poor Lauf, after seeing Odin's old age, he felt something he shouldn't have. "You must know the Aesir Protoss, but the older they are, the stronger they are." Kongsu, I suspect now that he has been killed by Odin. Ronan, no doubt, absolutely. Surti, an idiot with a mind full of ice scum, who knows that Odin will die in a few hundred years. Sure enough, a hot brain is more intelligent? Quill, tisk tisk, it's the first time that you've spoken so freshly and refinedly. Surti, you court death? Humanity? Quill, bumpy bumpy. In the spaceship. Yondu covered his forehead helplessly. He suddenly had a premonition at the moment. "I'm afraid that the day when the light curtain ends is the day when Quill offends the powerhouses of the entire universe against the light. At that time, let alone find someone, I'm afraid I won't even find the ashes. I'm afraid this guy has been praised by others a long time ago. No, there might still be a mouth to be found. After all, Quill's mouth is a little bit harder than the shell of a starship." Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. The wind in Jotunheim becomes colder as Lauf's words fall. It seems to be able to freeze the heart. But Odin looked at the eyes that raised desire again, and just said calmly, "In that case, then come." Lauf didn't have any hesitation at all. The ice condensed in the palm of his hand and stabbed forward at an extremely fast speed. Just like in the past, I want to sneak attack and stab the opponent's eyes. However, Odin at the moment has raised the gun of eternity. In an instant, the surging Bifrost energy descended again, and while flying Lauf, it wrapped Odin, Thor, and others and left Jotunheim in an instant. Asgard. Thor immediately yelled loudly after returning to Bifrost. "Why did you bring us back? We should kill those ice giants and protect the glory of Asgard." Odin, who was walking forward, suddenly turned around, and angrily said, "You can't even protect your companions, how dare you tell me to protect the glory?" Thor was full of dissatisfaction, and immediately retorted, "If they dare not go to war, the country will perish sooner or later. We should let them know how to be afraid." Hearing this, Odin's eyes appeared complicated, and his tone was no longer so cold. "This is just arrogance, not the wisdom of the leader. Hela, it's sad that after all these years, Odin, you are even more indecisive than you were before. Frigg, you are more disappointing. Hela, 2,000 years of sealing didn't make you wonder why. Little do they know that a short-sighted vision will definitely bring disaster. Your ambition is too great, and you will lead Asgard into the abyss, until it is destroyed." Hela, and what about Thor? Is what he said wrong? Being offended and threatened by the mere giants of Jotunheim did not dare to send God's punishment, and I don't see any hope and future for Asgard. God's domain should be ruled by me. Frigga, the rule brought by fear and power must be overthrown. Hela, that's just because it's not strong enough. Could it be that the Kerry Empire conquered dozens of star fields by virtue of kindness? Ronan, well said. Definitely conquer everything with absolute power. Talos, without a commander of supreme wisdom, you were divided 10,000 years ago. You are just a brainless fighter. Ronan, lost dogs, if it weren't for Kree traders, I would have wiped you out long ago. Those of you who are still alive should know the fear. Talos, hee, with you here, the Kree Empire will eventually follow in the footsteps of Skrull. Ronan, the sad curse is just the last self-consolation of the weak. On the contrary, under my leadership, the Kerry Empire will only become stronger and stronger. Nova Empire, Queen Adora, Universe 199,999. I hope you remember the agreement between the Kree and Xandar? Ronan, definitely. Stark building? Tony looked at the heart-shattering conversation in the chat room, and suddenly looked at Loki and said, "Has the universe been this bloody all along?" Loki looked at the look of anticipation and denial, and instead of answering directly, he suddenly smiled and said, "Story Stark, aren't you going through it?" Tony fell silent and said nothing more. In Bifrost, Odin looks at Thor, who is as angry as a lion cub, and continues, "I said to be patient and wait for the opportunity, but you seem to have forgotten everything." Thor couldn't stand the preaching and became even angrier. "You are indeed very patient, so patient that the 9 kingdoms are laughing at us. You can't protect Asgard with your mouth." Odin reprimands, "You are too reckless, too conceited, too belligerent." However, before he could finish, Thor interrupted with a snarl, "And you are a timid old fool." Zeus, it seems that the lion cub can no longer bear the loneliness and wants to be king. Kongsu, courage is commendable, well, but only courage. Predator Star Eagle Starka, Universe 199,999. The ignorant have no fear, not courage. The interior of Bifrost was instantly quiet. Loki, who is listening to the quarrel, lowers his head, looking weak and helpless. Odin was stunned for a moment, and then he looked even older. He looks at the disappointment in Thor's eyes, and his voice is low. You are right, I am too confused. I thought you were mature. Loki seemed to understand something, and wanted to step forward to dissuade him, but he was reprimanded as soon as he took a step. After speaking, the majesty of a god king rose again from Odin's body, and he looked at Thor and said sharply, Thor Odinson, your behavior has violated the order of this king. Because of your arrogance and stupidity, this peaceful country and innocent lives will fall into the bottomless abyss of war. You are not worthy to rule the 9 realms, you are not worthy to be a king. I deprive you of your divine power in the name of Odin, my father, and my ancestors. In an instant, Mjolnir in Thor's hand was instantly recalled, and the battle armor on his body was scattered all over the place. Next second, God King made the final judgment. Now, you are expelled from the god realm. Boom! A thunderbolt burst from Mjolnir, bombarding his original master. Bifrost was turned on in an instant, and the turbulent energy engulfed the screaming Thor and left Asgard. But it's not over yet. At this moment, Odin put Mjolnir on his lips, and said again in an unquestionable tone, from this moment, if anyone can lift Mjolnir, then, he will have the power of Thor. The voice fell, Mjolnir was thrown into the colorful energy, the deprivation of the god position, the dispelling of the god power, and the expulsion of the god domain. Even the Mjolnir that was once raised is no longer his own. 1 second he was still a high and mighty god, and the next second he became a nameless person who lost everything. At this moment, everyone was shocked by God King Odin's ruthless decision. P.S. Another timeline in the next chapter. Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury looked stunned. It turns out that Thor was demoted to Earth for this reason. Then he showed a look of pity. Although he felt in his heart that Odin would never let others take Mjolnir as he said. But what if? At that time, it would have been nice to let everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. try it, and it was not a loss anyway. Chat room? Zeus, Odin, you are so ruthless, you can do anything to your own natural son? Deprive him of divine power, and don't be afraid that he will die outside. Hela, Heimdall's gaze can see through the 9 realms, how could it be dangerous? Kong Su, not necessarily, you haven't come out after being sealed for 2,000 years, and I don't see that Odin has any feelings for you. Hela, that's because Thor is a piece of shit, you have no idea what I've done and what Odin has done. Mephisto, interesting, how about you tell the secret of the year? I will rescue you when the light curtain ends, and you don't have to wait for Odin's 100-year agreement. Hela, it's a pity that your reputation is so rotten, demon. Mephisto, unfortunately, another ignorant person who has prejudice against me. As everyone knows, my contract is the fairest. In Bifrost, Loki's face is pale, as if he hasn't recovered from the shock. Seeing this scene, Odin subtly shook his head, then turned to look at Zinc. There is the direction of Midgard. It is also the place where Thor was expelled from the lower world. Although Thor and Loki have both been to Midgard during these 1,200 years. But each time is very short. I will leave in almost half a day. As a result, certain legends and mysteries are left behind. But this time the situation is completely different from before, so he is not very sure. A few minutes later, seeing that the woman didn't show up, Odin understood. It seems that the other party has a tacit understanding in some matters. However, it may be that the other party saw something. Ebony Maw, so it seems that Thor's deportation was Odin's test of the Ancient One? Which Agatha? Not necessarily, but at least it is definitely not as simple as it seems. Kongsu, an Aesir Protoss who has lived for nearly 6,000 years, I am afraid that his whole body is full of eyes. Zeus, don't complain about such a big Kongsu. Aren't you just not growing any flesh, just bones? Come on, join the pantheon. Cleos, the mother of life, can give you a physical body to reproduce. Kongsu kept silent outside the screen, but couldn't help but curse in his heart. Maid, is this old fox really insidious? On the surface, the passage just now seemed to be a wooing, but behind his back, he was actually defrauding him. The god realm of Thebes was expelled, not in the real world. No matter whether he said yes or no, wouldn't he say that he had already left there? If Ancient One discovered this, it would be a trivial matter to be stuffed back, and even the ashes might be thrown away. Speaking of this, he felt even more angry. Those high-ranking 9-pillar god wastes didn't dare to come out, so they found an excuse to kick themselves out. Now I guess we are all waiting to see what will happen to him. He estimated that if he was fine in a few years, those gods would probably have to take action. But then again, if it's really okay, I'll make that excuse real. Who has no temper? Boom! Just when Zeus regretted that Kongsu was pretending to be dead, the scene surrounded by blue lightning dimmed. The light curtain surrounded by golden thunder lights up again. Dark night. Thor is wearing ordinary clothes and standing on the edge of the galaxy, the world tree looming in his eyes. At the moment is already the 7th day after his trial of the 3 gods. The turbulent divine power that had just been transformed before has already calmed down and is completely under his control. The next step is very simple. As time grows, the divine power will naturally grow. As for the 3 priesthoods, the power of thunder, flame, and wisdom is not as simple as it seems on the surface. especially wisdom. In addition to keeping his mind clear all the time, learning magic and runes more easily, and seeing through illusions, and having a higher spiritual vision, Thor clearly feels that there is more powerful power contained in it. But that needs to be discovered by yourself? Instead of obtaining the priesthood, it is equivalent to obtaining everything? But the good news is that I have a lot of time. In the records, every Aesir Protoss who obtained divine power has a lifespan of at least 5,000 years. According to his guess, the blessings of his 3 priesthoods are probably much more than 5,000 years. Off-screen, Tony sighed in his heart. It is a lie to say that such a long life is not enviable. If I own it, I'm afraid I can learn more knowledge, and even study the mysteries of the universe. The human body is still too short to live. But at this moment, he suddenly remembered the words of the accuser Ronan. Perhaps technology may not be unable to solve the problem of longevity. For example, the supreme wisdom in the other party's mouth? That seems like a direction to see. At this moment Thor's mood is very relaxed, and I plan to go to Elfheim for a while to relax. The elves there are not only beautiful, but the food is also very good. Practice needs to be stretched and relaxed, which is more beneficial. Excessive tension will only make the mind exhausted, and the efficiency of doing anything will be very low. At this moment, he heard a whimpering sound. The next second, he saw a small snake swimming towards him. Thor didn't use his strength at all, but from his perspective, it was clear that it was Luoji who became. He pretended he didn't see anything, and wanted to see what kind of prank the other party was up to. I haven't cleaned up the child for a while, and my hands are still itchy. Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, active it. The little green snake made a slight indentation on the grass. What Thor didn't expect was that Luoji didn't hide her tracks, but instead crawled in front of her in a swaggering manner. You don't think I like snakes very much, do you? Thor said with a face of speechlessness. The little snake was silent, then opened its mouth wide. Just when Thor thought that the other party was going to bite him, a golden apple covered with saliva fell out of Luoji's mouth. The next second, Luoji's flattering voice came from the little snake's mouth. Invincible and cool elder brother, this is the golden apple in the forest of witches that my mother secretly gave me last time. It can not only increase the magic power, but the most important thing is that the taste is very special. Now your sister will sacrifice to you. Try it quickly. It turns out that the special taste is your point. No, that's not the point. Thor is speechless again. Do you think I would like to eat an apple covered with your saliva? Luoji nodded. It's all written in the book. Thor was furious immediately, bent his fingers to the little snake's head, and then reprimanded him. Stop showing me those travel novels in the future. Luoji returns to her original real body, covering her head with an aggrieved expression. Doomsday timeline. Take shelter in a hotel from a storm. Hilwei stared blankly at the girl in the picture who was covering her head exactly like herself. Her eyes were full of envy. That flick of the finger seems to reprimand, but it is actually love? It would be great if my elder brother was like this, and he doesn't have to just hide in the doomsday to avoid being captured by TVA. Say it, ask me for something. Thor asked with a straight face. He can think of this question with the hair of his hair. The girl must have come to ask himself. Otherwise, if this golden apple can leave a bite, it will be regarded as her love for brother. Luoji immediately stopped covering her head, hugged Thor's arm and said with a smile. The mighty Thor Odinson. For mother's sake, tell me how you passed the trial of the 3 gods. That process has now become Asgard's top secret? No one can see it except Odin. Thor can see what Loki wants at a glance. Don't think about Luoji, you will never pass the trial of the 3 gods. It's better to just wait for your father to grant you a god. Luoji's complexion suddenly collapsed, and the naked eye could see that she was unhappy and said, but that's just a false god. Quill, why is it called a false god? Aren't they all gods of Asgard? Kongsu, naive? If Odin bestows gods on others, then it is not only the 9 realms, but the entire universe belongs to the Aesir Protoss. Magician Wang, is there any difference? Kongsu, the difference is huge. One has divine power, and the powerful power brought by the priesthood. The other is just nice to hear, but in fact it's not a fart. Sif, no. That represents the glory of Asgard. Off-screen. Hearing this, there was a look of disappointment off the screen. One thing to say, he also plans to mix up with Thor, and when the other party becomes the queen of the gods, he will make himself a god. But now it seems that he is thinking too much, and the glory of that fart can't be spent as money. It seems that this half-brother does not recognize it. Thor heard the dissatisfaction in Luoji's heart. But there is no way, the real priesthood of Asgard is either awakening itself, or participating in the trial of the 3 gods. There is no third way. And the first 2 are almost the same as none. Luoji is more than 100 years old, and there is no sign of it. The fate is actually doomed. More importantly, it's strange that he looks at Luoji's bloodline with his eyes now. He felt the blessing of Odin on it, and a hint of coldness. However, he intends to rot this matter in his stomach for the rest of his life, so he is not entangled. Luoji is the younger sister, and the younger sister is Luoji, so there is no need to think about it. Many viewers outside the screen were not too surprised by Luoji's identity. However, Thor's idea surprised many people. At least for now, it seems that Luoji is very lucky. Thor still didn't tell Luoji the content of the trial of the 3 gods. Just to comfort the conferred gods, I will take the other party to the kingdom of elves to relax. Luoji was very angry, and turned into a snake again, snorting and biting Thor's shoulder. Then, there is a bang. The little snake paused for a moment, then jumped into the water the next second, crying like fleeing. Seeing this, Thor picks up the dropped things from the ground, and shouts at the back of the little snake. Luoji, your snake tooth fell out. After saying this, the little snake immediately swam faster. Thor let out a laugh, shoving his teeth into his clothes. Sure enough, bullying my sister is more interesting. P.S. Thank you Demon King CWK for your great reward. Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Snapped. Thor slaps himself hard. Just now, he thought this Loki was a little cute, so he wondered if Loki could be a little cute. Then, FK it? The picture of Loki in women's clothing in my mind was so disgusting that I almost vomited myself out of nausea. At this moment, he couldn't help feeling a little jealous of himself in another timeline. The younger sister is cute and eye-catching, and it's quite worry-free to look stupid. It's not like my side. I thought that he fell into the universe and died, so I cried for several days, and even dug the grave for the clothes. As a result, this guy cheated and invaded Midgard? When Heimdall told himself, he still didn't believe it. As a result, I was almost peed off when I arrived on the Earth. I don't know how it is now. With that second-rate phantom magic, it's easy to be hammered. It's really worrying. I don't know if my mother will recognize that face when I bring it home. 5 days later. Luoji's conferred god ceremony has been delayed. Thor didn't expect that his younger sister was very strong-hearted, and she didn't intend to accept the title of a false god. According to what the other party and the father said, she wants to awakening herself to gain divine power. Just like the ancestors of Asgard, Baron Mordo, Universe 838 faith is good, but she will never succeed as a giants of Jotunheim. Magician Wang, that's right, at least she won't die after participating in the trial of the 3 gods. Tony, I think she might not even be able to participate in the trial of the 3 gods. After all, it is the trial of the royal family of Asgard. Asgard comes down again. At this moment, the screen began to advance rapidly and jump. Soon, the time will come to 1,200 years later. It's still a temple, and there are still dense crowds of Asgards standing below. Fairies sing, elves sprinkle flowers. It looks like a very special day. At this moment, many people recalled the scene in the light curtain surrounded by blue thunder. Off-screen, Morbius speculates that this could be Thor's God King Day. I just don't know if there will be an accident this time. After all, this timeline has never been seen in TVA. At this time, cheers appeared in the crowd. That's Thor wearing thunder armor and a cloak of flames descending from the sky. His appearance has hardly changed much, but the aura of the king on his body is more intense. The next second, a group of golden divine power gathered to form the god King Odin wearing golden armor, sitting majestically on the throne. In comparison, he is much older. The next moment, Luoji walked to the middle of the altar from the passage below, and knelt down on one knee. Today is her god-conferring ceremony? 1,200 years ago, she did not have the priesthood of awakening. Today, God King Odin conferred the godship on her? Kong Su, I guessed wrong. Hihi, it seems that no matter which timeline Odin is willing to hand over the position of God King? Surti, ha ha ha, a power-hungry ignorant Odin, I'm sure I over there will bring Ragnarok soon? Sif, impossible. The king of God must have a deep meaning? Hela, poor warrior, like a once brainwashed Valkyrie, so pathetic. Hell dimension? Mephisto leaned on his chin with one hand, thinking in his eyes. To be honest, at this moment he quite agrees with what the woman named Sif said, and thinks that Odin on the opposite side may really have a deep meaning? Very simple reasoning. Odin on his side almost passed the position to the arrogant Thor. And Thor over there, as the god of thunder, fire, and wisdom, is not only stronger, but also wiser, not to mention those bad personalities. As long as there is nothing wrong with Odin's brain, there is no reason not to pass the position. Mephisto at the moment has a premonition. If he guessed correctly, someone might be in trouble. Huge amounts of inside the temple. Compared to Thor's frenzied eyes on the Asgard people, at the moment more people looked at Luoji with blessings and joy in their eyes. Asgard people live long, and many people watched these 2 princes and daughters grow up. Although Luoji liked to play pranks since she was a child, she would be beaten up by the even more powerful Thor afterwards. This used to be a very charming landscape in Asgard, coupled with the awe of Thor's royal temperament since he was a child. On the contrary, Luoji, who is always silly and happy, is approached by many older women Asgard. At this time, Odin lightly shook the eternal spear, and the temple fell silent. But just when Odin was about to speak, Luoji suddenly raised her head and said, God King Odin, today I want to see the trial of the 3 gods. Completely different from the previously agreed decision, she did not accept the conferred god. For a moment, Thor frowned. He didn't expect that after 1,200 years, Luoji didn't give up this idea, but used this method to complete it. And for the glory and majesty of Asgard, I am afraid that my father can only agree. At this moment, he was thinking rapidly about how to save his sister. Although so many years have passed, he knows that Luoji's strength has not increased much. The most important is wisdom. This idiot will definitely not be able to pass it. Definitely, there is another possibility that makes him a little uneasy. Three gods trial may deny Luoji to enter? Chat room? Thor, I was wrong? Loki, this female version of you can outshine you? Loki, idiot, we're not the same person, we just happen to be giants of Jotunheim, and both just happen to be raised by our father? Sif, this is too impulsive, she will die. Hela, isn't it normal for an idiot who can't see himself to die? Besides, she has the blood of the giants of Jotunheim? P.S. Calvin today. In order to think of the contrast between this place and the original timeline, and make sense, I almost scratched my scalp. It can be a little spoiler, it is Luoji who ran to the earth, but the way, and the plot after that must be more different. Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers, recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. The temple was silent, no one expected that Luoji would choose the trial of the three gods. Although Thor has already passed, there is only one Thor in the history of Asgard. This is no longer an adventure that can be described. At this moment, all the Asgardians under the altar hope that the God King will refuse. On the throne, Odin looked directly into Luoji's eyes. The latter's face was a little frightened, but he still raised his head unwillingly. Are you ready to die in the trial? Odin said in a low voice. Luoji gritted her teeth. My glory will never retreat in this life. This is what Thor said back then, and it was also what Odin asked at the time. Agatha, looking at this stubborn expression, it seems that she is not reconciled. Tony, in my opinion, it's Thor on the other side that puts a lot of pressure on Rocky. Her brother is too good, she can't bear to be a waste. Otherwise, she would not remember what Thor said 1,000 years ago. Gamera, but it's too irrational, impulsiveness will only lead you into the abyss, and maybe your loved ones will be sad and hurt by it. Thor, you're right. Holy place number 2. Seeing this, Seeing Yoon clenched his fists. But he didn't dare to look up at Gamera who was beside Thanos, and he didn't dare to scold this hypocritical sister in the chat room. How can the winner understand what the loser is thinking? After all, they are superior? Odin looked at Luoji with firm eyes, and sighed inwardly. He stood up from the throne and said slowly, then, under the witness of all the people of Asgard, Rocky Odinson, you will. There are intruders. Thor's gaze instantly burst into an astonishing light, as if he could see through space. The next second, in the shock of everyone's eyes, Thor, who was wrapped in thunder, held up Mjolnir. In an instant, a golden lightning with astonishing divine power erupted from above, rushing straight into the dark cloud-covered sky. Boom! With a frightening thunder, the space seemed to tremble. Then all Asgardians who looked in the direction of Thor's gaze saw a miracle. I saw dense golden thunder falling from the dark clouds, and then bombarded the island where the treasure house of Asgard is located. Boom boom boom! At this moment, the whole of Asgard is trembling slightly. And at this moment, everyone followed the voice and looked over. In an instant, the fighters who were fortunate enough to fight side by side with Thor showed nostalgic and emotional expressions. They haven't seen such a scene of Tianwei for hundreds of years. But when they saw the incomparably shocked expressions of those people, they couldn't help showing a look of pride on their faces. It seems to say that you are so lucky to be able to see Prince Thor's shot. Off-screen, Thor stared blankly at the scene on the screen. This kind of terrifying thunderstorm is coming at the opponent's call, but I am afraid that even if I try my best, I will not be able to achieve it. 1,200 years, how terrifying this guy has become, and how much he has pulled himself down. At this moment, he suddenly felt Luoji's feeling. The other party must have seen such a shocking scene before. Chat room? Fondrel, what a mighty Thor. Sif, Golden Thunder, I feel oppressed even through the light curtain. Tony, this is indeed a bit too exaggerated. Why does it feel like the one in the mythology book? Steve Rogers, if Thor came here that night, I guess your battle suit will be charged and explode. Tony, hee. Captain, you can actually say the word charge, which is an improvement. Banner, I always thought that Thor was not like Thor, so I misunderstood. Loki, be confident, you're right. Thor, Hela, well, Odin over there is really lucky. With this kind of power at hand, this Thor probably controls at least half of the power of the priesthood. Kong So, look at Tianwei. Zeus, why don't you think about being an assistant god? Maybe someday Odin will let you into Asgard's soul castle? Zeus, don't be too jumpy Kong So, you don't think the thunder arrow can't penetrate the barrier of reality, do you? Remember, the god realm of Thebes is not an inaccessible place. Kong So, then I will give you a warm welcome. Zeus, humph. The golden thunderstorm didn't last long. 10 seconds later, Thor put down Mjolnir, and the sky suddenly returned to its original clear appearance, and the thunderstorm completely dissipated. It's just that the island that was bombarded looks a bit miserable. The golden palace blessed by the Looney Rune has collapsed, completely exposing the broken Asgard treasure house on the top floor below. Thor, what happened? Luoji stood up and asked in panic. Use this trick in Asgard, and you won't be afraid to hack dead man. Thor said with a serious expression. There was an intruder in the treasure house just now. Let's go and see who is so bold. As he spoke, he held Luoji's hand who was still a little dazed, and the cloak of flames shook behind him, and he flew away through the air with Luoji. Odin also turns into a golden light and flies away. Frigga, who was standing on the side of the altar, blinked her eyes, as if she understood something, and didn't follow her. 10 seconds later, When Thor and the others stepped into the treasury, they saw the fainted guards and many broken walls. However, there is no corpse of the intruder. Seeing this scene, Luoji immediately frowned and said, "Brother, are you reading it wrong?" Thor glanced at his sister lightly, and said indifferently, "Under these eyes of mine, there is nothing to disguise, and it is impossible to see anything wrong. There are indeed intruders here. It's just that they have already melted under the thunder." At this moment, Luoji suddenly thought of something, and her eyes widened. "You mean?" Thor nods. "That's right, it's the giants of Jotunheim. P.S. Thank you Aesifa for your monthly pass." "Thanks. Omega." Beautiful photos are attached. Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chat room. Kong So, interesting, it seems that no matter which timeline giants of Jotunheim will steal casket of ancient winters at this time node. Fondrel, just a bunch of scumbags, doomed every time. President Loki, tisk tisk, this is the first time I've seen a timeline self-correct without TVA intervention, what a surprise. Female judge, you talk too much Loki? I warn you again, the void is your last mercy, don't seek your own death. Hearing this threat, President Loki sneered off-screen. With this light curtain, I am afraid TVA will cut off many existences after the end. I just don't know if this group of people dare to do it in the face of those real bosses. He felt that TVA was not far from the day when it messed with the wrong person and self-destruct. Asgard Treasure House. Hearing Thor's words, Luoji's face grew angry. This group of ice giants who never know what temperature is, also don't know how to be grateful. As she spoke, she turned to look at Odin and begged, "Father, let Thor and I lead the army to crush Jotunheim, and let them know what will happen to offending Asgard." Odin looked at the intact treasure house, was silent for a moment and said, "We have an armistice agreement, we should not take the initiative to attack. That would ruin Asgard's reputation, and those countries attached to God's domain will feel uneasy." Luoji said excitedly, "But the glory of Asgard shall not be trampled on." Odin shakes his head, "Only the three of us know about this. I will also order these Asgard guards not to tell what happened today, and no one else will know. Next, fix the loopholes here, and this matter will be over." Luoji still wanted to refute something, but was stopped by Thor, and saw that the other party gave her a wink. Although she is not reconciled, she believes that Thor must have other ways. Odin didn't seem to see the eyes between the two, and said again, "Your three gods have been tested for a while, and there is a security loophole in God's domain, so it is not suitable for the trial at this time." Loki nods, she agrees with Odin's decision on this point, as it should. Back to Thor's palace. Luoji couldn't help but ask immediately, "Thor, why did you stop me just now? Maybe if you ask your father again, he will agree." Father is really old, he would never have been like this before. Thor smiles and explains, "Father wants to maintain the stability of God's domain, which is correct from Asgard's point of view. However, we are still young, it is right not to have that kind of thinking." Loki suddenly became excited. "I knew it, brother, you are still on my side. Quickly tell me, what shall we do next?" Thor shows a sneer. "Definitely let the giants of Jotunheim understand what fear is." Luoji's eyes lit up, and she said expectantly, "Shall we sneak to Jotunheim?" Thor nods, "That's right." But when Luoji was excited, he said again, "But before that, let me investigate first. We have a small number of people, and it is too unrealistic to fight with the giants of Jotunheim army on a large scale. The best thing is to find out where the king of the giants of Jotunheim is and go straight to beheading." Luoji didn't think there was any problem, she believed in Thor's wisdom very much. Professor X, 838 Universe also went to Jotunheim for revenge. One does not make any preparations, but the other knows to investigate in advance. I am afraid that the anger of the Odin God King at that time was not just that they went to Jotunheim privately to take revenge. Ebony Maw, hee, maybe the great Thor already thought he was invincible. Hela, the root of everything is because of stupidity. Sif, Thor, he just has no experience in this field, there will be no next time. Off-screen, Thor blushed, but couldn't refute. Back then, I really should have gone to spy on information alone first. Even if he was discovered, Mjolnir would not be able to stop him from escaping in the group of giants of Jotunheim. But Sif is right. I should remember the lesson, just to see how the other self is doing. Night. Thor arrives inside Bifrost alone. Heimdall with the two-handed column sword opened his eyes and said in a respectful tone, "Prince Thor, where are you going?" Fandel, this is Heimdall? Hogon, we stopped when we were going, but it turned out to be the other way around, which is outrageous. Quill, don't be jealous, why don't you have such a Thor? Jotunheim. Thor finished speaking calmly, without any intention of explaining. Heimdall didn't ask, and directly inserted the rune greatsword into the Bifrost. Accompanied by a huge roar, the turbulent colorful energy engulfs Thor across the universe, and arrives at the icy planet in a blink of an eye. However, upon landing, Thor did not scrupulously search the palace of the king of the giants of Jotunheim. He just raised his head and looked in one direction. A few seconds later, as if I had confirmed something, a terrifying divine power erupted from my body. With the shock of the flame cloak, Thor flew out with a bang. Boom! This planet that has been silent for an unknown number of years has a violent thunder. Looking from a distance, you can clearly see the scarlet swimming rapidly in the clouds, accompanied by frightening lightning wherever it passes. All sleeping giants of Jotunheim along the way are awakened. They raised their heads angrily, but immediately lowered their instinctive fear. They don't know what it is, they only know that it is definitely not something they can face. Until 10 seconds later, a majestic voice came from above the blue-black ice palace that seemed to be more ancient. Giants of Jotunheim Lauf. Get out of here. Thor looks confused off-screen. One thing to say, does he still need to learn? Hela's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. At this moment, looking at Thor who was exuding divine power in the sky and did not hide himself at all, countless people were stunned. You call this stealth? At this moment, many people had a strange idea in their hearts. Is there something wrong with this timeline? Or am I having a problem? There can't be something wrong with Thor anyway. Chat room. Tony, I didn't know what to say for a while. Quill, open your eyes today. This Thor redefines what stealth is. Natasha Romanoff, he's not going to kill all the giants of Jotunheim, is he? That would be the perfect stealth. Deadpool, got it? False stealth sneaks past all sentry, true stealth lures all enemies in one go. Learned? I will do the same next time. Drax, what a fierce man. Just do it. Gamera, I can't understand, so why did he talk so much to Luo Ji before? Nebula, clearly he was cheating on his sister. Gamera, don't substitute personal emotions, what you have to do is analyze. Nebula, I know. Thor Odinson. Accompanied by a roar, the top floor of the ice palace exploded, and Lauf jumped out from inside, looking angrily at the sky and shouting, Asgard is going to tear up the agreement. Do you want to go to war with the giants of Jotunheim? Accompanied by Lauf's words, densely packed giants of Jotunheim appeared on the ground. They looked at the sky angrily at the same time, roaring incessantly, waiting for orders to tear apart the invaders at any time. The scene looked extremely oppressive, but Thor didn't even frown. He just looked down at Lauf with cold eyes, and said lightly, You are also worthy. Lauf's eyes suddenly became scarlet, and he roared, Junior, did Odin send you here? He will regret it. He will lose his son today. Speaking, he swung his fist violently and hit the top floor of the palace with one punch. In an instant, the sound of shattering continued, a huge amount of crack burst out, and the ice palace split in half in the blink of an eye, revealing a dark abyss. Lauf jumps down into the darkness without any hesitation. Next second, a deafening dragon roar came from below, and all the giants of Jotunheim suddenly looked in awe. Roar? There was another loud roar. A huge monster more than 300 meters long flew out of the abyss, roaring continuously in the air as if covering the sky and blocking out the sun. It's an ice dragon covered in dark blue scales, with heart-throbbing tyranny in its eyes, and at the moment Lauf is standing on top of the dragon's head, looking fiercely at Thor. Arrogant prince of Asgard, what do you think I used to fight you back then? Surdy, strange, this stupid dragon is still alive, how did Lauf raise it? Witch Agatha, I'm afraid it's because of the ice, directly freezing the vitality of the ice dragon. Fondrel, with this body type, the ones chasing us back then didn't even have a tenth of its size. It seems that it was really a lifesaver. Kongsu, rather than escape, it's better to say that Lauf didn't intend to kill you at all. Otherwise, you wait until Odin comes to the rescue? Tony, from this point of view, this Thor's behavior is actually a bit unwise. Zeus, Asgard's traditional arrogant behavior, it seems that even this Thor can't avoid it. Odin, would you like me to discipline the children for you? I'm still very experienced in this area. Frigga, the kindness of God King Zeus is appreciated. Your excellency should be busy with having a child, otherwise once the last child becomes an adult, I am afraid that the prophecy will not be fulfilled. Zeus, well, don't worry about it. Frigga was not happy after beating Zeus, but was very worried about Thor on another timeline. If Heimdall over there didn't report to Odin, I'm afraid there will be real danger. The ice dragon's wings are constantly waving, as if a heavy hammer is bombarding the air, making the sky seem to be shaking. Lauf thought the other party would panic, his eyes were full of fear. However, when he looked over, what he saw was still that calm face. This made him even more angry. Thor doesn't care about the mood of the other party, but his eyes are indifferent, and he said lightly, Without the casket of ancient winters, is this Jotunheim's last card? Lauf. The king of giants of Jotunheim showed a sinister smile. Why, are you testing me? This is too tender. Thor shook his head, looked at the ice dragon, a cruel smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth. No, I mean, from now on, it will no longer exist. Boom. The voice fell, and a bucket-thick golden lightning fell from the sky on Thor. P.S. Zeus was predicted to be killed by the last son, so he kept looking for women to have children. Hela's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. The sky of Jotunheim shook, golden thunder flares erupted from Thor, and bolts of lightning wrapped around him. The cold and ferocious armor of divine power is closed piece by piece, and the runes of Luni are constantly shining on it. But it's not over yet. The flame cloak behind him spread red flames, as if overflowing magma was swimming in the gaps in the armor. Burst out fiery red. The giants of Jotunheim at the bottom looked up at the moment, as if they saw the gods wrapped in thunder and flames coming down to earth, and they were about to send divine punishment to this ice country. This moment, They haven't fought yet, their hearts are instinctively uneasy, and they can't help but feel fear. Flame, the sky beats the ice. Deadpool, I'm so envious, when can I have this special effect? President Loki, I've seen Thor in several timelines, but this, the appearance of power is off the charts. Fondrel, this. I can't even imagine how strong this would be. Sif, from this point of view, this Thor is not arrogant, this should be the self-confidence of the strong. Surti, looks like Lauf over there is going to be in trouble. Kong Su, the three priesthoods are really perverted. This kid is only 1,500 years old, so he can have this kind of power. It's really unfair. Hela, not fair. That's ridiculous, you're just insulting yourself by saying that. Khonsu, Asgard has trials of the three gods. There are 12 trials in the pantheon. After passing, there will be stronger power. I don't believe that there is no similar existence in Thebes' god realm. If you feel that you are weak, then go get it yourself. Don't complain like a piece of trash. Fighting swords, Asgard's goddess of death. Although I was very upset when you took the name of death before, what you said is so right. Envying the power of others is not as good as being strong yourself. You are such a strong person, it is really hard to understand why Odin wants to seal you. Pity? Hela, no pity, I will take back what belongs to me in the future, and use blood to calm the anger in my heart. Thor, I will never let you succeed. Hela, well, if it's Thor on the screen, he's still qualified to say that. And you, my stupid brother, stop humiliating yourself here. Off-screen Thor held Mjolnir firmly and did not answer. At this moment, he felt the heaviness on it for the first time. That represents more than power. In the sky, the ice dragon let out an uneasy roar, as if sensing the strength of the enemy. However, this made Lauf even more angry. Being defeated by Odin back then, losing the casket of ancient winters, and being driven back to Jotunheim was humiliating enough. I didn't expect that a brat would dare to insult me now, so what about amazing power? In terms of strength, it can still be stronger than Odin back then? He doesn't believe it. This is my home field. Die to me. Lauf roared, and controlled Frost Dragon to kill without hesitation. Roar? The uneasiness in the ice dragon's eyes turned into tyranny. Under the vibration of the wingspan longer than the body, the speed was surprisingly fast. Huge amounts of body rammed towards Thor with a strong sense of oppression. However, Thor didn't move, nor did he dodge in any way. Quill, isn't that evasion? With the accumulation of this kind of potential energy, I am afraid that even a mountain can be smashed, and it is not wise to head on. Tony, do you think this Thor looks like an idiot? Gwen, Universe 65, well said Iron Man, I'm now looking forward to how he will deal with it. And at this moment, it wasn't just Gwen. Almost all viewers are looking forward to how Thor will solve it. Thor stands in the sky, the cloak of flames rattles behind him. He watched the frost dragon approaching him continuously, and the high-temperature red light in the gap of the armor on his body became brighter and brighter. It seems that what is inside is not a body of flesh and blood, but a sun. And at the moment, closer, getting closer, the distance of hundreds of meters is about to be crossed in a second. And it's about to hit. Lauf grinned ferociously, and pressed down with both hands, and in an instant, the ferocious black and blue ice armor was attached to the head of the ice dragon. That is, the same moment of completion. It seems that the ice dragon that can smash everything hits the body surrounded by thunder and flames in front. However, whether it is the scene of Thor being knocked into the air, the horrible flame explosion still didn't happen. In Lauf's astonished eyes, there is only a phantom of green light disappearing. It turned out to be fake. Lauf yells out in disbelief. At this time, someone behind him suddenly replied, "Why, haven't you seen this trick in the war back then? Or, do you think he is a reckless man who can only go straight?" In an instant, the sarcasm sounded in his ears, causing Lauf, the giants of Jotunheim, to feel an unprecedented coolness rushing into his brain, and his body stiffened. He's behind me? When? How can it be? Outside the light curtain, countless people opened their mouths involuntarily at this moment, because they didn't find out when Thor used phantom magic. Chat room? Magician Wong, if face to face, I might be able to perceive the magic wave, but now I can't understand how he left a phantom, and then went to the back of the ice dragon. Agatha, I didn't see through either. Caecilius, previously, we have been focusing on Thor's divine power, completely ignoring that he used to be a magician with extremely high spellcasting ability. After more than 1,000 years, his phantom magic may not be able to see through many people. President Loki, outrageous. Compared to this Thor, I feel like my phantom magic is fake. Land of the Void. The eyes of the old Loki hiding underground are full of shock. Also a master of phantom magic, he can see how Thor works. From the moment the ice dragon started to sprint, that Thor used advanced light manipulation to complete the refraction and invisibility, and even more powerful, he still used phantom magic at the same time. In other words, while Thor is invisible, his phantom is ready. After that, he just hides above the impact point and waits to fall. This may seem simple, but it is actually very difficult. Dual purpose, double casting? He asked himself that he would never be able to do it. On the head of the ice dragon, the crimson color on Thor's body is just like the phantom before. Don't worry, your life is still useful to me. Thor didn't attack Lauf. At the same time, after reacting, Lauf turned around and counterattacked without any hesitation, the ice thorn in his palm pierced behind him. Boom! This time, it's no longer a phantom, but that seems even more terrifying. Lauf's wrist was tightly held, and the ice thorns couldn't pierce forward even an inch, and that burning palm already made him feel pain. How can your strength be so great? Lauf shouted out in shock. Thor looked at the shocked and terrified expression in front of him, and sneered. No, you are too weak without the blessing of the casket of ancient winters. And, remember what I said. He wants to slay the dragon. Lauf suddenly changed his face again, and ice gathered shape-shifting rapidly on the surface of his body, as if he wanted to become a giant. However, in the next second, Thor directly kicked the ice that appeared in front of him, and hit Lauf's chest directly. With a scream, Lauf shot into the broken palace like a cannonball. Thor didn't want to kill the opponent in time, but kept the opponent useful, so this blow is not fatal. Lauf quickly climbed out of the collapsed ruins and looked to the sky, but in the next second, his eyes almost burst. I saw Thor holding Mjolnir high in the sky. Streams of flaming divine power continued to spread out from the gaps in the crimson armor, climbing on the hammer along his arms. They are constantly compressing and rolling, and you can vaguely see the formation of red loony runes. The ice dragon sensed the danger, kept roaring, flapping its wings and turning its body like crazy. But no matter how it shakes, Thor always stands firmly on its head. At this time, the blue cold air visible to the naked eye emanated from the ice dragon, and the surrounding space suddenly condensed into snowflakes. Off-screen, Caecilius showed shocking eyes, because he has already recognized that the snowflakes are not water at all, but the rare energy wandering in the air that has been frozen. It's unbelievable what kind of low temperature it is. However, the blue low temperature that can freeze energy was annihilated by the red heat before it even got close to Thor. There is no effect at all. The ice dragon's clear perception of all this suddenly creates a great fear that belongs to animals facing the hunter. At this moment, it forgot Lauf's order, and also forgot the tyranny in its blood. Like all lower animals, when it encounters danger, it will fly towards its own cave without hesitation, that is, the ice abyss. But at the moment is already late. At this moment, all the giants of Jotunheim saw that Thor seemed to raise a miniature sun, and then it fell mercilessly. P.S. The 3,200 words in this chapter will not be separated, otherwise it will affect the rhythm of watching too much. For the sake of one less chapter to expose V's income, the big guys come to some monthly pass evaluations, and those who spend money don't need it. Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. The hammer of the Death Star forged by King Dwarf fell on the ice blue dragon's head. The former is so small, not even half of the dragon scale of a frost dragon. However, when the hit, dragon's body suddenly stopped. That is, at the moment, all the giants of Jotunheim were astonished to find that Jotunheim returned to cold and dark again, and all the flames on the hammer disappeared. Failed? His divine power is not enough? Lauf couldn't help but feel ecstasy in his heart. Frost Dragon is the most powerful weapon of Jotunheim. Is it too important to giants of Jotunheim? But at the next moment, the dark world lights up again. Under Mjolnir, all the blazing heat that was compressed at the point of impact erupted in a more violent way. The red flames are like an ancient titan suddenly opening its eyes filled with boundless anger. The 300-meter-long Frost Dragon was submerged by a huge fireball almost instantly, and a sun appeared in the sky and was falling rapidly. On the ground, all the giants of Jotunheim were stunned for a moment, then showed extremely terrified expressions, and ran desperately in the opposite direction to where their king was. That kind of heat, that kind of scale. The gap in the abyss cannot be accommodated, and it will definitely explode on the palace. Escape? Only the farther you escape, the slightest chance of surviving? And in the ruins of the palace, Lauf looked at the sun falling in the sky motionless. At this moment, he can even feel that the terrible temperature has begun to erode him, and his skin feels like a needle PK. The surrounding palace built with billions of years of ice has even melted and made a chi-chi sound. Lauf stared blankly at the sky, without the slightest thought of avoiding it. The reflection in his eyes was getting bigger and bigger. Are you going to die? I didn't expect this day to come so suddenly. There is not even the slightest sign. But immediately there was a kind of enlightenment in his eyes. I see. Eyes that old fellow Odin wanting his son to kill me, so as to announce to the 9 realms that a new god king has appeared. Absolutely. In an instant, greater anger rose in Lauf's heart. Why? Everyone clearly has an armistice agreement? He looked at the sun that was about to devour him, and roared angrily. Despicable Asgard people, you broke the contract thousands of years ago, but the Ice family will never surrender. Although I will die, a new king will be born eventually. And in hell, my soul will curse you Asgard for 10,000 years, curse you. Patter. The sun went out, and a pair of pale keel fell with a bang, shattering the bones on the ground. And the huge and empty eye sockets of the dragon head are unbiased, as if he is dying, staring at Lauf with his mouth wide open like a wax figure. At this time, a flat voice came from the dragon skull. Why, do you want to die too? If you want, I can help you. Lauf raised his head stiffly, his eyes dazed for a moment, as if he saw a god more terrifying than Odin before. His eyes were blazing and thunderous, and he was looking down at him. There was a moment of silence outside the screen. In the next second, in the chat room, Deadpool, damn it, can someone really be so cool? Quill, that's what you call a force. In comparison, Sovereign's group of crazy guys are a group of golden shit. Hogan, although I think this Thor will definitely win, it seems too simple. The ice dragon can't even resist and was killed. Magician Wang, it's completely crushing, and what's even more outrageous is that I still think he didn't use his full strength. Gamera, are all the Aesirs so powerful? Kong So, how is it possible? The last one who was so dazzling was Odin? Zeus, hee. It seems that Asgard over there will be safe for at least 10,000 years. As long as the brain is not broken, no one will mess with this new god. Surti, poor Lauf, there is no casket of ancient winters, and now even the frost dragon is gone. President Loki, don't sigh, the other you are probably also very pitiful. Surti, the other I don't care what I do, you're stupid, Loki. Fondril, I laughed so hard, someone got taunted by a flame giant with nothing but lava in his head. Carry battleship? At this moment, Ronan's dark eyes burst into flames of desire. Thor's celestial attitude just now lingers in his mind for a long time. He knew that Odin was very powerful, but he didn't expect his son Thor to be so powerful. Although the one on my side is a piece of trash, at least he has the priesthood of Thor, doesn't he? I just don't know if that thing can be deprived by relying on the powerful technology of the Kree Empire. If it is possible, he can definitely expand the Empire's territory tenfold. On the dragon's skull, Thor did not continue to press Lauf if he wanted to die, and gave the King of Giants of Jotunheim a little face. After all, there is still something to ask for the cooperation of the other party. Lauf at the moment also regained his composure and snorted coldly, but he didn't dare to say the curse words before. Tell me, what do you want to do? At the moment, he already understood that the other party definitely didn't mean to save his life, but must do something by himself. Satisfied eyes appeared in Thor's eyes, he nodded and said, worthy of being the king of a clan, he knows how to choose. Don't worry, what I want you to do is actually very simple. Pause, Thor said seriously. First of all, you have to remember. Just 10 time units ago, you sent someone to Asgard to steal the casket of ancient winters. Lauf is immediately confused. What the hell? I was still sleeping on ice 10 time units ago, why did I carry a cauldron on my back? P.S. Thank you guys for the monthly pass, I didn't expect it to be so fierce. Enough is enough, no more will fit. Omega? Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chat room? Deadpool, good guy, I said that there was a problem with the treasure house being stolen before, and the feeling is that this Thor void locks the enemy? So coquettish? Sif, thinking about it now, it really doesn't make sense. Before the destroyer killed the giants of Jotunheim and left Dross, but Thor's thunder left nothing. Gamera, so, it's all a play directed by Thor who doesn't want Loki to participate in Trials of the Three Gods. It directly cut off Luoji's possibility of knowing her life experience and almost 100% death fate. It can only be said that it is not a loss to have the God of Wisdom. Xingyun, shouldn't the point be to be a good brother? Quill, no, that's not the point either. The point is that giants of Jotunheim Lauf? It's so miserable, people are sleeping at home, and the pot comes from the sky. Kong Su, not miserable? In my opinion, Asgard will clean up Jotunheim sooner or later, but this process is ahead of schedule. Perhaps, they were a stepping stone that Odin prepared for Thor. President Loki, absolutely. That old fox in Odin is full of hearts. Off-screen, Thor wanted to retort. But after thinking about it, maybe it seems that this is really possible. Even thinking about it, I am terrified that my father obviously had the ability to destroy the ice giants back then, but why didn't he do that? Now it seems that evenly matched is absolutely impossible? So, is it really kindness? He didn't dare to continue thinking about it. Among the ruins, Lauf endured the anger in his heart, and said hoarsely, if you want an excuse to start a war against Jotunheim, just come here, there is no need to be so hypocritical. Thor neither ridiculed nor sneered, but asked very flatly, do you think I need it? Lauf took a breath, and once again remembered the scene where Frost Dragon was instantly killed just now in his mind. The god of fire is the natural nemesis of the ice giant, an existence that can never be resisted. War, that's just a nice way of saying it. If the other party wants to, it will be a one-sided massacre? So what do you want to do? Lauf couldn't help asking again. Thor sighed, with an imperceptible helplessness in his eyes, and said, it's not a problem, I just want you to play a play with me tomorrow. Acting. Lauf raised his voice, his eyes filled with disbelief. Did I hear wrong? Still saying that I have been enchanted by illusion magic? Acting? UF King came here and killed me without any explanation, and the end result was to put on a play? I haven't left Jotunheim for more than 1,000 years, why is the world so crazy now? He couldn't accept it for a while. Listening to Lauf's roaring voice, many people nodded silently. That being said, it does sound crazy. It can only be said that the king of giants of Jotunheim is indeed a bit pitiful. At this point Thor explains. Tomorrow, I will bring Luoji and a few Asgard warriors to Jotunheim to attack you. Sneak attack on me. Lauf, who was still in shock, suddenly felt his scalp tingle again. If you don't sneak attack, you will die. Is there a way to survive the sneak attack? It's better to give it a good time. Thor sees what Lauf is thinking, and smiles. Don't worry, I said it's acting, which naturally includes sneak attack, you won't be seriously injured. I will give you an ice treasure, the effect is not very powerful, but it looks very bluffing, remember to use it when the time comes. Definitely, that thing will be left to you as a reward in the end. Lauf was overjoyed when he heard treasure ice, but he was speechless when he heard the following words. He knew this Asgardian would not be so kind. As for the reward, Jotunheim really made a lot of money by exchanging one dragon for one waste. Lauf held back his emotions and continued to ask. So what's next? I tried my best to resist, but after a big battle, I was defeated by you. According to his guess, it should be this process. Perhaps, this matter will be turned into a story by Asgard. For a while, he felt even more uncomfortable, thinking that maybe death is the best destination, but at this time Thor shook his head and said meaningfully, on the contrary, I want you to win. The final outcome is that our group fled Jotunheim in embarrassment. Definitely, the most important thing is, never let Luoji notice the abnormality, or you will understand. I understand, this is Asgard's playhouse, right? Lauf was extremely speechless at this moment, but he didn't dare to speak out. At least I won in the end, no shame, right? This is already the best result? Xingyun, hehe, Luoji on the other side is lucky to have such a big brother to protect her, and she is even willing to act out the drama of failure. Tony, I'm suddenly looking forward to Thor's performance tomorrow, it must be very interesting. Hela, it's just a waste of my divine power, it's disappointing? Hill, are you disappointed? I'm really envious. In other words, Loki on every timeline should be very envious. President Loki, how is that possible? I will never? Quill, dude, your tone is not convincing at all, but you can't fool me? President Loki, then you must be an idiot? Gamera, don't tell the truth that everyone knows. Quill. Then Thor told Lauf some details that should be paid attention to in detail, and handed a snowed crystal ball to the other party. Then Thor looked into the dark sky and said loudly, Heimdall, take me back. As his voice fell, without any delay, a colorful torrent immediately broke through the space and landed on him. Obviously, the gatekeeper has been waiting for Thor's order. After a few breaths, Thor returns to Asgard. He didn't go to Luoji first, but went to Odin's bedroom. P.S. Thanks to the big guys for the flower monthly tickets, hiccup. Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. As the king of God, Odin doesn't actually need sleep. And when he was asleep, it was more about the changes in divine power and the cultivation of the soul. The night and day of God's domain are just created for the care of ordinary Asgard people. Soon, Thor met Odin on the top floor of the bedroom. The other party, at the moment, sat casually on the stone steps, without Gungnir in his hand, at the moment was more like a calm old man. Father, I've already settled the deal with Jotunheim. Although Thor didn't say it in advance, he knew that his father knew what he wanted to do when he was in the Asgard treasury. Odin didn't respond, just smiled, and patted himself beside him and told Thor to sit down. Then, he patted his son on the shoulder and sighed. You did a better job in this matter, otherwise I might have to play the role of a bad father at that time. Thor smiles. This is what I should do, Luoji is my sister after all. She doesn't count on herself, my elder brother can't watch her play with fire. Odin nodded, then, suddenly said, look at Lauf's mouth tomorrow, if he has any signs of wanting to say that, kill him. Thor was taken aback for a moment, but immediately understood. Father refers to the problem of Luoji's bloodline. He was not surprised that his father already knew that he knew about it. After all, the other party knew about the power of his eyes. It's just that I didn't expect my father to do this for Luoji. You must know that the armistice agreement was decided by God King Odin, so killing Lauf in this way will definitely lose the majesty of God King. This is actually the real reason why he didn't kill Lauf yesterday. Otherwise, it shouldn't be too difficult to support a new Frost King. I will, father. Thor nodded solemnly, and then left the God King's bedroom. Deadpool, poor Lauf. Quill, poor Lauf. Tony, poor Lauf. Surdy, poor Lauf. Gretter, I.am, Gretter. For a while, the chat room was swiped, and for the first time on the matter of poor Lauf, everyone was surprisingly unanimous. Backing back to his palace, Thor saw Loki turning into a snake and bubbling in a pot of wine on the long table, obviously bored. Seeing him coming back, the little snake immediately spit out words, and asked in a crisp voice, Thor, have you found the location of the king of the giants of Jotunheim? Thor didn't answer, but pulled Luoji's tail out of the wine with a look of disgust, and hung it on the decorative tree in the house. Then he shook his hand, and then said, we've found it, we can call Fondrel and the others to go with us in the second half of the night. Then his tone became serious. But remember, you must listen to my command when the time comes. The giants of Jotunheim in Jotunheim are more than imagined, and the strength is much stronger than the rebels we have defeated in the past. We want to win the battle quickly. History Stark Building. Loki had a weird look on his face. Not because he already knew he was lying to Rocky, but because of this Thor's actions, he felt a strong sense of disobedience. After all, he is really familiar with his brother's smirking expression, not his serious acting skills. He turned his head to look at the mustache, and found that the other person also had a constipated expression on his face, and he immediately felt a lot more relaxed. It seems that he is not the only one suffering. The second half of the night, Thor, Luoji, and the three warriors set off for Bifrost. Not long after, a man in golden armor with a two-handed sword blocked the way. It's Heimdall? Look at my... Luoji raised her eyebrows at a few people, then walked over with a serious face, and said solemnly, We found clues to the previous invasion of Asgard's treasure house, and now we are going to Jotunheim to investigate. Gatekeeper Heimdall, please open Bifrost immediately to send us there. Heimdall is expressionless. Vuni, the crow of the God King, did not deliver this order, so it is not allowed to pass. Luoji doesn't care, this is the normal situation. If Heimdall opened the door directly, she would not dare to enter. Luoji's expression didn't change, she said without any timidity. Prince Thor is here, do you think he will deceive you? Still, do you think Prince Thor's status is lower than that of a crow? Heimdall is silent for a few seconds, sideways, get out of the way. Loki turned her head immediately, blinked triumphantly at Thor, and then took the first stride into the interior of Bifrost. Afterwards, the three warriors, who were extremely surprised and a little confused at the same time, also followed. It's Thor's turn. When he passed by Heimdall, he patted Heimdall on the shoulder lightly to indicate that Heimdall had worked hard. After all, it is somewhat difficult for someone who can see through the 9 realms to pretend to be stupid. Fortunately, Heimdall is a paralyzed face. Listening to Thor's internal assessment off-screen, Heimdall touched his face. Then for the first time, I couldn't help but speak in the chat room. Heimdall, Hogon, am I paralyzed? Hogon? Sif, you don't know that you have facial paralysis? Fondrel, speaking of which, I suddenly realized that I haven't seen you with any other expressions since I was born. Vistag, it seems so. Thor, actually yes, he scolded Loki for lying to him, and his expression was a little angry at the time. Loki, thank you for reminding me. Off-screen, Heimdall breathes a sigh of relief. He said how could he have facial paralysis, that Thor must have remembered wrongly. Boom, on the barren and cold planet, several people landed in a remote location. Thor looked in the direction and sneaked in this direction, at the same time whispered. Follow me closely, don't talk, or you might wake up the sleeping ice giant. It will be too troublesome then. The corners of the mouths of many people outside the screen twitched. The trouble with this big boss is probably that he still has to kill him secretly. Hearing Thor's instructions, the three warriors nodded solemnly, while Luoji was nervous and excited. In the past, she followed Thor all the way and pushed past, and this was the first time she was sneaking. But until several hours passed without seeing a single ice giant, she felt bored. It's boring, it's better to watch Thor push flatly, and she can bully others after following her. But fortunately, not long after, she saw the huge palace standing on a cliff. Gloomy, cold, lonely. Exuding a penetrating breath. It's just that I don't know if it's an illusion, she always feels that this ice castle is a bit new. Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Thor, are you sure this is the resting place of the king of the giants of Jotunheim? Why do I feel a little new? Luoji asked a little puzzled. Quill, I laughed so hard, can you not be new? Lauf worked overtime last night to build it. Deadpool, it's okay, we have to build it tonight. Tony, and there will be a scene to be performed in a while, it looks like I feel hard. Magician Wong, not necessarily, if the performance is not good, maybe there is no need to cover it at night. It is estimated that Thor can melt him directly. As soon as these words came out, there was a moment of silence in the chat room. And then again it's all poor Lauf, and the atmosphere is surprisingly congenial. Hearing Luoji's question, Thor nodded vigorously. That's right, it's here. I caught several giants of Jotunheim for interrogation yesterday, and their answers were all consistent. Are you sure? Luoji looked suspicious. I'm sure. Thor nodded again. At this time, Fondrel, who was as fat as a wine barrel, laughed softly. You are too careful, Luoji. The giants of Jotunheim have been isolated from the world for more than 1,000 years. There will be no problem. Luoji nodded, thinking this is the reason. Although I feel something is wrong in my heart, it can only be attributed to my wrong thinking. Soon, several people entered the castle under the invisibility controlled by Thor's high contour line. At first glance, there is no decoration at all in the palace, and there are no rooms. The empty hall is dark and cold, with no breath of life, only huge amounts of icicles extending to the depths, supporting the dome, and at the end, a shadow sits on the frozen throne. Just when Thor and the others took a few steps into the palace, a pair of scarlet eyes suddenly opened in the darkness, as if awakened with a start. Luoji was shocked inwardly. I don't know if the other party found himself and others, or just opened his eyes after having a nightmare. She thinks the possibility of the latter is very small. Sure enough, the next second she heard a hoarse and cold voice coming from the front. Stupid intruders, you should also cover your own temperature. Luoji suddenly realizes. I didn't expect this king of giants of Jotunheim to be so sensitive to temperature. No wonder even Thor's invisibility spell doesn't work. Aside, Thor secretly heaves a sigh of relief, looking at Lauf with cold eyes. I don't know if the king of giants of Jotunheim really fell asleep. I have created a loophole and left footprints on the ground, but the other party just didn't notice it. This made him have to control a ray of divine power, made a big turn, and then touched the opponent's back. Fortunately, the other party was very sensitive and woke up immediately. Otherwise, if we take a few more steps, the team will probably launch a sneak attack. It doesn't matter if this guy is dead, but the plan has completely failed. On the throne, Lauf woke up with a heart pounding. It's so dangerous, why did I really fall asleep just now? Sure enough, I was too tired last night. Building such a huge amounts of palace is not easy at all. A king has never done this kind of work before, and ordinary giants of Jotunheim can't make such huge amounts of ice. God knows how he built this palace in the eyes of the people who are incomprehensible this night. In short, it took him a long time and a lot of energy to build this ice palace. Combined with the death of the ice dragon during the day before, he is really exhausted physically and mentally, so just now when Thor and others came in, he really didn't notice. At the moment, looking at Thor's cold eyes again, Lauf is expressionless, but he is angry and disturbed in his heart. Actually, he suggested yesterday, just find someone taller and get a throne, and just wait for them to come. As a result, the other party disagreed at all, saying that it was not realistic at all. Since it's not realistic, you can help me? Why come here and stare at me now? Asgard people are really unreasonable? At this moment, he thought of the dead Bingshuang dragon again, and he was filled with grief and indignation. At the entrance of the palace, Luoji stared at the pair of scarlet eyes in the depths, and said coldly, "How did your people break into Asgard?" Maybe it flew in, a cauldron was placed on his head, but Lauf didn't dare to defend himself. He showed a gloomy expression, looked at Luoji and mocked. "Odin's Asgard is full of traitors. Don't try to tarnish my father's famous name with your lies." Luoji immediately refuted angrily and went back. Lauf stands up from the throne all of a sudden, his eyes are full of anger. "It's you who long for war, ignite the flames, and love blood to defend glory. And you are just a stupid weakling who wants to prove yourself." Speaking, Lauf showed a ferocious smile. "And now, you will be my negotiating chips with Odin." As he spoke, he waved his arm vigorously, and suddenly a large number of giants of Jotunheim came out of the shadows, roaring like beasts and rushing towards them. The three warriors each charged towards the enemy ahead, and Luoji pressed both hands to the ground, and suddenly a wall of earth rose in front of her. The blocked giants of Jotunheim had to stop, but in the next second, two daggers flew from Luoji's hands, passed through the earth wall with green light without hindrance, and then sank into the bodies of the two giants of Jotunheim. The rest of the giants of Jotunheim immediately let out an angry roar, dashed through the phantom, and charged again. But when they attacked with ice thorns, they found that the woman in front of them had changed into a phantom and disappeared in place at some point. The other side, Thor at the moment has already fought Lauf. The two are waving their weapons, constantly colliding and fighting. The terrifying aftermath of the shock makes the nearby giants of Jotunheim die at the touch of it. Seeing this scene, Luoji, who was hiding in the shadows and turned into an assassin, immediately gave up the idea of attacking Lauf. She didn't expect that the Frost King could fight Thor evenly. But after thinking about it, Lauf was his father's opponent after all, and it's normal to have such strength. Many people outside the screen suddenly showed strange eyes. Chat room. Deadpool, if I hadn't seen Thor kick Lauf away before, I would have believed it. Quill, I can only say that this Thor is not only powerful, but also has top-notch acting skills. Fighting sword, no. It doesn't matter what you say. The most amazing thing is this Thor's power manipulation. Because he can't hurt Lauf, who is weaker than himself, and at the same time create a powerful aftermath, so that Luoji thinks that Lauf is really powerful. This control is really amazing. At this moment, a cry of pain appeared. Luoji turned her head to look and found that the right arm of Hogon, the master swordsman, was stabbed by ice. In desperation, she wanted to go over to help, but instead exposed her real body and was found and besieged. Luoji suddenly flustered. After all, in previous battles, she always stood behind Thor. Her brother's strength can crush all enemies. But unexpectedly, this time the king of the giants of Jotunheim actually held back Thor. Luoji keeps releasing some low-level magic, but that is obviously not enough for the giants of Jotunheim with high resistance, and because it was under siege. At the moment, her best phantom magic is useless. For a while, Luoji herself became precarious and could be injured at any time, but even so she gritted her teeth and insisted, not wanting to distract Thor. However, not long after, the dagger in her hand was sent flying due to a mistake, and she saw ice thorns stabbing towards herself. In an instant, the fear of death surged into her heart for the first time, and Luoji felt that she was going to die. But at this moment, the gloomy palace suddenly turned red. I saw a group of terrifying red fire crows flying out from the flame cloak behind Thor, smashing all the giants of Jotunheim apart from Lauf in an instant at an extremely fast speed. This familiar crushing made Luoji and the three warriors shout excitedly, cheering for Thor's strength. Just like every time before. But right away they see an amazing blue light erupting from Lauf, knocking Thor back with a bang. The next second, Lauf held up a crystal ball with snowflakes floating on it, and roared angrily, "Damn Asgard people, I'm going to turn all of you into ice sculptures." As the voice fell, a faint blue light erupted from the crystal ball, and it started snowing in the palace. Thor quickly blocked everyone in front of them. Mjolnir stepped forward, and suddenly the hot flames formed a barrier to hold everyone down. While inside the barrier, seeing Thor struggling, Luoji suddenly understood that the blue light outside was absolutely terrifying. And that snowflake is also likely to be energy of unimaginable extremely low temperature and freezing. At this moment, she who was sheltered turned pale, and suddenly felt that she shouldn't have encouraged Thor to come here. Because this time, she may have to pay a price that she cannot accept. And in the distance, Lauf, who is holding up the crystal ball with both hands, is extremely sad and angry at the moment. Damn Asgard people, This is a fart ice treasure, it's just a garbage crystal ball that glows blue and can snow. PS, it is still 3,200 words in one, otherwise reading it separately will affect the reading experience. Hela's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Lauf doesn't care that the giants of Jotunheim below are killed. What he cares about is that the ice treasure that Thor gave himself is like a joke. At this moment, he even has the idea of going on strike. However, seeing those flaming red eyes staring at him, he suddenly felt like he was about to be set ablaze, and his inner thoughts were completely burned out. Never mind. Hurry up and send this plague god away. Maybe a few hundred years later, Jotunheim will give birth to the next ice dragon. Thor held up Mjolnir to maintain the flame barrier. His complexion turned pale, and he seemed to be struggling. However, the real situation is, there is no fluctuation in his heart. Not only does he not feel any fatigue, he even wants to yawn. Until he saw the guilt and regret in Luoji's eyes, Thor felt that it was almost done. His arm trembled slightly, and Lauf immediately showed a cruel grin. Freeze. Your time will be frozen at this moment forever. As his words fell, the icy blue glow suddenly flourished, and a blizzard swept across the entire palace. As if a more terrifying low temperature descended, the flame barrier suddenly shrank, and Thor's arm began to crumble. In an instant, despair appeared in Luoji's eyes, and the emotion of regret and self-blame completely enveloped her whole heart. But at this moment, boom, she saw the dome of the palace of thousands of years of ice shattered, and a colorful torrent of hope repelled the blue freezing cold current. Odin, do you want war? Lauf roared, his eyes were full of anger. Holding the spear of eternity, the king of gods descending on an eight-legged Pegasus snorted coldly. Then come. Falling down with the voice of Odin. In an instant, even more turbulent and colorful energy descended again, and the ice palace was instantly shattered. While the Bifrost energy knocked Lauf into the air, it wrapped Odin, Thor, and others and left Jotunheim. Only Lauf was left looking at the ruins, with grief and indignation in his eyes. Chat room. Quail, laughing at me, Odin's family played house, and Lauf's family disappeared. Drax, and a dragon. Deadpool, this wave of Lauf lost hemp. Kongso, I very much suspect that the Asgard people are acting fake, and taking the opportunity to suppress Jotunheim is true. Surti, it's okay. I will avenge poor Lauf. Ebony Maw, didn't expect you to be so kind to a friend. Flame Giant? Surti, well, the enemy of Asgard is my friend. Ebony Maw, no, I mean it's nice of you to die with him. Surti, damn bug, just watch, I'll destroy Asgard soon. Off-screen Ebony Maw doesn't show any smug expressions. This flame giant has no brains, and the aggressive method seems to be useful, but it is estimated that the opponent may forget it after a while. In Bifrost, Odin angrily pulled out the longsword from Bifrost, then turned around and said, take them back for treatment. After the three warriors were taken away, Odin angrily said, look what you've done, Thor. Take my sister and companions to sneak attack on the Frost King, tear up the agreement, and almost die in Jotunheim as a result. I never said to be patient, to wait for the opportunity. Thor's face was slightly pale, and he didn't make any rebuttals, as if he was bearing silently. Luoji's eyes turned red when she saw this scene. She already blamed herself and regretted this action. At the moment, seeing her father reprimanding her brother, she couldn't bear it anymore. She takes a deep breath and interrupts Odin with red eyes. Father, actually, this time it's my idea. Brother, he risked his life for me. Odin is even more furious when he hears this. Three gods trial, you are messing around, and now you almost caused your brother and companions to die. Peaceful Asgard and those innocent people will also fall into the bottomless abyss of war because of you. You are too presumptuous, Rocky Odinson. Asgard's princess status, Thor's love for you, all become your capital for getting into trouble. Luoji's face turned pale, these words pierced her heart. But it's not over yet. Odin raised his hand and grabbed it. The antler crown on her head suddenly lost its strength and shattered to the ground, and the magic cloak behind her also dimmed. The next second, Odin's voice became extremely majestic, making the final judgment. I deprive you of your power in the name of Odin, my father, and my ancestors. Loki Odinson, you have been expelled from the god realm. No, I was wrong, father. Luoji cried out in panic. But it's too late. The gun of eternity suddenly exploded with astonishing thunder, Bifrost activated again, and the energy of 7 colors engulfed Luoji and disappeared into the deep space of the universe. In Bifrost, Odin, who was just as angry as a lion, now has a trace of reluctance on his face. At this moment Thor frowned slightly and said, Father, is this a bit harsh on my sister? After all, she never left Asgard. Odin shook his head, looked deeply at the place where Luoji disappeared, and said meaningfully, she always needs to grow, and going to Midgard can at least dispel her thoughts about the trial of the three gods for a short time. The most important thing, this is the best chance. Thor knew what his father said, but still frowned. Will Luoji be in danger? Odin is very sure. There may be danger, but that woman can't let an Asgard princess have an accident on Earth. P.S. Although this paragraph of Luoji being expelled from the Earth seems a bit plain, it must be written to pave the way for the subsequent plot. While the story is pretentious, it also needs to be reasonable. Hela's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Chat room. Quill, I finally get it. God King Odin expels Luoji, not only can make the opponent no longer want the trial of the three gods for a short time, but also can get exercise, and by the way, he can also test that Sorcerer Supreme. Is this the boss's world? Do one thing, achieve 3 effects. Gamera, it's not easy, the idiot has figured it out. Witch Agatha, from this point of view, Thor in the blue screen was expelled to the earth. I am afraid that Odin also had such a tentative mind. Ebony Maw, the so-called arrogance are just excuses. Can a god king fail to see who his son is after 1,500 years? I'm afraid he would have been banished to earth for something else even if he hadn't gone to the giants of Jotunheim. Malekith, moreover, it can be seen from the release of Heimdall, how dare he, the gatekeeper, let it go without Odin's order? Kong-su, so, no matter what timeline changes, Odin in the two worlds is still just as sinister. Mephisto, interesting, our great Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One is also here, why don't you talk about Odin's behavior like this? Magician Wang, see? What are you looking at? The Ancient One magician never forbade the Asgardians from coming to Earth, but just disagreed with the Asgard troops stationed there. After all, the Earth has its own guardian? Mephisto, the majestic master of the Hell Dimension, a devil lord, can't even turn his head around this matter. I very much doubt that you are still angry because of the loss of the spirit of vengeance, so that your brain is not working well. Mephisto, Ancient One, you have the guts to speak for yourself. What's the point of letting a low-level magician speak? Odin, what? Exasperated, Mephisto. If you want, I can open a hole for you under the world tree, and you can ask Ancient One yourself. Dormammu, tisk tisk, that's interesting, I didn't expect you, Mephisto, to even make a loss-making business. When did this happen? Which vengeful spirit was lost? Can you tell me something to satisfy my curiosity? Inside the Shard of Hell, Mephisto's face was grim, and the little ghosts and demons who didn't know what happened below all knelt down on the ground anxiously. At this moment, they could only hear the Maharaja scolding, "What's this idiot Dormammu? Sooner or later he will be killed by Ancient One. What a flame necromancer is not worthy of being a Mephisto, sooner or later he will be avenged by his niece? What else is this kind of trash? Don't even think about going further in this life." Anyway, they've never seen Mephisto break defenses like this. For a moment, they were all terrified in their hearts, fearing that they would be killed immediately after the light curtain ended. Shield. Nick Fury's face turned pale. What is a vengeful spirit? It sounds like something that even the devil cares about, but now it seems to be lost on the earth. This is a big trouble just by hearing it. And that Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, which looks mysterious. Now it seems that the attitude towards the Asgardians has changed again, and I don't know why. In short, he has only one idea now. Carol must come back, otherwise he will not be surprised that the earth suddenly explodes one day. At this time, the light curtain of the golden thunder dimmed, and the light curtain surrounded by blue lightning lit up. Earth? S.H.I.E.L.D. The ear-piercing alarm suddenly sounded, and the monitoring satellite captured a high energy value that was completely unreadable. But this process disappeared suddenly in less than a second. S.H.I.E.L.D. is in chaos, but in a small town in Mexico, a scientific team brought back a strong man suspected of being mentally ill. At the same time, God's domain, inside the Asgard treasury. Loki walks to the casket of ancient winters alone. This treasure can only be used by the giants of Jotunheim, others will be injured by it as long as they pick it up. But Loki remembered what happened in Jotunheim, and he still suppressed the fear in his heart and slowly stretched out his palm. However, after a few seconds, the frostbite he was expecting not only did not happen, the power of ice also suppressed another power in his body, turning his skin blue and his eyes red. At this moment, Odin's voice came from behind him. Lay down. Loki silently put down the casket of ancient winters, turned around slowly, and his skin faded blue again under the pressure of Odin's blessing and returned to normal. But as if he lost his soul, he walked up to Odin step by step, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Who I am?" The complex look in Odin's eyes flashed away, but he still said without hesitation, "Definitely, is my son." Loki trembled inwardly, but immediately questioned again. "It seems that what you took away from Jotunheim back then was not just the magic box." Odin is not hiding at this moment. He told the truth about taking away the children left behind by the king of giants of Jotunheim from the temple. As soon as these words came out, many people immediately solved their doubts. Finally understand why Loki can live so long. Because he's not only giants of Jotunheim, but royalty too. But Loki obviously can't accept this story. His eyes were red and he shouted angrily, "Why? Why do you want to take me away when your hands are clearly stained with the blood of the Jotuns? What is your purpose?" At this moment, Loki is heartbroken, looking like an abandoned child. Odin seemed to be getting older for a moment, and said slowly, "I thought that you would be the key to real peace between our two races in the future." However, after hearing this sentence, Loki became even more excited. He completely forgot the majesty of the God King, stepped forward to look into Odin's eyes, and shouted unwillingly, "So what am I? Is it a dog that can be used at any time, or is it a monster that adults use to scare children? Now, I finally understand why you've always favored Thor for so many years. Because you will never let a child with the blood of a frost giant higher than you sit on the throne of Asgard. High Priest Aisha, huh. A giant of Jotunheim shouldn't be king of Asgard in the first place, it's wishful thinking? Quill, even so, the truth is too cruel. Who can accept the fact that he suddenly became the son of the enemy? Magician Wong, although it's a bit extreme, but I think Loki can say this because he still sees himself as an Asgard. Agatha, looking at it this way, the other Luoji is really very lucky to have such a Thor to shield her from the wind and rain. Hill, maybe, that's the best timeline of all Loki endings. As soon as the words came out, all the Loki off-screen, even the most evil one, fell silent. They couldn't refute, and even couldn't help showing envy. Inside the Asgard treasure house, at this moment, Loki vented the grievance and unwillingness in his heart hoarsely. However, the next second he saw Odin fell to the ground and passed out. In an instant, all his dissatisfaction turned into panic and regret. 10 minutes later, Odin lay on a huge amount of gold bed, shrouded in a layer of divine power. He fell into a slumber. Seeing this scene, many people immediately felt pity, especially Zeus. He thought Odin was too old to be mad at Loki, but he just pretended to be death god. What an old fox. At this time, the screen returned to the earth again. I saw a man outside a temporary S.H.I.E.L.D base looking inside. At this moment, Thor can feel Mjolnir inside. Suddenly reveal a confident smile. In his opinion, as long as he lifts it up again, he will become Thor again like he did back then. Father, I will admit him again. P.S. It is really too watery to write all the plots of the movie, so I should choose some key plots to write. If you want to see more details, please leave a comment. Don't comment on chapters, it took a few days for that thing to show up. Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. With a thunder in the sky, Thor has invaded the base of SHIELD. He also knows that the fact that he lost his divine power now is stronger than the people on Earth, so he didn't act recklessly, but changed into the clothes of the stunned agent. However, after all, this is the most powerful organization on the surface of the Earth, and it didn't even take a minute for the siren to sound through the entire base. Thor became anxious immediately, and then recklessly walked all the way in the direction of Mjolnir. Magician Wong, how dangerous, I just wanted to boast that Thor has grown up. President Loki, hee, it's a familiar smell. Hela, you idiot, it's a disgrace to Asgard that you still haven't made progress after being deprived of your divine power. Kong Su, if you want me to say Odin, you might as well have another one, maybe there is still time. Off-screen Sif wants to refute. But looking at Thor in the picture, she was really embarrassed to speak, although somewhat disrespectful. But at that time Thor looked, indeed, a bit stupid. Even if the body of the Aesir Protoss is sealed, it is still very powerful. Thor really broke into the core of the base with just a pair of fists, and saw Mjolnir in the crater. However, at the moment, he didn't know that a cold arrow was aimed at his heart. At a high altitude, the 7th level agent Hawkeye has already drawn his bow and aimed at him, and will take away the life of the intruder with just one command. However, on the elevated road, Phil Coulson looked at Thor's confident smile from the heart, but he still didn't give the order after all. He wants to see if this intruder is really different. That hammer that no one can lift may really have an owner. In the rainstorm, Thor held the familiar handle again, and the cold touch made his heart even more excited. The next second, he lifts up Mjolnir as hard as he did every time. However, Mjolnir seems to have turned back into the core of the tens of millions of tons of Death Star, not to mention lifting it up, not even a slight sway. The smile on Thor's face froze instantly. He immediately put his hands together, using all his strength. But no matter how he roars, how hard he tries, how unwilling he is, no thunder was born, and there was no echo. He was rejected by Mjolnir. Boom! At this time, there was a loud thunder in the sky, as if mocking his incompetence. Thor lost all his strength in an instant, and fell powerlessly to the ground. Nobody was surprised off-screen. No one even opened their mouths to mock. Because of this fact, only Thor himself in the picture can't see clearly. How could a mortal, banished and deprived of his divine power, lift up Mjolnir? At this time, the light curtain dimmed, and the golden thunder lit up. Asgard? At the moment, 7 days have passed since Luoji was deported to Midgard. In Bifrost, Thor and Odin stand side by side. Looking at the deep space of the universe, Odin said lightly. Sorcerer Supreme didn't respond. It seems that there should be no problem. Thor, have you figured out how to get to Midgard yet? Thor couldn't help twitching the corner of his mouth when he heard this, and couldn't help but think again of the thing about his father sitting alone in the garden at night 7 days ago. Well, at that time, the great king of gods said that he was admiring the projection of the world tree. But Thor knew that his father was kicked out of the bedroom by his mother. My mother prefers Luoji, and she also knew that the two of them played Luoji, so she was very supportive at the time. But what I didn't expect was that in the end Odin actually sealed all of Luoji's strength and threw it to Midgard. She won't do it. Suddenly saying Asgard is meaningless. I want to go back to the Forest of Witches and stay for 100 or 80 years. The father and son relented on the spot. However, the Queen of God didn't make unreasonable troubles. She just wanted Thor to follow her so that Luoji wouldn't be in danger. That Sorcerer Supreme Ancient One, she doesn't trust it. After more than 1,000 years, bad people may become good people, and good people may also become bad people. Odin thought for a moment, then agreed. Asgard should really check what is going on in Midgard now, and what is that Sorcerer Supreme thinking, what attitude? That's why the opening scene, he's asking Thor has he figured out how to get to Midgard yet? In Bifrost, Thor raised Mjolnir with a smile. The reason is simple. I was also exiled to Midgard because Luoji offended the King of God. As his voice fell, a body of divine power armor drifted away with the wind like quicksand, and the divine light in his eyes no longer dimmed. The whole person looks like a stronger ordinary person. Only Mjolnir, who is still easily held in his hand, shows that his essence is still extraordinary. Odin was startled for a moment, then guessed. This is the new power of the priesthood of wisdom. Thor nods. The previous scene with Luoji made me realize that disguise is also a part of wisdom. I guess as long as that ancient one doesn't walk up to me and stare at me, he shouldn't be able to discover my hidden divine power. Odin didn't say anything, just patted his son's shoulder full of relief. Although he has felt lucky many times, he still can't help but think this way at this moment. Pause, he sighed. Go, Thor. Take care of your sister. In the name of the King of God Odin, I wish you all the best. Thor nods. Goodbye, father. After speaking, he first threw Mjolnir into the Bifrost channel. After a few seconds, this man squeezed out a painful, shocked, and unbelievable expression and jumped in. Odin was taken aback. Hela's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge. Activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Earth S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury sat in the office with a dark face, and a special report in front of him. 7 days ago, a high-energy ray from the universe broke through the atmosphere and landed on a desert in North America. This is nothing at all, but there is a very clear symbol left on the ground at the scene. So, this incident changed from a cosmic spectacle to an extraterrestrial event. And what makes Nick Fury face black now is, 1 week has passed, and the report submitted below has only one line of information. This thing seems to have a certain connection with Norse mythology, and then nothing else. Mommy fuck. Now the alien invasion is not enough, let's start the mythical invasion, right? If it was 30 years ago, he would have kicked the of the person who wrote this report. But now, since what happened in 1995, whether it is true or not, he will only find it more troublesome. Just as Nick Fury was thinking about finding a Norse mythology consultant for S.H.I.E.L.D., a piercing bell rang from his pocket. He clicked on the call, and there was a mature-sounding voice. Director, just now there is a new energy shock coming to northern Mexico. Is it still that symbol? Nick Fury asked immediately. There was no pause on the phone, and he responded. Not exactly the same, but it can be seen that there is a connection between them, maybe a change, but this time, we also discovered something else. What? Nick Fury's eyes light up slightly. Something means there is a clue? A strange tone came from the phone. It's a hammer. Nick Fury frowned, thinking that he should find an easy task for Phil Coulson, and found a hammer, which is worth reporting. Did you stay up too late lately, and your hair fell out, so you deliberately scolded yourself? But at this moment, the phone said again. Director, that is a hammer that no one can pick up right now. Protect the scene, I'll go right away. Nick Fury puts on his blindfold and hurried out. Chat room. Natasha Romanoff, hee. It seems that the Phil Coulsons of the two worlds have the same fate, and their foreheads can't be covered. Off screen, Natasha Romanoff was taken aback as soon as she finished speaking. Then the smile on his lips disappeared, and his eyes quickly dimmed. After looking at the light curtain for so long, she even forgot that the good old man was actually dead. Or say, in fact, it was because she couldn't accept the other party's death for a while. Inside SHIELD, a look of regret flashed across Nick Fury's eyes. Could I have avoided all of this if I had moved Phil Coulson to an easier position? Northern Mexico? Nick Fury gets out of the car shortly after passing a small town billboard that reads Mystery Tour. The reason why I didn't take the Quinjet fighter jet was because there was already a strong thunderstorm in the sky above the location, and the probability of the plane crashing was too high. Walking into the crude temporary base, Nick Fury soon saw the hammer in a crater. The hole is silver gray, and the grip is wrapped with black wires of unknown material. 1 second flame mark, one side thunder symbol. On the other side, there are more than a dozen incomprehensible words engraved on it. Have the linguists in the bureau translated what it is? Nick Fury asked. Phil Coulson shakes his head. Not at all, and according to the comparison of the supercomputer in the bureau, these words do not match any known words on Earth. He said with a sigh. Director, I'm afraid we're in big trouble. At this moment Nick Fury let go of his hand trying to raise the hammer, then sighed. Immediately make a recruitment report and find me a scholar who is proficient in Norse mythology. This hammer must be related to the mark in that mythical record. Phil Coulson nodded and went to prepare immediately. At the same time, during the rainstorm, a wet blonde man just walked into the town. Thor is not surprised by Midgard's current development. Decades ago, he came to capture Luoji once. At that time, through Heimdall's positioning, he directly captured Luoji, who was having fun as a bank robber, and turned her into the frog she hated the most for 3 months. He still remembered that Luoji didn't talk to him for a whole month. Thinking of his sister, he sighs. According to Heimdall, Rocky at the moment is in a city called New York, where there are tens of millions of humans. And in order to prevent Luoji from finding out, Bifrost must not descend there. Now it seems that he has to find a way to find the other party. Definitely, he didn't forget the most important task in Midgard at the moment. That is to find out what is going on with Kamartaj now, and that mysterious sorcerer supreme. Ancient One, Ace from Mjolnir. Thor didn't think about taking it. After all, he is now an Asgard refugee deprived of divine power. How could he lift Mjolnir? And putting the hammer over there is almost the same as hanging it on his waist. When he needs Mjolnir, the distance on the surface of a planet is almost nothing, and the call cannot be blocked at all. And without his instruction, no one can lift the hammer of flame and thunder. P.S. As Agent Black Widow, it seems to be the most ruthless, but in my opinion, he is actually more sensitive in his heart. After all, he is the second mortal besides Captain America to lift Mjolnir. PS2, the timeline here is definitely not just the plot of Thor. Fila's 18th anniversary brand upgrade rewards readers. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP coupons. Immediate recharge, activity time, August 10th to August 20th. Mize Town. As a tourist town in the state of Mexico, although it is not big, it has a wide range of shops. Thor soon finds a pawn shop. The doorbell rang, and a bald man in his 40s looked up at the counter, showing a habitual smile. But it didn't last long. A man with wet body and long hair doesn't look like a person who comes shopping or has good goods in his pocket. However, following his professional habits, the bald head still opened his mouth and said, "Hi, do you want to buy something or sell something?" Thor fumbles in his pocket, then pulls out a gold button and places it on the glass counter. "How much is it worth?" He borrowed this clothes from a car parked on the side of the road, otherwise it would be too eye-catching. The original gold buttons were decorations on the original Asgard clothes. Off-screen Jane Foster has an indescribable feeling. She still remembers that when Thor came to the Earth, he didn't distinguish between north, south, east, and north. He was manic and mentally ill, and he would throw a glass when he drank. As a result, this Thor changed his clothes as soon as he arrived on Earth, and he even knew how to change money. In contrast, one is a mature man and the other is like a child who needs to be cared for. What made her even more inexplicably disappointed was that this Thor took the clothes in the car, but did not meet another self. Inside the pawn shop, the bald head flashed and the eyes lit up. He used his 20-year career guarantee. This is definitely a good product. However, he didn't show a surprised expression, but pretended to be suspicious. "It looks like pure gold, but our store generally doesn't accept things from unknown sources. Do you have the invoice for the purchase?" He can tell at a glance that this thing belongs to the antique category, and there is a high probability that there is no invoice. And even if there is, a strange face is probably here to travel. How could he bring it with him? At this time, I am absolutely in a hurry to spend money. It is unreasonable not to lower the price. I am sorry for my profession. Thor shows a half-smile expression. "No, but the low price is fine." The bald head suddenly feels relieved, and picks up the gold button again for a closer look. After a few minutes, he put it down, then sighed and said, "To tell you the truth, we also have this kind of sales outlet from unknown sources, but the price is also severely suppressed there. So, I can only give you $500. Believe me, this is a very reasonable price. After all, our store also needs to take risks. The gold button of the file size of a dollar coin is more than this price." He feels that today is really his lucky day. Thor nods. "Can." The bald head was suddenly ecstatic, fearing that the bully in front of him would change his mind. He quickly took away the gold button, then counted out 500 knives and handed it over. Chat room. Quill, it hurts me to be willing to be cheated. Electrocute killing adventure. Why is this earth as black as nothingness? The last time I robbed something that was fully discounted by 3 levels? Quill, that's because you look stupid. Electrocute adventures. You mean Thor is stupid, too? Sif, humph. Prince Thor definitely because he doesn't want to draw too much attention. Thor happily took the money and left. In the pawn shop, the bald man excitedly rubbed the gold button when he saw the person leaving, and looked at it for more than 10 minutes before putting it in the safe. He swears that this thing can definitely sell for tens of thousands of dollars. If you encounter collectors, maybe it can be even higher. I really made a lot of money today. At the same time, Thor, who was sitting in the restaurant across the street, glanced at the sky outside the window, and said naturally to himself, "In this weather, thunderstorms are really scary." The waitress who just brought Coke and hamburger to the side smiled and echoed, "You're right, handsome guy, this kind of weather is not suitable for walking outside. Maybe you will be struck by lightning. Do you want to take my car to go?" However, before she could finish the words "go to my house," she was horrified to see a burst of lightning hit the pawn shop opposite. Boom! The sound of explosions, electric sparks splashing, the air seems to be shaking, and the glass of the window is shaking. The waitress collapses suddenly, and then lays on the seat. Failed to fall into the warm embrace, the woman suddenly raised her head, and looked at the man who sat in the booth with resentful eyes. "Can I die if I let my mother take advantage of it? Humph, he must be gay." But because the man in front of her is so handsome, she immediately cast her anger elsewhere. The waitress stood up again, looked at the pawn shop opposite which seemed to have suffered heavy losses, and the frightened and embarrassed bald man who was crawling out and sneered. "God open your eyes, Callison, a black-hearted vampire, really deserves it." He was finally struck by lightning. The bald fat pig on the opposite side is not only very unscrupulous in pawning things, he even only gives half the tip for eating hamburgers. Today is really a happy day. Quill, I didn't say what I said before, this big guy took revenge on the spot. Hela, still too kind, too cowardly? The power of the gods should not be offended, that man should be killed directly. Gamera, but it won't attract the attention of Ancient One, isn't it in line with the plan? Tony, don't forget that Thor is the god of wisdom, I even think he did it on purpose. At this time Thor looked out of the window, took the woman's words and said with a smile, you are indeed very wise. This is a tip. Speaking Thor, under the surprised eyes of the waiter, he put down the $20 and left. On the street, Thor paces slowly, as if waiting for something. The lightning just now was actually summoned by Mjolnir. This place is only 5 kilometers away from where the hammer fell. At the moment, the dark clouds and thunderstorms in the sky are all caused by Mjolnir. Within the range of the thunderstorm, Mjolnir will send divine punishment with just one thought, and he doesn't need to use any divine power at all. Definitely, the most important thing is his temptation. If Ancient One is really looking at him, maybe the other party should make a move at this moment. But if Kamartaj does come, it is impossible to single out his problems. A mortal deceives the gods, Mjolnir summons the thunder himself, and it doesn't matter to him? This way, it will not rise to the issue of diplomatic. And if you didn't come, does that mean you can be bolder? As soon as Thor's heartfelt voice came out, countless people showed expressions of embarrassment and admiration. Before, they thought that Thor brutally struck a human with lightning for the sake of saving face. But now it seems, the god of wisdom really never does useless things.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.